Please be seated. Members will be saddened to learn of the news that our former colleague Sean Neeson passed away over the weekend. Sean was first elected to this Assembly in 1982. Latterly, he was in the Forum from 96 to 98, and then he was one of the class of 98, of which only Mr. Kelly and myself still serve in this building. But he served here with distinguishment for some 13 years thereafter. Sean had a particular interest in enterprise, trade and investment and sat in that committee for many years, and finally sat on the Assembly Commission. Sean became leader of the Alliance Party in 1998, and it was a difficult time for politics. Obviously the Belfast Agreement had just been settled. There was plenty of teething problems in getting the new Assembly up and running, and Sean was a steady and influence in all of that. He was well regarded in his own constituency of East Antrim. I'm sure we'll hear that later. But Sean, he was a Carrickfergus man through and through, and I can recall many times him speaking of his beloved town, which he served as mayor of, in this chamber. And our condolences from this Assembly goes out to, first of all, the Neeson family who are mourning at this time, and to the Alliance Party who have lost an esteemed colleague. And at this point, I'm going to ask representatives from the parties to speak for up to 3 minutes. If there's time remaining after all the parties have spoken, I may be able to call others to say a few words. At this point, I will call Owen Tennyson of the Alliance Party to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise on behalf of my party leader, Naomi Long, who's sad that she unfortunately can't be here today due to illness. And I rise to remember and celebrate the life of Sean Neeson, a statesman, a selfless leader, and someone who had boundless hope and optimism for the future of Northern Ireland. Entering Assembly at large, Sean always took courageous stands against division and embodied what it meant to build a truly united community. Because for Sean, fairness, reconciliation and a shared future were not just political slogans, they were in his bones, deeply held convictions that shaped his actions and inspired those of us who followed in his footsteps. His leadership came at a crucial time for Alliance. Having served as Chief Whip in the Assembly, Sean stepped up as leader when John Alderdice took the role of Speaker with unanimous support from his colleagues. He offered steadfast leadership through some of our party's most difficult days. After a sudden change in leader and in response to a brutal set of elections, Sean established the President's Review, a review that set out the roadmap that enabled the party to stabilise and which laid the foundations which allowed us to build to where we are today, and for that we will forever be grateful. Sean also knew how to spot talent. As part of his efforts to rebuild the party, he appointed Naomi Long, a young upstart, to her first formal position within the Alliance Party as part of that review team, and the rest, as they say, is history. His deep commitment to public service saw him serve in the prior Assembly in the 1980s before it collapsed, and later in the 1990s he served on the Police Authority in advance of the patent reforms, often at great personal risk. He was always courageous, always brave, and always fighting for progress and stability for everyone in Northern Ireland. Sean was not just a leader for Alliance, he was a leader in the community. He was quite simply Mr. Carrickfergus. Serving as a councillor for the town for a record-breaking 36 years between 1977 and 2013, he dedicated himself to the people of Carrick and established himself as the go-to elected representative to get things done. In 1992, Sean finally got the job he was born for, serving the town he loved so dearly as mayor and earning the respect and admiration of all who knew him. Such was Sean's love and affinity for his home place that those who knew him often recount that at the end of the night at an Alliance conference, you'd often find Sean giving a spirited rendition of Carrickfergus. And I'm so pleased that last year Sean was well enough to join us at conference again with the same wisdom, warmth and good humour for which he was so well known. And even in his final years, unwell with cancer, he never lost that sharp wit. He phoned Naomi just around the anniversary of VE Day, laughing and joking that he was born exactly 9 months after VE Day, so we all knew how his parents had celebrated. Beyond politics, Sean was the committed European, playing an active role in the Congress for Local and Regional Authorities in Europe, as well as serving on the board of the Northern Ireland Centre in Europe. His love of maritime heritage led to roles on the Board of National Museums and Galleries, the UK National Historic Shops Committee and the Northern Ireland Museums Council. Mr Speaker, Sean's life and legacy has left an indelible mark on all of us on these benches and all who knew him. Alliance has lost not just a leader, but part of our history. On behalf of Alliance, I want to extend my deepest and sincerest condolences to Sean's wife Carol and to the wider Neeson family. He will be deeply missed, but never forgotten, and his legacy will continue to inspire us. Thank you.
Kelly.
Cian Corlia, and we come of a certain age, as you're pointing out yourself earlier on, and knew Sean from 1998. It was around about 96, moving into that I first met him. I want to, of course, start by sending my condolences both to the party and, of course, to his grieving family at this moment. I was looking at some of the stuff over the weekend that people were sending in. It shows the type of respect he had when I was reading some of the things that were written about him. But I hadn't realised that he had been a teacher before, and in St Comgall's, I think it was, in Larne. And I think probably that's where he got his diplomacy and patience to become a politician, because he had more of that than many of us here. He had a long history. In 1977, he became a councillor, and he was also in the Alliance talk teams on two very important occasions actually in his life as well, setting up the previous assembly and this assembly here. He was a mayor. He was obviously clearly respected in the type of jobs that he got. He ended up in charge of the Alliance for a period just after 98, I think it was, and then of course as an MLA. He was the leader of the Alliance Party for a few years there. He was clearly a stalwart of his party. He's well remembered in terms of that. I have to say he was very passionate in his beliefs, as you have pointed out, and as he should be, and very proud of the party he was involved in. And what I do remember of him is that he had a diplomacy and a patience that maybe some of us, including myself, didn't have when he was talking to people that he clearly disagreed with, but he always did it, I think, with great diplomacy and showed respect to others right across the board. So he was respected for that as well. Even when he was disagreeing with people, he never went away feeling annoyed at having a conversation with him, or a debate for that matter. So in terms of that, I think he understood the value of dialogue, and he's proved that through his long life. And I think he will, of course, be very, very sadly missed by his family, but also by his party, as you've pointed out. He was there at the beginning, if you like, and set the foundations for the growth of that party. So I will finish by sending my deepest personal sympathy to his wife and family. Thank you.
Gail Brownlee.
And it is with great sadness to learn of the passing of Sean Neeson. Sean was dedicated much of his life to public service, serving with distinction as a councillor, mayor and MLA. His long and respected career was marked by a deep sense of duty and an unwavering commitment to the people he represented. He was a respected public servant, known for his calm and thoughtful approach, and for the genuine love he had for Carrickfergus and its people. That love was not only visible in his words, but also the tireless work that he carried out on behalf of the town and its people. His name came synonymous with Carrickfergus and its civic life. Throughout his political career, Sean was a strong voice for his constituents. He was a passionate political leader and a tireless advocate for the values and principles that guided him. Whether in the council chambers or in the assembly, he was known for his respectful manner, integrity, and a real desire to make a difference. My thoughts and prayers are with Sean's family at this very difficult time, and I know they will take comfort in the high regard in which he was held by so many. On behalf of the Democratic Unionist Party, I extend my deepest sympathies to all those mourning his loss, including his family, his friends and his colleagues in the Alliance Party, and the wider Carrickfergus and East Antrim community. His contribution will not be forgotten, and his legacy will continue to inspire all those who value public service and civic leadership.
Stuart.
Thank you for facilitating this tribute to Sean Neeson today. It was with great sadness that I learned of the passing of Sean Neeson over the weekend. On behalf of the Us Juniors Party, I want to extend our condolences to his beloved wife Carol, to Claire, Peter, Cara, John and his grandchildren and the entire family circle, as well as everyone across the political spectrum, but particularly his colleagues within the Alliance Party with whom he served with great distinction. Sean was a man who devoted so much of his life to public service and community service, was a passionate advocate for Carrickfergus, as we have heard, and for the East Antrim constituency. Over many decades, Sean was a well-respected and influential voice, not only in local government, but in the Assembly and beyond, and in his role as leader. Sean's career reflected his deep commitment to the people he represented. As a former teacher by profession, he carried that sense of fairness and dedication into his political life. His many years, record-breaking years as Carrickfergus councillor and later as MLA for East Antrim were marked by integrity, thoughtfulness and a quiet but resolute determination to make a difference. And you only have to look at the tributes being paid on social media by the many hundreds of people who have commented to date to see that level of respect that he had in that local area. He was renowned for getting things done and doing it in a polite way for everybody. On a personal note, Mr Speaker, I had the privilege of serving with Sean on Carrickfergus Borough Council between 2011 and 2013. I'd just been elected for the first time, and even though we were different parties, Sean took me under his wing, and I kind of felt like he was taking me on as my mentor in that respect. And he was just incredible in terms of his work ethic. Nothing was ever too much for him. I often said to him that I thought he needed a 9-day week just to get the amount of work done that he was doing. But he did it as a gentleman, working for everybody, often at very, very difficult times, and a huge personal strain to himself and his family, and many of us will know about that. But he did it always with a smile and would work for anybody. And I just want to again pay tribute to him and to say that all of our thoughts are with his entire family at this very difficult time.
Thank
you, Mr Speaker. Obviously, first of all, the thoughts of myself and the SDLP are with Sean Neeson's family, his wife Carol, the wider Neeson family, and indeed his colleagues and our colleagues in the Alliance Party who are grieving a profoundly important and decent man in their party and in our politics. Just before we came into the chamber, I texted a couple of our stalwart representatives in the SDLP to ask for some observations about Sean Neeson, because, as has been said in this chamber, Sean had a career which stretched back to the 70s at Carrickfergus Council, the prior assembly from the 1980s, as it's sometimes known, the Forum for Peace and Reconciliation in the mid-1980s, and this version of the Northern Ireland Assembly. His decades of service were quite remarkable, and Alex Atwood came back with a very pithy comment. He said, to define Sean Neeson would be to talk about civility in all his dealings with others, fearlessness in the face of threats, conviction amid cynicism. He defined the best of our politics. That tribute, I think, stands to Sean Neeson. I, a few weeks ago, was in the beautiful town of Carrickfergus that he served so diligently for so many years. It's clear that he matched the best of dedicated local representation, the absolute commitment to serving the community that you come from, the people who sent you to work every single day, but also a broader vision, in his case for a shared society and the values that the Alliance Party hold dear. His contribution to his local community in Carrickfergus, and indeed wider politics and society in Northern Ireland, is remarkable. And I can only hope, as I'm sure others in this chamber hope today, that the grief his family and indeed his colleagues feel will be somewhat mitigated by the very profound tributes that have been paid to Sean today, but also the very real sense that his life and his vocation were dedicated to something very, very profound, serving his community and building a better society here in Northern Ireland. May Sean Neeson rest in peace. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Stuart Dixon.
Mr Speaker, and I stand this morning to make a tribute first and foremost to my friend Sean. Sean was brought up in Carrickfergus in the Sunnylands estate. He went to St Nicholas's Primary School. He attended St Malachy's College and Queen's University. After graduation, he taught history in St Congall's School in Larne. Just short of 1977, both of us came together in the Alliance Party, and we were both invited to be candidates for the Carrickfergus Borough Council election of 1977, and we were both elected together on the same day. We spent most, if not all, Monday nights together in that council, because back in the day, a council of 15 members didn't just meet once a month, because everybody was on all of the committees of the council as well. So all 15 members met on every Monday night discussing the business of the council. Sean went on then to be a member of the Parliamentary Assembly, this House, from 1982 to 1986. Not as a member for East Antrim, but as the member for North Antrim, because East Antrim didn't exist as a political constituency. He went to the Northern Ireland Forum from 96 to 98. And of course, as we know, he came to this assembly as an MLA. But at the heart of all of this, Sean had a passion for our town of Carrickfergus, the history of our town, particularly about its harbour and its maritime history. Sean and I stood together in good times in Carrickfergus and also in some extremely difficult times together, supporting one another through the brickbats and sometimes the reality of the bricks that flew at us in events in Carrickfergus over all of those years. To Carol, Claire, Peter, Ciara and John, my deepest sympathy goes to you all. I know what your dad has gone through in the last number of years. May you rest in peace, Sean. Thank you.
Thank you, first of all, Mr. Speaker, for facilitating this occasion, a sad occasion, but it's very important that we do remember the commitment to democratic principles of so many people that have since left this world, hopefully for a better one. I served in the Assembly here and I did get to know Sean. He had been in various committees in dedication to that, Sean, through what he was doing. He would have known, of course, my former colleague, God rest him, John Dallett, pretty well too, and John had a great word to say on him at all times. One thing that struck me about Sean was that he did understand the meaning of dialogue, the meaning of talking to people, and importantly, the meaning of listening to people. That was vital. And you could very, very quickly establish that from speaking to the man. There's maybe even bits of his vocation coming through, that of a teacher, but that a good teacher, I should add. And on any occasion I met him, he always had a word for you. Always. A good word. A respectful word. And I think maybe that's the measure of anyone, is how they treat others. And I never found any occasion when Sean treated me, and indeed others whom I might have been with respect, with courtesy, with civility, and a bit of a chat, and maybe a bit of a joke too. So I have to say to his family, to his friends, to his colleagues in the Alliance Party, my sincere sympathies to you all. Yes, good O'Shea.
Annie Donnelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sean Neeson was far more than just an elected representative in East Antrim. He was incredibly popular among his community, and he served the people of this area with an unwavering dedication, humility and integrity, from his first election to council in 1977 to stepping down in 2013. Although Sean had stepped back from the Assembly before I joined the party in 2012, his presence and impact remained a constant in the minds of the constituency. To this day, Sean is regularly mentioned when we speak with residents. Time and time again, we hear personal stories of how he helped someone or supported a family through a difficult moment. Yep. His legacy lives on in those conversations and in the lives that he touched. Sean was the go-to person for people across the constituency, no matter their background. He was a trusted, compassionate voice who earned respect right across the community. His historic election as the first mayor of Carrickfergus from a Catholic background in 1993 was a powerful moment, not just politically, but symbolically. It said something profound about the type of representative that Sean was. Sean's legacy is unquestionable in the local area. The Northern Ireland Assembly, the Alliance Party and the East Antrim Alliance Association, where he remained and will remain a deeply valued and respected figure. Even in retirement, Sean stayed closely connected, always eager to share stories of his political journey, celebrate local successes and offer support to new candidates. He took enormous pride in his long career right to his final days. He will be sadly missed by many in politics, where he had many friends, and especially by his good friend John Cushnahan. It is a source of personal pride for me that Sean proposed me to be the Alliance Party candidate for East Antrim in the last Westminster election. He was always very supportive of local candidates and closely followed our election results. Over the past few days, we've heard countless tributes from people in Carrickfergus and beyond, remembering the remarkable man he was. They've spoken about his years teaching in St Congle's and Larne, his passion for maritime heritage and area, and above all, his tireless work for the people of Carrickfergus and East Antrim. He was one of a kind, a true public servant, a proud East Antrim man, and someone who left a mark that will not be forgotten. He will be very much missed. Thank you.
Thank you, and that concludes tributes to our late colleague, Sean Neeson. I received notification from the Minister of Justice that she remains unwell and therefore will be unable to join us in the Chamber to deliver the statement on intergovernmental agreement on cooperation and criminal justice matters. That will be rescheduled. First item on the order paper is member statements. I call Pat Sheehan.
At last, the British government has announced funding for the development of Casement Park. While this support is long overdue, there is no denying that it marks a significant step forward in developing a world-class home for our national games in the heart of West Belfast. For 12 years, Casement Park has been left to rot. 12 years of missed opportunities, 12 years of our young Gaels having to look elsewhere for inspiration. An entire generation has been denied the opportunity of playing in Casement Park. The investment in redeveloping Casement Park is not just about a state-of-the-art facility. It is about giving our young Gaels hope. Hope for underrates starting out, all the way up to those dreaming of donning an Antrim jersey and representing their county in Casement Park. The economic impact of a functioning Casement Park cannot be overstated. It would the construction jobs to hospitality, tourism to local enterprise. The project will create opportunities and inject much needed investment into our community, which is much needed. Now, local businesses and the wider economy will all feel the effects of having a fully operational stadium on their doorstep. Now that the funding commitments are on the table, the focus has to be on getting Casement built. No more delays, no more excuses. We need to see full funding delivered so that the development of Casement Park can begin immediately. Thank you.
Speaker, and I rise first of all to condemn the violence that was perpetrated in my hometown of Ballymena all of last week. Thankful that it has settled down, but concerned that it is still a tinderbox in my hometown and for all the other areas that suffered violence. Can I thank the Deputy First Minister for coming down to Ballymena on Wednesday? It was much appreciated. The Deputy First Minister met with community groups, leaders, voluntary workers, residents of Queen Street who suffered some of the violence, and also residents of Glenavon who suffered the most of the violence in the town last week. She heard harrowing stories of how people were left to defend their homes, defend their properties against the rampage of violence. And so all violence is wrong, and everybody in this House should be categorical with regards to violence. Violence doesn't pay. Some people out there think it does, but what we know for sure is it comes at an awful cost of reputation, but worse than that, a cost of damage to property. And thankfully this time, not loss of life, but it was so close. So I stand here thankful that no one lost their lives, but a lot of people lost their homes and disrupted a lot of families. So that must be condemned. And of course, a lot of people now in the coming days will lose their liberty. and that will have ramifications for their life. And that is really unfortunate. In fact, it's a tragedy. So I thank the Deputy First Minister for coming down to Ballymena to speak to those people who suffered. And all throughout last week, whether it be on the street, in this chamber, or anywhere else, Mr. Speaker, I have made sure that I have not attacked any other party, because that's not the time for gotcha politics. It's not the time for politicking. It's a time for representing people, for assisting the police, and assisting community groups on the ground. But alas, Mr. Speaker, there have been parties who tried to take the opportunity to attack my party in North Antrim, the councillors in North Antrim, the wider party in North Antrim, but also the party in East Antrim. And, Mr. Speaker, that's unforgivable. For parties to try and exploit a situation that we have experienced last week is unforgivable. There has to be clear thought now as to how we move forward. When the cameras disappear, we need to see the future, and I hope that all of those parties who took that slap last week to try and slap down the DUP will be productive when it comes to the future and trying to progress issues of real concern in Ballymena and further afield. Thank you.
Dr. Reagan.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to rise about a significant challenge and safety to us all, north and south on this island. Many members will be aware, or don't even really care, that the Republic of Ireland only has one offshore patrol vessel with no gun, and the Air Corps, whose main combat capability is a few turboprop trainers that can't fly to air traffic control shortages, and they can't fly at weekends or in the evening. The rise of drug trafficking, people smuggling and the movement of illicit goods through the unmonitored and unprotected Irish sea and airspace is bad enough, and is a direct threat to us here in the United Kingdom. But the failure of the Irish to defend their own economic zone and its airspace is also undermining our physical security as well. On the 6th of June, President Higgins, at the unveiling of his portrait in Galway, took the opportunity to lambaste our Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, for spending an extra £1.5 billion on defence. Sentiments echoed from the floor of this Assembly and remarks from the SDLP, Sinn Féin ministers and others. This also includes the rather bizarre defence of the so-called triple lock by them, which also gives Russia, China and, believe it or not, the United Kingdom the right to veto any deployment of Irish troops. And it's also equally extraordinary. Members cannot be unaware of the escalation of the many years-long conflict between Iran and Israel. They will also be aware that President Higgins in July 2004, when Iran's use of Hamas and Hezbollah proxies were self-evident, conveyed his best wishes to the new Iranian leader's presidency and expressed condolence on the death of his predecessor. What they may not be aware of is Iran's leaders, those still alive or haven't run away to Dubai, threatened to attack with their ballistic missiles what they call as their big Satan's little friends in Europe. These allies, which, according to all sorts of things, also include the Republic of Ireland, and particularly the data centres and Shannon International Airport. While we here in the United Kingdom come under the protective umbrella of NATO, Ireland has decided to rely on the goodwill of the mullahs and appeasing Tehran with its opposition to everything Israeli, NATO, military or both. And Iran, who also feels that they can threaten their only supporters in Europe with impunity. Mr. Speaker, the back door isn't just open to criminal gangs, but everyone who sees the Republic of Ireland as an open doormat. That should be a concern of us all. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Crossan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to make some comments in relation to what we've seen unfold on our streets over the last week. Scenes that are absolutely despicable and disgusting and are not reflective of our wider society or how far we have come. There is no place ever for racism, hate or violence in our streets. It is entirely unacceptable and unjustifiable for anybody to treat any other member of the community the way people have been treated in the last week. The scenes that were shared all over social media and on the news across the world reflect a very depressing sight. of this place. There is a requirement on us all, as leaders within our own community, to ensure that we show leadership, that our language is measured, and that we consider what we say and the actions we take carefully before doing anything. Unfortunately, some failed that test last week. Many people's lives were put in danger. Many people remain afraid and scared. People who call this place their home. This is not the Northern Ireland that so many of us work so hard to build. This is a shared home place for everyone. Over the lifetime of this place, we have been able to travel the world, and doors have been opened to people from right across this island, no matter where we go. We have no right, and no one in our society has any right, to tell people they're not welcome, to burn them out of their homes, to attack their property, to terrify children, to terrify mothers and daughters, vulnerable people in our community. It is unacceptable to attack our police officers, young men and women out doing a job to protect our society. The scenes were despicable, and I hope that the Justice Minister, when she recovers and is feeling much better, does consider special courts over the summer, because we need to send a very hard and clear lesson to those who think they can get away with that behaviour, that they won't be getting away with it. They must face the full consequences of the law, and the people across this House that are elected must support the PSNI in doing that job and call for clear and measured leadership in every part of Northern Ireland. My thoughts are with everybody that suffered this week, and to every parent that had to explain to their children what this was. Thank you.
Biphenyls.
Concordia. I want to speak today on behalf of the families, staff and children at Tiny Tots Preschool in Clady Armagh. This is a small setting doing incredible work in very difficult conditions. Their mobile unit has been declared unfit for purpose by Environmental Health. It has damp and structural issues. The setting was forced to shut temporarily and even now has had to cut hours just to stay opened. This isn't about politics, it's about children, about a rural community doing everything right, fundraising, volunteering and following every rule but still being failed. The nearest alternative is a 14-mile round trip. For working families, that's simply not realistic. And if Clady Tiny Tot closes, the knock-on effects for the local community will be huge. They've asked for support to move into the adjoining primary school, which is a reasonable request. It's urgent and it's entirely possible. I'm asking the Minister today to step in, work with the Education Authority, meet with staff and parents. These children deserve a safe, warm place to learn and grow. They should not be left behind.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to put on record today in this House my condemnation of an incident which occurred in Omagh on Saturday during the Pride Parade, when they used a place of worship, namely Omagh Gospel Hall, as a subject of their mockery. The posing of their drag queen on the boundary wall at the front of the Gospel Hall in such mockery, and having it posted all over social media, was not only shameful and provocative, but downright disgraceful. This despicable act and blatant provocative scene has caused deep offence, concern and hurt amongst many Bible-believing Christians. I was absolutely horrified, yet not surprised, when I saw such a clear, blatant display of disrespect outside this place of worship. The Pride movement claimed to promote respect, compassion and tolerance, but where was it on Saturday? Their very actions have condemned the words which proceed out of their mouth. With Pride, it appears to be a matter of you do what you're told, but we'll do what we want. This must be called out for what it is, cannot be ignored or excused. Today I call on the Parades Commission, who gave the green light for this event in Omagh to carefully consider this action, which is the cause of much offence amongst many within our communities. Over the years, we are all too familiar with the strict principles placed on loyal orders by the Parades Commission in relation to parades in the vicinity of places of worship with regards to respect and sensitivity. Therefore, the same standards must apply to Pride, and this incident cannot be ignored or brushed under the carpet. I also call on the National Lottery and Fermanagh and Omagh District Council, who provided funding for this event, to take careful cognizance of the situation in light of future funding for events of this nature in Omagh. I want to also say to the organisers of the Pride Parade that such actions of disrespect and mockery will never be tolerated and will be continually called out for what they are. And I also call on the organisers of the parade to issue a public apology for the hurt caused to so many Bible-believing Christians and others on Saturday at this event. I would remind them what the Word of God tells us, that whatsoever a man soweth, that shall he also reap. Thank you.
Owen Tennyson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I also rise to add my condemnation to the violent attacks on PSNI officers in Portadown last week. And I want to be clear, Mr. Speaker, that what we witnessed was not protest. It was not legitimate. It cannot be explained or excused or contextualised. It was wanton, racist thuggery. Those responsible for violence in recent weeks, over the last week, cannot profess to care about violence against women and girls while targeting women and girls in their homes. They cannot profess to be worried about a housing crisis when they are burning homes. They cannot profess to be interested in pressure on public services when destroying a leisure centre, and I think it is important as elected representatives that we are clear and unequivocal in calling that out. I also want to express my unwavering support and solidarity to our ethnic minority community and our migrant community, particularly in Portadown, because I know many of them are feeling fearful. I spoke to a principal last week who noted that attendance in school was down almost 30% because so many families had been displaced from their homes, and no family in our community should ever have to leave their home out of fear for their own safety. We need immigration in Northern Ireland, that's the truth. These people who choose Northern Ireland as their home make a valuable contribution to our society, be it teaching in our schools, be it in terms of working in our health service, our agri-food sector, our hospitality industry, and in so many other areas. And I am ashamed, Mr. Speaker, at what I witnessed in my own hometown. There are, of course, deep-seated social issues and inequalities, and many of our constituents face poverty. We should never scapegoat migrants for that crisis, but rather take responsibility for our role in actually addressing and dealing with those challenges in our community. So I will say gently to those politicians who have fanned the flames of division in recent weeks, please reflect and let's work collectively together to build a better and truly united community for everyone. Thank you.
Jerry Carl.
Speaker, over the last few days we have witnessed the lengths that Israel will go to, the lives that it will take to maintain its genocidal project. On one level, we have the attacks on Iran and the death and destruction that that has caused. And when it comes, which we are under no doubt, when it comes to who is the main instigator and perpetrator of violence in the Middle East, the blame lies at the door not just of Netanyahu, but the Israeli generals, the IDF, and the Israeli state itself. It's up to the people of Iran, Mr. Speaker, and the wider Middle East to decide the nature of their governments, their states, their rulers, whether they want to keep them or not. Israel has no right to be the bully and America's attack dog in the Middle East. It's worth remembering, the members to my right as well, the last time we had a US and Western-backed regime imposed on Iranians was the brutal, autocratic Shah of Iran. It seems, Mr. Speaker, that Israel does not only want a scorched earth policy in Gaza or the West Bank, but wants to extend that to Iran, Syria, Lebanon, and who knows where else. The actions of Israel, Mr. Speaker, in recent days towards Palestinians seeking aid and assistance has been particularly heinous and disgusting. Israel, alongside the US, set up this Gaza humanitarian aid organisation, but when Palestinians go to seek the aid, what happens? They get assassinated, get killed, get shot down, and at least 66, if not more, have been killed, Palestinians, in the last few days, whilst they sought aid to prevent them and their families from starving. This violence is on top of the collective violence, Mr. Speaker, of the mass starvation initiated and maintained by the Israeli state, backed by most Western governments. Israel's actions have been so appalling that even that well-known Hamas supporter, former Prime Minister of Israel, Ehud Olmert, has come out against Israel. Whilst business as usual continues for the arms suppliers and friends of Israel, people are really taking the extra step to do all they can to end the slaughter. And I want to commend, Mr. Speaker, everyone who has taken part in the global march to Gaza from Cairo. Whilst governments back and fund Israel, it's the people across the world who are marching and defying normality. And I want to pay tribute to everyone who's went to Cairo, and in particular everyone from Ireland, our own party colleague TD Paul Murphy, my own constituents Conor McCarthy and Brian McIntyre, who went out of their way to take a stand against Israel, and they should be commended and congratulated for that important and brave work that they did. Thank you.
Donny Donnelly.
Today I want to be very clear. The violence I saw in my own town of Larne last week, in Ballymena and across Northern Ireland, must be condemned in the strongest possible terms. The people of Northern Ireland have lived through a generation where violence was used to police identity and belonging, and we all know where this can lead. It's not an exaggeration to say that lives could have been lost last week. We have learned the hard way that peace is not built through exclusion, and fear is not a foundation for community. So let me say this clearly. Everyone is welcome in our towns, or centres, or shared spaces, regardless of where they were born. It is the rioting, the hatred, and the belief that violence is a tool for asserting control that has no place here. I was there on Wednesday night. I watched what happened. I saw the fear on faces. I saw the violence up close. I saw a pillar of my community attacked and destroyed. I saw police officers attacked for doing their job and trying to keep the place safe. Larne Leisure Centre isn't just a building. It's a place where kids learn to swim, where people go to feel better, where older people meet for a chat and a cup of tea. It's a shared space, a place of health and community. And now it carries the stain of violence, racism and organised hate. This is not the Larne I know. I am disgusted that a young girl, a child's pain, has been seized by some people, not as a tragedy to grieve or a crisis to fix, but as an opportunity to spew their vile, violent racism. This was never about protecting women. In the last 5 years, at least 19 women in Northern Ireland have been killed by a man they knew. Their sons, their partners, their brothers, their husbands, their ex-partners, their grandsons, their friends. That's not abstract, that's who killed them. But instead of confronting that reality, we're still sold the lie that women should only fear the stranger in the alleyway, the foreign man, the outsider. And in doing so, we erase the truth. Over 80% of domestic abuse here is committed by men, the victim knows. And where is the outrage for that? Let's be blunt. The same people who stormed a leisure centre and burned it while women and children fled, or who burned women and children out of their homes, were not marching for better domestic abuse services. They weren't calling for tougher sentencing on sexual assaults or demanding investment in refuge spaces. They were targeting migrant families and they were attacking our community. I stand here today, as I know many others do, in condemning what has happened and condemning any inflammatory rhetoric that incites violence. This is a community, not a battleground, and we are not going back. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, first I must apologise for not being in my place at question time last week. Yesterday, the 15th of June, marked World Elder Abuse Awareness Day, a day that asks us not just to recognise elder abuse, but to act on it. This is not a hidden issue. It is happening in our homes, our communities, and is far too often carried out by someone the older person trusts. Most of the time it's family, it's a form of domestic abuse, and it can take many shapes. It's not just physical and emotional, it's financial too. In Northern Ireland, more than 100,000 older people have experienced abuse, and last year alone, over 2,500 domestic or sexual abuse crimes were recorded against those 55 or over. That is 1 in 10 of all such crimes. Financial abuse is especially common. Around 1 in 5 over 60s have experienced it. They might have had their savings stolen, coerced legal challenges, or have been made to feel powerless over their own money. The impact is profound: anxiety, loneliness, withdrawal, and a complete loss of confidence. Particularly in rural areas, older people may rely on a very small network. And when that's also where the abuse is happening, there's often nowhere to turn. Many suffer in silence because the alternative, which means being isolated, feels worse. That's why community response is so vital. Local groups, luncheon clubs and charities often spot the signs first. They play a unique role in recognising and responding to abuse in only ways that the communities can. But statutory services must also back that up with proper support in health, housing, justice and social care. I want to acknowledge the work of organisations like Hourglass, formerly Action on Elder Abuse, AGNI and the Commissioner for Older People. They have consistently raised this issue, and it's time for government to listen and to take action. We also need to stop treating older victims as somehow different. Abuse is abuse, yet it's often categorised separately as elder abuse rather than domestic abuse. That affects how cases are handled and how victims are supported. The Domestic Abuse and Civil Proceedings Act 2021 rightly includes financial abuse, but we need to ensure that it's being used effectively and that the justice system supports victims from first report to final outcome. And when are we going to see the Adult Safeguarding Bill? When will it be published? When will we see the consultation? We need progress before this end of this mandate, because victims cannot afford to wait. Mr. Speaker, older people are our parents, grandparents, neighbours. They built the communities that we now live in. They deserve dignity, respect and protection. With an ageing population, this is not an issue that we can ignore. Every policy, every public service must start by factoring in what it means to grow older in Northern Ireland, because this problem will only grow unless we act now. Thank you.
Buckley.
Like all those previously in the Chamber, I rise to condemn utterly the violence that took place on our streets last week. The violent scenes on our streets are not who we are as a people. There is and has always been an alternative to violence. And I must say that the violent scenes have served to overshadow the serious sexual assault of a young girl in Ballymena. That is where our anger should be focused. That is where the full weight of the law should be applied, and that is where justice should be served. I want to say gently to those in the chamber, with a condescending sneer, wish to brand the hundreds of thousands of people in Northern Ireland and the millions across the United Kingdom with serious and legitimate concerns about uncontrolled and in some cases illegal immigration and the impact that it has had on their communities. This is a serious issue, and for those to put them down and sneer at them with zero lived experience is wrong, and it's wrong in the extreme. I will continue to be a voice for them in this chamber. We cannot get away from the fact, members, that to sideline this topic, this issue of national debate, will only further give rise to sinister elements to manipulate and exploit. This is the place where these discussions should be had, firmly and robustly. Westminster is where these conversations should be had, firmly and robustly. We have a serious issue of border control throughout the UK right now. We are living through some very difficult and turbulent times. It is political cowardice to walk away from those issues. We must have courage and, yes, compassion in dealing with them and ensuring that we have a country in which all can live safely in now and in the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Gaston, you have a couple of minutes, Mr. Gaston.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Last week's disorder in Ballymena has greatly saddened me. A town I am proud to represent has hit the headlines for all the wrong reasons, leaving destruction and heartbreak, including for the young men facing prosecution. I condemn the violence. I deplore racism. Violence has never been, nor will ever be, the answer. But this Assembly is part of the problem. When criminals walk free, some from the maze to Ministerial limos, is it any wonder people think violence pays? It's hypocrisy for Miss O'Neill to condemn Ballymena's unrest while commemorating the terrorist Thomas McElwee, who burned Eva Dunlop, a young mother, to death in my hometown. During my first speech in this House last August, I raised concerns of undocumented immigration in Ballymena. What was the response? Sneering from the Alliance and nationalist benches. They have learned I won't be silenced, but nothing else has changed. Without a mature debate on immigration, especially on undocumented immigration crossing from the Republic with zero checks, tensions will continue to grow in not just my hometown, but in towns right across Northern Ireland. The BBC claim there's no influx. That's a nonsense. Don't cite documentation in an attempt to disprove undocumented immigration. When will politicians stop gaslighting the public on this issue? Don't tell people what they see isn't real. Don't call representatives racist for speaking out, then act shocked when locals feel this House won't listen to them, much less respond to their concerns. And don't send the South Belfast MP to Ballymena like an anthropologist to film the local environment, then deliver her lecture from her natural habitat of the BBC studios. Keep ignoring these issues, but know this: for all the talk and by refusing so much to facilitate a debate around immigration, you are fueling the fire.
Thank you. My next item of business is a motion to suspend standing orders 10(2) to 10(4). Clerk, please read the motion.
That standing orders 10(2) to 10(4) be suspended for 16th of June 2025.
Call the Minister of Finance to move the motion. Moved. The Business Committee agreed there should be no debate in this motion, but before we proceed to the question, I'd remind members that it requires cross-community support. The question is that the motion stand in the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary if any, no. As a rise from all sides of the chamber, and there is, I think, only one no, I think that we can recognise that that member has made his opposition, but we don't need to call an actual vote. So the ayes have it, the ayes have it, and we note that Mr Gaston called no. We now move to the further consideration stage of Budget Number 2 Bill. I call the Minister of Finance to move the bill. Moved. As no amendments have been tabled, there is no opportunity to discuss the Budget Number 2 Bill now. Members will, of course, be able to have a full debate at final stage, which is scheduled to take place today. The further consideration stage of the Budget Number 2 Bill is therefore concluded. The bill stands referred to the Speaker. Next item of business is the introduction of the inquiry on mother and baby institutions, Magdalene laundries and workhouses and redress scheme bill. I call the First Minister to move the first stage.
I beg to introduce the inquiry, the Mother and Baby Institutions, Magdalene Laundries and Workhouses and Redress Scheme Bill.
Clerk, please read the long title.
A bill to make provision relating to a truth recovery public inquiry into mother and baby institutions, Magdalen laundries and workhouses between 1992 and 1995 to establish the Truth Recovery Redress Service and to enable payments to be made to or in respect of certain persons and for connected purposes.
That constitutes the bill's first stage and it shall now be printed. The next item of business is the final stage, the Assembly Members' Independent Remuneration Board Bill, and if members would just take their ease for a moment until we change the chair for that matter.
Members, the next item of business is the final stage of the Assembly Members' Independent Remuneration Board Bill. I call Andy Allen to move final stage on behalf of the Assembly Commission.
Deputy Speaker, I move that the final stage of the Assembly Members' Independent Remuneration Board Bill do now pass.
Thank you. Final stage of the Assembly Members' Independent Remuneration Board Bill has been moved. The Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit on this debate. I call on Andy Allen to open the debate. Mr Allen.
Speaker, the Assembly Commission welcomes the opportunity to bring this bill back before the Assembly today to conclude the legislative process. From the outset, the Assembly Commission has set out that this bill is a technical bill dealing with the process of how the salaries and pensions of members are determined. That has been clear as the bill has progressed through the House. I'm not therefore going to go back through all of the technical aspects of the bill today. The key point is that the bill gives effect to the resolution passed in June 2020 when the Assembly voted to give the Assembly Commission the power to make determinations on members' allowances and agreed that decisions on salaries and pensions should be made by an independent body. That has been the settled position of the Assembly for some 5 years. This bill simply seeks to amend the 2011 Act to remove the independent body's powers to make determinations about allowances and ensure consistency with the 2020 resolution. In passing this bill, the Assembly is fulfilling its responsibility to regularise the position and provide legal clarity. As this bill has been so long in the development, I think it is appropriate that I acknowledge all of the Assembly Commission members who have been involved in this process over the last almost 10 years. I particularly want to thank all of the Assembly Commission officials who have undertaken the detailed work over that time to get us to the final version of the bill before us. I also want to thank the chairperson, members and staff of the ad hoc committee for the scrutiny of the bill they have undertaken in the past few months. In the work that they have done and the evidence that they have taken, they have effectively dealt with some of the myths and false claims that have been made about this bill. The ad hoc committee brought forward an amendment to ensure that the independence of the Remuneration Board would be clearly reflected in its title. The Assembly Commission welcomes the Assembly's support for that amendment, as the core purpose of this bill is to ensure that salaries of members are determined independently. Throughout its development and scrutiny, the Assembly Commission's focus has been on ensuring that the bill upholds the independence of the board. Once the bill has passed and been granted royal assent, the role of the members of the Assembly Commission and members of this House ends. The Clerk Chief Executive of the Assembly Commission will oversee a process to appoint the Independent Remuneration Board. No member or party will be involved in it. The debate and the decisions around what the levels of pensions and salaries for members should be will therefore rest with the Independent Remuneration Board, not the Assembly Commission nor the Assembly. That is only right and is the main objective of this bill. Whatever outcome is reached, the Independent Remuneration Board will have made those decisions through their own process and their own judgment. Therefore, members should not lose sight that this is what they are voting for today, for salaries and pensions to be determined independently. It is difficult to see how anyone could reasonably object to that. On behalf of the Assembly Commission, I commend the bill to the Assembly and look forward to the contributions of members during the debate. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
And thank you. I call Melissa McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Earphones will be required. At the heart of this bill is a simple but important principle that changes to MLA salaries should be considered independently. The Assembly Members' Remuneration Board Bill ensures that this responsibility rests with an independent external body. Sinn Féin recognises the public's understandable concern when politicians appear to decide their own pay. Such a perception undermines the credibility of elected representatives. MLAs should not have a role in determining the salary that they receive. Democratic institutions must demonstrate fairness and openness. The new Independent Remuneration Board is about fairness and openness when deciding MLAs' pay. Not only is it the right thing to do, it is the necessary thing to do. It will enhance the credibility, fairness and openness of this place in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Timothy Gaston.
Much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Well, we have reached the final stage of a bill that should never have made it this far. From the beginning, the legislation has been marked by secrecy, self-interest and indeed plenty of spin. It was conceived behind closed doors, pushed forward without proper public consultation, then dressed up as reform. In reality, it is nothing more than a vehicle to enable MLAs to award themselves a substantial pay rise, one they dare not put to the public in plain terms. One would wonder that if Mr. Carroll and I had not been here, if anyone else would have even mentioned the reason for the legislation before us. Let's recall how we got to where we are today. The Commission consulted only with parties represented on it. No public consultation prior to the publication of the bill. No transparency. No input from parties excluded from the cosy carrot-up. It was a stitched-up deal from the start, and all the parties on the Commission know it. The names of those members in the front of the bill are telling. We have Sinn Féin, the DUP, the Ulster Unionists, the Alliance, if anyone was here, and we have the SDLP. Every party with a seat on the Commission has put its name to this scheme, and they would have carried it through quietly had it not been the two of us in this corner, determined to shine a light on what they were doing. The official opposition? Don't make me laugh. Certainly no opposition when it came to awarding and getting themselves a pay rise. At committee stage, every amendment I brought forward, amendments aimed at restoring some integrity to the process, was rejected. The message from the majority was clear. Nothing to see here. The pay rise train is running on time. We are told that the bill merely empowers the Remuneration Board. But let's be honest, Clause 3 gives that away. When you instruct the board to have regard to salaries and other legislators, every one of which pays significantly more than this Assembly does, this isn't about reform. It's a loaded dice, a guaranteed upward trajectory. The justification we had from one member of the Commission is that MLAs with families need to keep up with their counterparts elsewhere. Tell that to the carers on £81 a week. Tell that to the young family on universal credit. Tell it to the nurses, the porters, the social workers, and worse, it rings hollow to compare us with other legislators. Unlike every other legislator cited in Clause 3, this Assembly has deliberately chosen not to exercise full legislative authority. It handed swathes of power to Brussels and cannot even set its own standards in key areas of economic life. An institution that abandons power should not be demanding parity of pay with those that exercise it. Then there's Clause 5. Former MLAs now eligible to sit on the very board that will determine future pay and pensions. That's a conflict of interest dressed up as experience. The original rules rightly excluded former members. This bill removes that safeguard for no good reason. This bill is a symptom of what is wrong with Stormont. A culture of entitlement enabled by backroom agreements and protected from public scrutiny.
I'm just trying to get some concept of parity here. Does your party leader, who sits in Westminster, who was given a pay rise by a board that has a former member on it and took that pay rise without any question of it, what did he do in that situation? Did he disagree with that payment on the floor of the House of Commons, or did he accept that payment?
The member of the official opposition speaks, and it's great to see some scrutiny actually coming from the official opposition on this issue. And when he looks at Westminster, Westminster exercise all the powers. Westminster exercise all the powers they are given. So you cannot compare Westminster and Stormont. The official opposition, along with the other pan-nationalist front, were happy to give away 300 areas of law to a foreign legislator, and that is something that the official opposition cannot and will not face up to. Chanting from the sidelines, absolutely, that's all the official opposition are good at.
We'll go back to the debate.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, the people of Northern Ireland deserve better. They deserve transparency and integrity and public office. This bill offers none of that, and that is why I have opposed it from the very beginning, at every stage, in every form, and in full view of the public who are footing the bill for it, and why I will vote against it here again today, shaming those that have voted for it and will vote for it and backed it from the beginning. Self-interest reigns supreme, and the member of the official opposition typifies that with his arguments here today.
Jerry Carroll.
Speaker, my position on this bill is clear, so my comments will be relatively brief. Underpaid workers across the north, including in this building, would bite their hand off if their mates could set their own salaries and expenses. They aren't being given this opportunity. What MLAs here with this vote and this bill today are. This legislation, Mr. Deputy Speaker, allows former MLAs to join the so-called independent panel that sets MLA salaries and pensions. Neil and Costa Nouseflock. It also transfers power to determine allowances and expenses to MLAs, which places the Assembly out of kilter with other parliaments on these islands. £4,000 for a year's worth of heating oil, 19,000 in mileage expenses for an MLA who didn't drive, and 700,000, almost £750,000, in research expenses for a non-existent company. Executive parties, Deputy Speaker, have proven time and time again that they can't be trusted to oversee their own expenses. It's particularly disappointing, Deputy Speaker, that the official opposition can't muster up the courage or common sense to oppose this bill today. Do opposition members really believe that this executive and executive parties deserve a pay increase? Stormont has presided over a crisis, Deputy Speaker, of its own making. Working class communities are being destroyed by rising rates of poverty, including large, most of which in my own constituency, the highest increase. A health service in terminal decline, stagnant wages, a shortage of school places, and ecological collapse. Ordinary people, Deputy Speaker, would argue, rightly so, that MLAs probably should have their pay cut and already paid too much as it is, rather than see their pay hiked. Members can continue to deny that this bill will entail a massive pay increase. I say you're taking the public for absolute fools. Mark my words, Deputy Speaker, months down the line, and I'll be back to remind people, it will be reported that the so-called Independent Remuneration Board will recommend a pay increase. Maybe that increase won't be the £20,000 all at once, but I guarantee you it will be much bigger than the paltry increases offered to those propping up our health service, teaching our children, cleaning our buildings, serving the public in retail and hospitality. It's worth repeating, Deputy Speaker, for those in the House and those listening, almost 70% of respondents to the committee's call for evidence disagreed or strongly disagreed that the board should have regard for the much higher salaries paid to politicians in other jurisdictions. Did those submissions matter? Did they? Hell. Contempt shown once again for the public by this building and the parties who run it. A majority of people disagreed, Deputy Speaker, that powers to determine allowances should be set by MLAs. Did they listen? Well, you can guess the answer. An Act Now petition opposing any pay rise for MLAs attracted almost 1,400 signatures. These people, again, were ignored by the committee and by the parties on this House and who dominate the executive. Public opinion, Deputy Speaker, is crystal clear. This bill is completely tone-deaf, unwanted, and once again, I'm voting against it. Thank you.
Okay. I now call Sinead Ennis to conclude the final stage and wind of the debate. Ms. Ennis.
Deputy Speaker, I want to thank all the members who have contributed to the debate today. During the second stage debate, the Assembly Commission acknowledged that there is no good time to deal with these issues around member salaries or pensions, and that they are issues which no member is happy or comfortable to be discussing. However, as my colleague Andy Allen outlined earlier, the Assembly Commission and this Assembly has a responsibility through this technical legislation to regularise the legal position following the resolution passed by the Assembly in 2020. The Assembly Commission also noted the understandable public attitudes around these issues and the potential that created for some to play politics with them. The Assembly Commission welcomes the fact that the scrutiny process has provided an ability to correct and clarify some of the misunderstandings and inaccuracies that have been portrayed in relation to the bill, and indeed we've heard some of those inaccuracies and misunderstandings regurgitated here today. Deputy Speaker, in bringing this bill forward, the Assembly Commission has been focused on the process of determining members' salaries, not the outcome. At no point has the Assembly Commission ever taken a position or discussed what the salary of members should be. In passing this bill today, future discussions and decisions around the salaries and pensions of members will shift to the Independent Remuneration Board. That board has independence in deciding what factors it wants to consider before determining its view on the appropriate level of salaries and pensions for members. That is the appropriate way to deal with these matters. However, Deputy Speaker, the Assembly should be clear that the consequences of this bill did not pass. The Assembly would have failed to ensure legal clarity, and inconsistency would remain between the 2011 Act and the decisions of that the Assembly has already taken. Voting against the bill would also mean that there is no structure in place to determine the salaries and pensions of members independently. It is important that we are all clear. Voting against this bill today is not a vote against a particular salary level for members. Rather, it is a vote against having an independent remuneration board in place to set the salaries and pensions of members independently. I want to end by echoing the thanks made by Andy Allen earlier to all of those members and staff who have contributed to the bill as it has made its way through the Assembly Commission and the Assembly and the Ad Hoc Committee. And with that, Deputy Speaker, I commend the bill to the House.
Thank you. So, members, the question is that the Assembly Members' Independent Remuneration Board bill do now pass. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, any no? I think the ayes have it. Aye. Okay. The ayes have it, and 2 voices of dissent will be noted. Thank you, members. The final stage of the Assembly Members' Independent Remuneration Board bill has passed. The bill has passed. Members, take your ease for just a moment. Members, the Speaker has received notice from the Minister of Finance that he wishes to make a statement. Before I call the Minister, members are reminded that they must be concise in asking their question. This is not an opportunity for debate. Long introductions will not be allowed. Minister.
Thank you for the opportunity to update members today on the implications of last week's spending review announcement on our public finances. As members will be aware, my predecessor, Dr Kiva Archibald, secured a commitment from Treasury in May 2024 to review the approach to funding the Executive at the relevant spending review period. Since then, my officials and I have been in intensive negotiations with Treasury on our relative funding methodology. In January of this year, my department commissioned Professor Jerry Hultham to conduct an independent review of the North's level of need to support this important work. Last Wednesday saw the outworkings of these negotiations and the agreement reached between the Executive and the British Government for assessing relative funding published. I thank Professor Jerry Hultham for his report, which was published last week. It has added considerable weight in helping us make the case to Treasury that the Executive must be funded fairly and sustainably. Professor Hultham's review provided a range of need levels. His estimates include a level of need of 123%, before agriculture spending is included, and a central estimate of 128% with agriculture included. A major factor influencing the funding provided to the Executive was the agreement I secured from the Treasury to exclude £320 million in agriculture funding, which was unring-fenced and baselined at Phase 1 of the spending review from our relative funding calculation. The agreement secured with the Treasury has ensured we receive a 24% uplift on the additional funding provided by last week's spending review announcement, rather than the lower transitional rate of 5%, which would have otherwise applied. This will provide some £600 million more than the original Treasury position. Without this, the financial cliff edge I previously warned members about would have become a reality, resulting in damage to our frontline public services. As a result of negotiations with the Treasury, my predecessor and I have delivered an additional £1.3 billion since the beginning of this mandate. Importantly, this agreement also lays the groundwork for agreeing a full fiscal framework. Discussions on this will begin immediately and will cover a number of areas, including the wholesome review of the Executive's relative need, borrowing powers of the Housing Executive and fiscal devolution. In my view, the spending review itself represented a missed opportunity to significantly increase investment in public services and deliver the level of economic stimulus that was necessary. However, by setting resource DEL funding envelope for the next 3 years and capital funding for the next 4 years, it has provided the Executive with the opportunity to set its multi-year budget, its first multi-year budget in over a decade. This will bring funding certainty, enabling departments to plan on a longer-term basis, and creates the conditions to drive real transformational change in our public services. Over the 3-year resource period from 26-27 to 28-29, the Executive will receive £16.3 billion, £16.8 billion and £17.3 billion respectively. While this includes an additional £3.1 billion in Barnet for day-to-day spending over the 3-year period, this must be viewed in the context of rising demand and the increasing costs of delivering public services. For capital, the Executive will receive £2.3 billion in each of the 4 years covered by the spending review, ending in 2029-2030. I believe there was an opportunity for the Chancellor to have been much more ambitious with capital investment to spur economic growth. The reality is the Executive will remain financially constrained, particularly in 26-27, as the biggest uplifts in the day-to-day spending power occur in the subsequent years. That is why my focus is to ensure every pound is used wisely and strategically. The Executive will work together to agree a multi-year budget that aligns and supports our programme for government priorities, focuses on what matters most to our people, and delivers tangible improvements that will be felt across society in the years ahead. Beyond the direct financial implications, there were other important announcements. I welcome the British Government's commitment to provide £50 million for Casement Park. This funding brings new momentum to a vital project which will deliver a modern sporting venue for generations to come, but will also be an economic driver for the surrounding communities and region. I urge all partners to work together to get Casement built. I stand ready to play my part. While the spending review apologies. I am pleased to confirm that the subject to the final outturn Treasury has agreed to write off £559 million of debt from the 2024 restoration package. While this should never have been viewed as a debt, this is still a positive outcome, which is a direct result of the Executive's hard work in delivering a balanced budget in 24-25 and raising the necessary additional revenue by 25-26. Since taking up the role of Finance Minister, I have said consistently I would do everything within my power to ensure our public services are fairly and properly funded. I will continue to work with the Chief Secretary to the Treasury on full fiscal framework, which ensures the Executive has the appropriate financial tools, borrowing powers and taxation levers to deliver sustainable public finances and high-quality public services for the people we serve. While this spending review hasn't provided the economic stimulus it could have, I will work together with my Executive colleagues to develop a multi-year budget which supports families, workers and communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. And for the first question, I call Matthew O'Toole.
Speaker, Minister, there's lots to unpack. I only have one question. The Finance Committee will be scrutinising this in detail later this week. to specifically touch on Casement Park, you say you welcome the additional allocation from the UK Government of £50 million. You say you urge all partners to work together to get Casement built, but it is obviously the Case Minister that you are the Finance Minister here. What specifically are you doing to find the additional allocation to get Casement Park built, and when will you make an announcement of how that money will be found?
Minister.
You mean what am I doing apart from securing £50 million towards the project? So it is. So we'll just start on that basis. It's not a bad basis to start upon, securing an additional £50 million for the project. I will work along with my executive colleagues, the GAA and others, to ensure that now we move forward and ensure that that project is built, delivered, and it will be a huge benefit not only to West Belfast, but the entire region.
Gemma Dolan.
And I welcome the Minister's statement here this afternoon. Minister, did the Chancellor announce a replacement for the Shared Prosperity Fund, and how will that be delivered?
Sure.
The part of the announcement, or the papers we received from the Treasury after the announcement, states that the Shared Prosperity Fund will continue around £46 million per year. The exact delivery mechanism yet has not been fully detailed, and I will continue to engage with both the NIO and the relative ministers in Whitehall to ensure that that is delivered in a way which aligns with executive priorities, the programme for government, and respects the devolution of the powers to this place and allows the executive and the Assembly to do its work as well.
Down for South.
Speaker, Minister, much has been said in the news about the UK contribution of £50 million towards Casement Park, but when I read into the detail of it, it says Treasury has indicated the Executive will receive £50 million in financial transactions capital between 2026 and 2030 for Casement Park. My understanding of financial transactions capital is that it's actually a loan, not an award of money. So can you confirm whether the £50 million announced for Casement Park is an award of money or a loan ring-fenced for this purpose? And if it is a loan, who will have to repay it, the Northern Ireland Executive or the GAA?
Sure.
FTC can take a number of different forms, and we are still continuing to work with the NIO and the Treasury in relation to the form it will take in regards to Casement. But I'm satisfied that there's £50 million now on the table that wasn't there before. In terms of how it will be paid, when it will be repaid, is all yet to be worked out. But I am satisfied that the terms thus far are satisfactory and will allow this project to move forward.
Nick Matheson.
Speaker, can the Minister outline any representations he's made to the UK Government in relation to their proposed punitive welfare reforms and policies, and if there has been any ongoing engagement on that issue?
The welfare reforms do not form a strategic part of part of the discussions in relation to the comprehensive spending review, but I am on record with both the Treasury and the Secretary of State in relation to opposition to those reforms. I think they will do significant harm to people here, and as with other measures that the British Government had introduced and now have decided to take a different tack, I would encourage them to take a different tack in relation to their so-called welfare reforms.
Thanks
indeed, Minister, for your remarks so far. I noticed the £559 million of debt relief from the 2024 restoration package. Does this therefore realign the baseline for the budget and the estimates this year? Doesn't? Jane? No? Okay.
No, as has been indicated, it doesn't realign.
Declan McAleer.
Thank you, and I thank the Minister for her statement. Minister, your statement made reference to the exclusion of the £229 million in agriculture funding. Could you explain to us why it's important to have agriculture excluded from the relative funding per head methodology?
This was a vital point of discussion with the Treasury, and it was crucial that it wasn't included in the funding for relative need, or it was included on both sides of the equation, one or the other. The fact that it has now been excluded means that our relative funding need is based on the 124 without agriculture in it, which means that when you join the two together, you're up around 127 in terms of born consequentials. Would be the case. So I think we've managed to negotiate a good package in relation to that. Separating both of those out has benefited the Executive and therefore will benefit public services.
Speaker, and I just want to tease out further the point raised by my colleague in relation to FTC. As the Minister rightly outlines, there are a number of options in relation to FTC, either equity or repayment. Is the Minister saying that despite the announcement being made last week by the UK Government, details have still not been provided as to whether the UK Government will own part of Casement Park or whether the GAA will be required to make a repayment to the Northern Ireland taxpayer?
Sure. Well, I think the final details of that are still to be finalised, and it will involve the GAA as well, because the stadium is theirs, and in terms of whether the executive or whether the Westminster Government takes a share in it, that will be a discussion which has to be had first and foremost, I think, with the GAA. But the fact of the matter remains, there's £50 million now on the table to advance that project that wasn't there previously.
Finnegan.
Minister, what are the next steps to following last week's spending review and setting a multi-year budget?
Sure. In regards to the multi-year budget, engagement between my officials and officials in other departments is already taking place as to how we move that forward, and we're also assisting departments in relation to their 5-year plans on strategy. I hope to be able to bring a multi-year budget to the executive in December, have it draft agreed in December, and then that goes out to public consultation, and then bring a final document forward in March in line with the timeframes to which we work. In terms of next steps with the Treasury, I intend to engage with them, and my officials will be engaging at official level as well in relation to a full fiscal framework, which will involve fiscal devolution and also involve borrowing powers for the executive, among other things.
Stephen Dunn.
Speaker, thank the Minister for the statement. There has only been one uplift in the additional security funding budget in the last decade. Does the Minister agree that this simply doesn't go far enough towards meeting the extra costs facing policing right across Northern Ireland? And will he make a commitment to funding the PSNI recovery plan for the duration of this spending review?
Sure.
I don't have the figures in front of me which the member is quoting from, but I will say this. What police are dealing with in our society has changed over this last number of years. So it's only natural that the funding package will be reflective of the changes. And for the better, it has to be said, there are challenges, new challenges arrive, and we see the challenges at the weekend in relation to street disorder. Professor Haltham looks at policing in his report and is satisfied that the Fiscal Council's equation for policing was satisfactory in terms of how they dealt with that. My officials have approved the business plan forwarded by the PSNI in relation to policing numbers moving forward. I support that in principle, but as I would with any public body coming to me seeking further funds, I want to be assured that those further funds will make the crucial difference to frontline public services going forward, and that they are doing everything within their power to reduce their costs as well. So regardless of the title of the public body that comes forward to me, I ask what you're doing to help yourself, and I'll be asking the same question when I meet the Justice Minister in relation to policing. In relation to the costs of the operations to deal with the rioting and street disorder we've seen over this last number of days, the police have asked for an additional £5 million. I will be making a recommendation to my executive colleagues as part of the June monitoring round that £5 million is met in full.
Minister, in your statement you've been keen to stress that this settlement avoids a potential cliff edge in future funding restoration. However, we are mindful of the fact that it was your party in the alliance that were quite happy to come here before that certainty was provided. Therefore, can ratepayers have confidence that you as Minister will relentlessly pursue a full financial framework that delivers £128 per head for every £100 spent in England through Barnett?
Sure.
Yes is the answer to the second part of your question, not yes to your initial statement, it has to be said. Yes, I will continue to engage with the Treasury in relation to 128, that figure. That range is 123 to 128 in the Haltham report. But one of the key outcomes of the negotiations is this: the Haltham report remains on the table. The Treasury are still open to engaging around that report, and I think that's very, very important. that we still have a very comprehensive, detailed analysis of our level of need on the table, and the Treasurer is still prepared to talk about it.
Timothy Gaston.
Much, Deputy Speaker. The £50 million loan for Casement still leaves a large shortfall. Does the Minister support a clawback clause for money from non-GAA events held at Casement?
Would the member support that clause being introduced to the other projects that the Executive has already funded?
Carol.
Yeah, thanks, Minister. Minister, you now said an extra £600 million will be made available. Can you indicate whether any or how much of this will be used to address and resolve the housing crisis, and if so, what those plans would be?
The Executive will have to agree its budget moving forward as part of the 3-year budgetary programme, 4 years for capital. I have no doubt that the need for social and affordable housing will be front and centre in regards to those discussions. I certainly am keen to continue to support the Communities Minister in the delivery of social and affordable housing, and I have no doubt the rest of the Executive are as well.
David Honeyford.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The £50 million for Casement is really welcome. I welcome the words that the Minister has said, and the economic benefits and the community benefits for the wider area. Timeline here is critical, with 12 months basically on the planning permission to lapse. Will you be meeting with the Irish Government, the Shared Island Fund and the GA in the coming months? Can you give us a timeline on that, or to address the shortfall? And secondly, would you work with the Shared Island Fund to get funding into wider sport in Northern Ireland? There's an openness there, and we're not seeing there's a barrier. If that could be looked at and see if it's
well, I have to be careful not to cross into the domain of other ministers, but I'll work with the Dublin Government in any regard in ensuring that there is continued financial support to this place, and indeed increased financial support to this place. So I'll play my part in that.
Okay, members, that concludes questions on the statement. Point of order.
Mr. Speaker, during the last exchange here, I asked the Finance Minister a question, who rhetorically turned it round to direct it back at myself. Surely that's not the process of a minister that comes to deliver a statement in this House, and he should be obliged to give the member, no matter who that member is, a sensible and respectful answer to the question that he's asked.
Okay, Mr. Gaston, thank you. That will be scrutinised to see if it was a point of order, and B, the content you're referring to, and the Speaker's office will report back to you. Okay. Thank you, members. Just take your ease for a moment. Okay, members, the Speaker has received notice from the Minister for the Economy that she wishes to make a statement. Before I call the Minister, I remind members that they must be concise in asking their question. Hopefully they'll hear that in this statement. This is not an opportunity for debate. Long introductions will not be allowed. Minister.
Today is the start of Learning Disability Week, and I wish to provide an update on the review of education, skills and training provision for young people with special educational needs. Last year, my predecessor, Conor Murphy, advised this Assembly of his concerns regarding gaps in provisions for school leavers with special educational needs and the inequalities and injustices these young people face. He tasked officials to review these issues. My team has since engaged with schools, colleges, voluntary and community groups, training providers, social enterprises, parents, young people and subject matter experts. And I want to put on record my recognition for the way that officials have embraced this piece of work. It has been comprehensive and thorough, as will become clear from the rest of today's statement. My team and I have also met with Alma and Dee from Caleb's Cause, a campaign which has done so much to raise awareness of this issue. In addition, Stranmillis University College was commissioned to carry out a comparative analysis of the different legislative frameworks across Britain and Ireland. I am grateful to everyone who contributed to the review. Now that officials have completed their work, I wish to outline the key issues and challenges identified and the measures and actions which, with appropriate resources, my department intends to take. I also want to highlight issues that require collaboration across departments. Leaving school can be a huge milestone for any young person to navigate. For people with special educational needs and their families, there are often additional challenges. The review highlighted many examples of excellent support from colleges, training providers, day opportunity providers and social enterprises. Within the service, there are many dedicated workers who go above and beyond to ensure that our disabled young people are fully engaged, learning and thriving. I have met some of these people myself during visits to further education colleges and to providers like AEL in Larne, Springvale Training in Belfast and CAN in Ballymoney. However, the system is not working for all our young people. The challenges I will outline will no doubt be familiar to many families who have tried to navigate the system. Improvement is primarily needed for school leavers coming from special schools and specialist provision in mainstream schools. For these learners, the challenges often begin before leaving school during what is known as the transition process, which starts after the young person turns 14. This transition process, led by the Education Authority, involves a range of stakeholders. Some of the initial issues arise due to a lack of capacity within the stakeholder organisations, such as the Education Authority's Transition Service and the Health Trust's Children's Disability Teams. There are gaps in terms of timely, accurate and comprehensive information on potential options, eligibility requirements, whether there will be sufficient places, the level of supervision and the available supports. There are also uncertainties with transport arrangements. This means that planning for life beyond school can create significant stress and uncertainty for families. The majority of learners from special schools and from specialist provision typically progress onto one of two pathways: a Department for Economy-funded pathway involving further education or training provision, or a Department of Health-funded pathway such as day opportunities or day care. Feedback did not suggest these pathways are wrong, rather it signalled a need for investment in both. There is simply not enough suitable provision available, and young people are not guaranteed access to the most appropriate pathway for their needs. Funding and capacity are two of the biggest challenges faced across the entire post-school system. The loss of the European Social Fund and associated provision in the voluntary and community sector has reduced the available offer. And of the provision that currently exists, there are regional imbalances. These issues have been exacerbated by a 29% increase in learners with special educational needs over the last 20 years and a 134% increase in pupils with a statement of SEN and the growing complexity of needs. The consequences of not ensuring the right supports are stark. That is far too many young people not in education, employment or training. And if a young person with SEN is in this category, then it is highly likely that their parent or carer also faces leaving work or reducing their hours to meet the care needs of their disabled young adults. My officials spoke to many people in this situation. It is damaging for those families in terms of their well-being, mental health and household income, and it is damaging for our economy to lose skilled and experienced workers in this way. I am committed to driving forward a significant programme of reform to my department's education, skills and training offer for learners with additional educational needs. My reforms sit under three broad themes. The first is improved provision. There are excellent examples of our 6 further education colleges providing support to learners with a disability. In the course of the review, my officials received some inspiring feedback of lives being changed. A young woman at North West Regional College completing her HND in Childcare and hoping to continue her education up to degree level.
a young man receiving tailored support at Southern Regional College so that he can fulfil his ambition of studying animation at Ulster University. A student in the North West who had a fantastic college experience and on placement with TransLink. He is now on a Level 3 extended diploma and has won an NCFE Aspiration Award. A young woman with complex medical and learning difficulties who has been supported to achieve her Level 3 qualifications and secured employment as a classroom assistant. My officials also receive very positive feedback about various training providers who deliver my department's Skills for Life and Work programme, with half of the participants on the programme having a disability-related support needs. However, funding of the further education provision for students with learning disabilities and difficulties has not increased for many years. This has constrained growth in terms of our capacity at our colleges and in terms of subjects. The entry-level provision for SEN learners hasn't always been refreshed to ensure access to newer programmes such as digital arts and the creative media. I want to see investment in the colleges to enable them to update and expand their offer, to improve physical accessibility, particularly in our older buildings, some of which lack lifts, ramps or changing places toilets, and to ensure their staff can refresh their knowledge and skills to deliver high-quality programmes and support to all learners. I want a more consistent offer across the college network so that people in rural areas have the same level of provision as people in urban areas. And I want the continuation of a strong part-time offer. This pathway is often accessed as part of the Health-Based Day Opportunities programme for adults with a learning disability, and it enables lifelong learning. To help us build on existing best practice and inform the shape of our future expansion, my department has asked the Education and Training Inspectorate to undertake an evaluation of the existing further education provision. This work commenced last week and it will report in autumn. Once complete, this evaluation will also help to ensure that the funding bids I bring forward are evidence-based and focused on excellence. Apprenticeships are a fantastic pathway for many people. In-training disability support is currently available for apprenticeships. In addition, through my Apprenticeship Inclusion Challenge Fund, 2 dedicated disability projects are testing approaches to improve participation and outcomes for people with disabilities. These projects are piloting new pathways that enable individuals with disabilities to thrive and reach their full potential. We know that learners with special educational needs can flourish in work-based environments. Our aim is to partner with employers to create sustainable long-term employment opportunities. Therefore, an action identified in my 3-year apprenticeship action plan is to co-design a pilot approach to a new model for apprentices with special educational needs. Social enterprises provide opportunities for disabled adults to engage in training and employment initiatives, often as a core part of the Health and Social Care Trust Day Opportunities programme. The work to strengthen the social enterprise sector through our Social Enterprise Action Plan therefore also has a contribution to make. The review has highlighted too the unrealised potential for higher education-based provision for learning disabled students, and I have asked officials to examine how we might give effect to this. Stranmillis University College recently carried out a feasibility study funded through our Step Up programme into the possibility of higher education opportunities for learning disabled students, informed by the model at Trinity College Dublin. I can see real value in enabling inclusive pathways of this nature for raising aspiration and opportunities for all our young people. Turning to my second theme, that of enhanced learner support. If our further education colleges are to become a destination of choice for a greater number of learners with special educational needs, provision must be accompanied by the right learner support. We have had feedback about the challenges of accessing support at college being exacerbated because the statement of special educational needs does not continue beyond school. Students and their families report being nervous when choosing colleges because they don't know in advance of starting what support a young person will receive. And colleges report significant time spent at the start of an academic year duplicating assessments that will have been carried out at school to assess support needs, exam support requirements and so on. These systems should be more integrated so that the transition from school to college is more seamless. To this end, I have asked my officials to develop a statutory assessment and support model for students with learning support needs in further education. We anticipate it building on the current special educational needs statement approach through schools, but tailored for further education environment. The new assessment and support model will be underpinned in legislation. Having approved this approach, I have tasked my officials with working up a costed plan to design and deliver this new model. The assessment and support model will give clarity and assurance as to the support that a young person will receive in college, with appropriate mechanisms to raise and resolve any disagreements. In the short term, I have asked my officials to explore with the College's Education Authority and the Department of Education administrative mechanisms that can give greater certainty to young people aged 16 to 18 who have had a statement in school and are moving to college. This interim measure is aimed at ensuring these young people do not lose support because they have to leave school at 16 years, often because their school does not have appropriate post-16 provision. Of course, the best possible solution is that schools can provide specialist provision, and I will work with the education on this issue. Another concern is that families often do not know who to ask for guidance when they face challenges during the transition from school to college. From the age of 14, the Education Authority transition team are closely involved with all young people who have statements in planning for their next destination after school. Yet the Education Authority role ends the minute the young person leaves school. The young person and their family can quickly feel lost if a few weeks into a college course they decide it is not the right fit and they want to look at training instead, or a different college, or at health-based options. The Education Authority is no longer able to guide or support them, and sometimes they need extra support to plan for transition onwards at the end of their college programme. I have therefore asked my officials to bring forward proposals for creating a new transition support function for learners on my department's education and training provision. We want to provide learners with the information, guidance and practical support needed to ensure a more seamless transition from school. And we want these learners to feel suited to their chosen pathway, to make progress and to enjoy their learning and flourish in their new environment. Our third theme is strengthened foundations. Better provision and enhanced learner support needs to be underpinned by improvements in other areas. More effective and timely data sharing between education, health and economy will help improve understanding of the type of demand coming into our systems and to facilitate better forward planning. There isn't a direct read across between the categories such as special education in the schools to learning disability in health to disability in our system. This creates confusion and increases the risk of people not being identified and their needs not being met. We need to improve our understanding of which pathways and provisions are most effective in supporting learners to progress and achieve positive outcomes. The ETI evaluation will contribute to our knowledge in this area. Stranmillis University College has recently secured funding through the EPIC Futures Partnership to take forward some provision mapping work, and we have launched a Research and Innovation Policy Fellowship to undertake special educational needs focused research using the longitudinal educational outcomes dataset. This type of work is crucial to help ensure evidence, data and best practice underpins all that we do. Our career service also has a key part to play. This is recognised in the new DFE and joint DE Careers Action Plan, which will be published in the coming week, and sets out a range of measures that will strengthen support for people with disabilities and special educational needs. The measures include, for example, professional development for careers advisors, so they are better placed to understand and adapt to their clients' needs. It involves the development of innovative software solutions for autistic clients, and the new careers portal will provide inclusive and equitable access to careers information, tools and resources for people of all ages and backgrounds, including young people with special educational needs, as well as their parents and guardians. However, my department's actions alone will not meet the needs and aspirations of all school leavers with special educational needs. Many issues were raised with my officials that are outside our remit, but which I intend to bring to the attention of the Executive, because they are impacting on so many young people and their families. Young people and their families want choices. While many young people with special educational needs aim to progress to skills and training-based pathways after school, a very substantial number of special school leavers want to progress to a health-based pathway, usually day opportunities, as they feel it is the most suitable destination. A smaller number want a work-focused route, such as supported employment. These pathways also need significant investment to be able to respond effectively to the level of need. I would like to see a model here that gives all young people the opportunity to progress to the pathway that is right for them and which will best enable them to thrive. My proposed changes in relation to the assessment and support model for further education will hopefully encourage and enable more young people to choose our colleges for their next step beyond school. But we know it is not the right destination for everyone. And for those young people who are more suited to a health-based pathway, I would like to see similar assurances in relation to their entitlement, access and support, and that's an issue I intend to raise with the Health Minister. Many school principals highlighted the situation of a particular group of school leavers who have attended special school from the age of 4 through to 19. They have evident additional needs. These young people and their families do not consider that further education and training options are right for them. They want to be able to access day opportunities. However, access to these health pathways is determined by a learning disability assessment. Every year, a group of special school leavers are assessed and deemed not to meet the relevant learning disability threshold, meaning they are ineligible for health-funded pathways despite their evident vulnerability. This closes off the health pathway and it can prevent them from accessing college too if, for example, they need a direct payment funded support worker to help meet their personal or other care needs. Without access to health or further education pathways, these young people and their families often feel in limbo. We may be able to explore the development of collaborative and co-funded cross-departmental pilots to try to provide pathways for these young people for whom our existing systems don't work. There may also be a need to revisit the existing learning disability eligibility arrangements, especially in relation to autistic young people, as the feedback suggests these are the vulnerable young people most affected by this issue. Many schools have also raised an issue in relation to the requirement to leave special school at 19 years. It was flagged that there are flexibilities in relation to deferring starting school and the transition from primary 7 into year 8.
I'm afraid I'm going to have to interrupt your statement as we are about to commence with question time. Members, we will continue the Minister's statement after question time, and questions on the statement will follow that. In the meantime, just take your ease, please, for a change at the table before question time. The Education Minister commences.
Members, if we can resume here. It's time for questions to the Minister for Education. Question 5 and question 9 have been withdrawn. I call Alan Chambers.
Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the 23rd of May 2025, Ards and North Down Borough Council accepted proposals to treat amendments to facilitate the inclusion of enhanced learning support provision at the school as a non-material change to the existing planning permission. Therefore, it is anticipated that construction will commence in early 2026. However, this is dependent on the relevant approvals being obtained.
Mr. Chambers.
Minister, absolutely delighted to receive that update, and certainly looking forward to work commencing on that much needed new build. But would the Minister have any concerns that a brand new primary school in that area could have a negative impact on the enrolment of the nearby Bloomfield Primary School?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I can understand in every new build what could the implications be for neighbouring schools, and we have been carrying out a significant investment within the North Down area. One of them is going to be the Crawfordsburn Primary School, in terms of another major construction works which is due to commence actually next month in July, and we've got a number of school enhancement programmes as well that we're wanting to take forward, and minor works programmes. All of these are there to try and improve the school estate. Ultimately, wanting to support all schools is what I want to do as Minister, but I think this is a good news story that we're able to move forward with the particular build at Bangor Central Integrated Primary School. It's where I went to announce a series of major new builds, and obviously there's been some issues that we required to look at, but we are now able to make progress.
Stephen Dunn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the Minister for his commitment to this school and other schools within North Down, and I know the Minister visited the school with me last year. Can the Minister advise why there has been a revision to the technical design of this project for Bangor Central Integrated?
Well, Mr. Speaker, can I thank Mr. Dunn for that question. I know he has advocated for the investment in this particular school and other schools within North Down. As part of the announcement to take forward the new build, officials did identify, though, that there had been a steady decline in pupil numbers, which was more in line with a 17 class enrolment band rather than the 22 class school which had been approved. Having engaged with the school, we identified a best way forward to right-size the school based upon the need within the community, and that is to deliver a 17-class primary school, but we will be including the provision of 4 classrooms for pupils with special educational need, as currently there is a need for SEN accommodation. So therefore the school can go ahead as planned, but with this adaptation to it to accommodate children with special educational needs, and I know that's something that the member will welcome.
Matthew Till.
Mr. Speaker, Minister, can we have an update please on the schools which lost Fresh Start funding about 15 months ago when the executive first returned? I declare an interest. My child is a pupil at one of those schools, but it would be helpful to have an update on what is happening.
Can I thank the member for that question? Obviously there were a number of schools which were announced that we were taking forward in terms of construction in respect of that. Sorry, I just don't have to hand the particular information. The ones that we are taking forward, Millennium Integrated is one of which the construction contract has been entered into, and works are expected to commence next month on that particular school. So we did move forward in relation to Millennium Integrated. I know that there were other schools that were part of that Fresh Start. What I was able to do is provide them with assurances that they are part of my overall departmental capital programme, and that has allowed them to continue to progress. But in particular, within his own constituency, I was able to move forward on Millennium Integrated, and construction will commence imminently.
William Irwin. Question number 2, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A technical feasibility report has been completed by the integrated consultant team, which identified options and costs to provide suitable accommodation for Tandragee Junior High School. A review of the options identified in the report was completed by the department's technical advisors in September of last year, and a business case to identify the preferred option to be taken forward in design is currently now being drafted.
Mr. Irwin. I can thank the Minister for his response. Are there any other ongoing works at the school, given the length of time that the school will be remaining in their current premises? Minister.
Well, can I thank the member for that question, and I know he has advocated for Tandragee Junior High School and other schools within his constituency, and I'll be meeting him later in respect of Market Hill High School, which he has been an advocate for work and support with that particular school. Obviously, it is progress that we're moving towards the business case being able to bring that particular next phase to a conclusion. But there are still, as the member understands, a number of stages that we need to progress to the point at which it will be subject to capital funding being made available. So in the interim, we'll continue to support Tandragee Junior High School, and from April of 2022, we've responded to 177 tasks, around £55,000 spent. There are 19 planned tasks that we will take forward. That is estimated to be in the region of £150,000 of work that we will seek to provide to the school. So it is important that as we make progress through the various stages for the Tandragee Junior High School, that we continue to provide support as part of that ongoing maintenance works, and that's what we intend to do.
Mr. McNulty.
In relation to another Orma education facility, I've written to Minister on Tiny Tots in Clady, where after a health and safety inspection, their premises have been deemed not fit for purpose, and the neighbouring school, St Megas, wants to accommodate the new facility, new premises. The GA club has accommodated them where they are for the last 25 years. They're doing wonderful service. Will you be pulling out all the stops to ensure Tiny Tots has appropriate accommodation ready by the new school year in September?
Sir.
Well, a response will issue to the member today on that particular issue. I absolutely understand the dilemma that they're in. However, when it comes to the provision of preschool in this particular situation, it is not a legal obligation on the Department of Education to provide support in that respect. What I would say is engage with the Education Authority. Seek to get support from them if that is an opportunity where they can intervene, because obviously preschool provision is important and working with the providers is an important role that the Education Authority has. So that is where I would direct the member to.
Alan Robinson.
Question number 3, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Speaker. The purpose of this programme is to target investment in priority areas that will support and enhance delivery of the Northern Ireland curriculum. The initial focus of the programme in 2024-25 has been the refresh of desktop computer equipment in post-primary and special schools with an expenditure of £5.9 million, provision of outdoor play equipment and resources at all preschool, nursery and primary schools with, to date, an expenditure of £2.4 million, and procurement has also completed for the provision of defibrillators to all schools in Northern Ireland currently without them, and I expect rollout of these to commence in the coming weeks. In regard to the physical education provision, under the programme, a survey was undertaken of post-primary schools which received 125 responses, and this identified 31 schools without a sports hall and 71 without a synthetic pitch. So my officials are now currently working on the selection, procurement and delivery of an initial tranche of pitches and on the selection of an initial tranche of sports halls to advance into planning. In regard to the pilot exercise for covered sports, my officials are working with professional colleagues on the range of provision that's available and will move shortly to a call from primary schools for nominations for inclusion within the initial pilot programme of 20 schools.
Mr. Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very grateful to the Minister for that response. Could he provide some additional information? What is the current position regarding synthetic pitch provision?
Minister.
Well, can I thank the member for that question, and I know he has been an advocate for investment in schools within the East Londonderry constituency that I would hope will be able to avail of this capital funding programme. Currently, there's work with the colleagues in the EA and within the construction and procurement delivery in terms of selection, procurement and the delivery of the initial tranche of pitches. 71 post-primary schools have been identified as not having a synthetic pitch, and whilst the capital budget I have will not permit me to bring forward all 71 at one time, my officials are working to group the identified schools into tranches. This will ensure this need is addressed in a managed way over a number of financial years within the capital budget that is available to me.
Childcare.
Speaker. Minister, given that only 8% of primary school and 20% of post-primary school pupils receive the recommended 120 minutes of PE per week, what difference will the curriculum-led capital investment programme have on these figures?
Minister.
Well, the member rightly outlines the need when it comes to the 120 minutes, 2 hours of PE, and in many examples, unfortunately, schools are not meeting the required 2 hours that we would want them to do. Part of the reasons for that has been the lack of facilities. And so when we were choosing what part of the curriculum should be prioritised, because a case could have been made for home economics, for example, or science labs? Why was it the provision of synthetic pitches, sports halls, covered outdoor play? Because that was the one area that we identified a real lack of provision right across Northern Ireland, and therefore rolling this programme out will undoubtedly enable schools to have the kind of facilities that they need to enrich the offering that they have when it comes to PE. And so I want to see the number of people reaching that 2 hour being driven up. That's why there's a focus on this particular aspect of the curriculum-led capital programme.
Thanks to the Minister for his response to the Minister, could you clarify please how the curriculum-led capital investment programme will address some of the long-standing infrastructure inequalities between sectors, especially for the Irish medium schools, which have failed to receive enough capital investment despite growing enrolment and demand?
Minister.
Well, this scheme is applicable to every sector. So whenever the call goes out, and it is a limited amount of funding that is being allocated to the curriculum-led capital programme, it's in the region of around £10 million. There are other capital works when it comes to major new builds, to school enhancement programmes, to minor works, all of which continue to face significant demands with a lack of resource to meet the need that I would want it to be doing. This is to give a specific focus to this element of the curriculum, and that will be available for all schools to be able to make an application to. One of the Irish medium schools that I was able to take forward was School in Drogheda, which is in South Belfast, and that was part of the one of the 7 schools that I announced for a new build in order to meet the need for the particular school that is required there, and I'll continue to apply that approach in future.
Bill McElveen. Sure.
Mr. Speaker, earlier this week I was pleased to launch an independent review of assessment. The panel is chaired by Tim Oates, CBE, former Director at Cambridge Assessment, alongside Gary Matheson, who is the former Principal of Holy Family Primary School, and Dr Mick Walker, the former Director of the Qualifications and Curriculum Authority. It is critical to ensure our assessment system is fair, reliable and aligned to international best practice, providing clear insights into student outcomes. The review will examine assessment throughout primary school and at Key Stage 3, and will over coming months be engaging with education stakeholders across Northern Ireland. The review will look at best practice within and beyond the United Kingdom and undertake a strategic assessment of current arrangements, identifying strengths and areas for improvement in order to make detailed proposals about the future purpose, nature and design of assessment in Northern Ireland. This review is a vital step towards an evidence-informed world-class education system in Northern Ireland that is excellent, equitable and responsive to the needs of all of our young people. While this review is carried out, it is important to have consistent and reliable interim arrangements. Therefore, on the 19th of March, I announced interim arrangements for statutory key stage assessment for the 3-year period from the 25-26 academic year. The new system-level sample assessments will evaluate the literacy and numeracy of pupils at the end of key stages 1, 2 and 3. The assessments will be developed and delivered by SIA. They will provide insights into learning outcomes across the education system and will play a vital role in shaping educational policies and interventions. The assessments will be taken by a sample of pupils and will be used to identify national trends in education performance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his very full answer. Can I ask the Minister what level of participation did this year's statutory assessment have, given that industrial action and the Department's decision came after teacher-directed time budgets had already been agreed?
Sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I thank the member for that particular question. Industrial action has had a varied impact on conducting assessment within the context of the interim arrangements for 24-25 academic year. However, given that assessment is a statutory requirement and should be an integral element of teaching and learning, it was still reasonable to ask teachers to comply. The information that has been returned by schools for this year will be extremely useful to be able to compare the teacher-assessed outcomes this year with the outcomes of next year's system-level sample assessment. And I want to put on record my thanks for those schools who did participate, and it was a much significant higher level than we anticipated, and I think is a demonstration of a willingness within our educational profession to move forward as we emerge out of that long protracted period of industrial action.
Blair.
Question number 6.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, my department is progressing an update to the Supporting Pupils with Medication Needs guidance in collaboration with the Department of Health and the Education Authority. Officials have met with parents and organisations representing pupils with allergies, including Food Allergy NI and the Benedict Blythe Foundation. The information shared at these meetings is being considered as part of the review of the current guidance.
Mr. Blair.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker, and thank the Minister for that reply. Can I ask further to that, if the Minister could tell us what changes, if any, will be implemented by the EA in time for the new school year?
Well, Mr. Speaker, as we take forward the work in respect of this, because it is a hugely important area, and it's one where there's a lack of data. We know, from census figures, the number of young people, for example, that have anaphylaxis, but it isn't properly captured in the education data. So schools do, particularly through their catering services, ensure, for example, that meals and menus are screened for allergen content before they're being used. And obviously, when it comes to the various different special dietary needs, it is something that I know catering staff within the Education Authority do take very seriously, and schools, when it comes to their policies, do take seriously. But it's an important piece of work that we're doing to update the current procedures to make sure that the right support is being made available.
Carl.
Mr. Speaker, I recognise that this is an important health issue which is clearly of concern to many young women and which should be dealt with in a respectful and inclusive manner. Wellbeing and health are core to the Northern Ireland curriculum, which aims to empower young people to develop their potential and to make informed and responsible decisions throughout their lives. In terms of health, the Northern Ireland statutory curriculum statements of minimum entitlement ensures that schools are able to respond to important updates in health messaging and priorities by adapting and including resources to best meet the needs of their learners. My department is committed to supporting the development of young people's health literacy, including the understanding of menstrual conditions in a sensitive and age-appropriate manner. Endometriosis falls under the umbrella of period dignity, and from Key Stage 2, which is ages 8 to 11, onwards, all pupils should be learning age-appropriate and accurate scientific facts about periods and be having open conversations about them. And this can help to break common taboos about periods, prevent stigma and reduce negative perceptions and behaviours. SIA has published a number of resources for primary, post-primary and SEND pupils on period dignity and menstrual well-being, which are available to download on the Period Dignity Hub. There are also accompanying films and posters for primary and post-primary on period dignity and menstrual well-being. Regarding endometriosis specifically, Unit 5 within the post-primary suite of resources covers both endometriosis and PCOS and can be accessed via the SIA website.
Mr. Carl.
Thank you, Minister, for that answer. And I hope the Minister would agree with me there's a lack of services, including no NHS-funded Centre for Endometriosis treatment, despite efforts made by campaigners. Can the Minister detail whether the Department or the EA or schools have a database of the amount of days missed by people suffering from endometriosis? And we also support greater work for endometriosis advocacy groups to try to get into school, to talk about the Unit 5 resources and other resources to make people more aware of the condition. Thank you.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it is an area that I know the Education Authority do take seriously, and I think I've outlined in detail the level of support and resources that are being made available within SIA. Where it comes to collecting data and information in respect of this, yes, it's an area that I think we need more information on. I don't believe that we have sufficient information, but it is an area that we are working towards providing better support in so that we can deal with these issues more effectively than what they are to date.
Peter Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question 8, please.
Minister.
I am able to confirm that work to create a new controlled schools unit within the Education Authority is underway, and it is anticipated that this unit will be operational for September of this year and the start of the new school year.
I want to thank the Minister for his answer and his ongoing support for controlled schools across Northern Ireland. Can I ask him, does he believe that the new controlled schools unit will deliver greater equity for the 150,000 children in these schools?
Mr. Speaker, this is the start of a process of providing the support to the controlled sector, which has been absent for many years. The first phase of this is the establishment of the controlled sector unit within the Education Authority, and the second phase of this is to bring forward legislation into this Assembly in order to provide a managing authority for controlled schools. That is an executive paper which I have now issued to colleagues for them to consider. The basis upon which this is a necessity and is required is very much grounded in the independent review of education. That report highlighted complicated systems for school management, which are in particular suboptimal for the controlled sector, and proposed that sectors should be supported with greater consistency and equity. It outlined the perception of controlled school leaders that EA is stretched too thin and is conflicted by servicing all school types, leaving the controlled schools relatively unsupported. So in September of last year, I established a controlled schools task force to provide a model for a dedicated managing authority for controlled schools, alongside the identification of key performance issues and required improvements for controlled schools under the current model. So this is a welcome development, and it's one that's long overdue. Other sectors have their own standalone managing authority. CCMS, for example, provides that support to the Catholic maintained sector. The controlled schools do not get the same treatment when it comes to equity, and they don't get the same services. And the controlled sector is a diverse group of schools across Northern Ireland, between nursery, special schools, and indeed including Irish medium schools within it, and it requires better support than it has received.
Matheson. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and just declare an interest as a governor of a controlled primary school. Can the Minister confirm in this mandate, will he start progress towards the establishment of a single management authority for all schools in the system in Northern Ireland, as was recommended by the Independent Review of Education?
I think, Mr. Speaker, that's certainly something that I would be supportive of. But the starting point in this has to be addressing the inequality that currently exists. And there isn't equity for controlled schools. It is suboptimal. Not my words, but the Independent Review of Education, informed by those principles within controlled schools. And for those who engage within the controlled sector, they will know that they do not receive the support that they should receive, because the EA is there to provide services to all schools, but has a unique function to be the managing authority for controlled schools. That has been diluted and has not been given the requirement and support that it is needed, and that's why controlled schools have been left behind. And I don't believe that those who advocate for equality and fairness in our education system would be opposed to addressing that inequality, and that can create the opportunity for more consistency. And where there is a willingness to move to a single managing authority, whereby the Catholic maintained sector, grant maintained integrated sector, controlled sector are all willing to move forward to create one single managing authority, that is certainly something that I would be supportive of. But we cannot move at a pace which leaves back one particular sector with the current inequality in pursuit of that single authority. Let's address the inequality, and then let's move to the next phase of that, which will get my support for a single managing authority. But that is one that will require all of the stakeholders in education from all of the sectors being willing to come forward to support a single managing authority for all schools.
Andy Allen.
Sure. My department does not own any surplus sites. However, the Education Authority, who are responsible, are in ownership of 10 such sites which have been declared surplus, and they are planned for disposal within this financial year and also the 26-27 financial years.
Mr. Allen.
I appreciate the Minister said that his department doesn't directly own any land or buildings surplus to requirement, but can the Minister perhaps outline to this House whether he would support surplus to requirement land or buildings that is no longer required for educational purposes being utilised to tackle our social and affordable housing crisis?
So, Mr. Speaker, I absolutely believe that where we no longer have an educational purpose, which is the starting point for any surplus buildings, that they should be disposed of. There's a process for disposing of that, but included within it is going around all of the other departments first before you would put it on the open private market, that you would highlight the ability for other departments, including the Department for Communities, if there was a need for housing, if this was something that they would be able to avail of. After that process, then you do make it open to the private market. It is not in anybody's interests for the state to be continuing to retain ownership of buildings which are now surplus to requirement. But part of the reasons that there has not been the same number of former school sites becoming available for disposal is because of the increasing need around special educational needs and the potential to repurpose some of those vacant buildings to fulfil that requirement. But I certainly share the member's sentiment.
Buckley. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, quite often these very buildings could be really put to good use for local communities. I cite a number of examples that I've engaged with your department on, albeit it is through the EA. Minister, it's a sad reflection that sometimes with EA the length of time taken means that these buildings fall into significant disrepair. Would you agree with me the need to speed up the process? Minister.
Listen, I share the frustration that the member has highlighted. One setting, for example, in my own constituency, and the former Revarnet Primary School site, is one of the 10 schools that are now on the list for disposal in the 26-27 year. That has been many years in the process to get to the point where it's even going to be available for disposal. And in the meantime, it has become an eyesore within the community. That is replicated in many other areas across Northern Ireland. So the processes for identifying either an educational purpose or another public sector purpose does need to be improved. And following that, then, you need to be able to move to disposing of it and allowing the private market to acquire these sites to make it used for another purpose.
Patsy Malone.
Question 11.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, my department has invested in the educational psychology workforce and is currently funding 40 places on the Doctorate in Educational Child and Adolescent Psychology course at Queen's University in Belfast. 14 of these students will graduate this year, and they will join the staffing complement in the Education Authority's Educational Psychology Service. In addition, the Education Authority has removed Education Psychology Service gatekeeping for access to support services, which will allow more time for psychologists to complete statutory work, capacity building and early intervention.
Mr. McLone.
Yep. Thanks very much. That's welcome news, Minister. Would you have any idea yet just as to what the waiting lists are and when these people, these new appointees, will make a meaningful impact upon those?
Well, the length of time that it takes for assessments to be carried out are unacceptably too long. That's why we've invested in providing more people into the workforce through this doctorate scheme that we have been providing support. It's also why I made the application to the transformation programme around SEN reform and a delivery plan, which we secured just over £27 million to allow us to take forward. That will allow us to stand up more support when it comes to educational psychologists to meet the current demand, but also when it comes to setting up local impact teams, for example. This is all designed to try and improve the current performance, which I believe is not adequate, and it is the young people who are suffering because of that. But it will take some time for us to see the benefits of the investment that we're now putting in.
Moving to topical questions, call Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, over the past week, our society has been shamed. An attempted pogrom took place in the streets of Ballymena. Violence erupted throughout Northern Ireland. Children have been in the front line as victims, and it has to be said, as perpetrators. Children born here were made homeless and put in fear of their lives. So can I ask what inquiries your department has made into their well-being, whether they missed school, and the situation for them now? What assistance is being given to them by your department?
So, Mr. Speaker, I absolutely share the sentiments that the member has expressed. It's outrageous that we have been, over the past week, dealing with children who have been coming into school traumatised, showing all of the signs of trauma as a result of what has happened in our streets. But alarmingly, we're also dealing with some children who engaged in the rioting and attacked some of the school houses of the very children in their class. So this is an appalling situation, one which is complicated, that requires intervention. My team have been engaged with a number of schools as a result of the picture that we have had to deal with. We have engaged the emotional wellbeing unit within the Education Authority, the intercultural services, to try and provide support for these schools. To give an example, last week we have had a number of schools, Harryville Primary School and St Patrick's in Ballymena, where absence has been below half of the school in terms of attendance, and that is a clear problem, but it's also complicated by the fact that we are dealing with children in both schools that were engaged in this trouble, and children in both schools that were the victims of that trouble, and it's one that does require concerted effort, and to assure the member, I and my team are very much engaged in trying to provide that support.
Thank you. And can I acknowledge and welcome the fact that there was no equivocation or context offered by the Minister for the trauma that has been visited on children. So to that end, can I ask whether he, given his department has been engaged in a review of the curriculum, will be looking at the curriculum to ensure that children in Northern Ireland at both primary and secondary school understand that difference is something to be respected? Because if we have an issue where people are going out on the streets to commit acts of hate, surely the education system needs to be taking real action to counteract that.
And Mr. Speaker, I've been hugely impressed as I go round schools where I see the many different newcomers within school settings in both controlled schools, Catholic maintained schools, integrated schools, and the work that goes on by the school leaders and the teachers to ensure that there is an inclusive environment where diversity is respected and indeed celebrated. And that is something that our schools have often been the safe haven within their communities, where outside of the school walls there have been challenges. What has happened in a number of these schools I find particularly alarming, and that is why that there needs to be support. My team at senior levels have been engaging in respect of this. I take a very simple view. There is a time and a place to debate immigration policy. But whenever you are in Northern Ireland, and particularly whenever you are a child in Northern Ireland from whatever background, you have to be treated with that respect. You have to be supported and you need to be protected. And that has not been the case over the past week, and that is wrong. And I absolutely condemn what has happened in respect of these particular issues. So, Mr. Speaker, I will do all that I can to support those within our school environments that need that support. Some of these young people have fled a war-torn area. My own family provided support to a Ukrainian family, housed in my parents' home, 3 children, housed in and went to school in Lurgan. Both schools that went out of their way to make them feel welcome, and they regard Northern Ireland as their home, and they will be here for many years to come, and they should be welcome here in Northern Ireland.
Eva Finnegan.
Minister, you will have heard today that Clady Tiny Tots has been declared unfit for purpose by environmental health. So would you consider convening an urgent multi-agency meeting on site with the representatives of Tiny Tots in Clady, Armagh?
The issue Mr McNulty addressed earlier in question time, when it comes to the provision of this kind of situation, it's not one that the Department of Education has a statutory responsibility for, but preschool settings, and where there are financial difficulties in preschool settings, there are emergency funds that the Education Authority can avail of, and I would very much encourage the providers in this particular setting to engage with the Education Authority, who do have responsibility to provide support.
Thank you, and I thank the Minister for his answer. But given the fact that the Tiny Tots have requested to be relocated to St Michael's Primary School, what can your department do anything in that relation?
Well, it's certainly something that when Mr McNulty raised this with me, my officials have engaged with the Education Authority. I am absolutely sympathetic to the position that they are in, but however, the Department of Education, when it comes to this kind of situation, does not provide financial support. It is one that the Education Authority are there to provide assistance on, and I would absolutely encourage the group to engage with the Education Authority in respect of this issue.
Paula Bradshaw.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can the Minister provide an update on placements for children in key transition years with special educational needs requiring a placement for September 2025?
Well, Mr Speaker, this is one where I've been now personally engaging with schools where we've identified a particular need. We believe that approximately around 300 children, the figure changes as we bring more settings online, are currently in need of having provision met in September. This time last year, whenever I was in the Assembly speaking on this issue, it was around 450 children that were needing to have placements. We set about a programme of capital works when it comes to specialist provision. We have stood up significant amount of classes across the school estate, but more work needs to be taken forward in order to meet the current need for September, and the Education Authority have been working with my department to identify the particular areas that require that support and identifying the schools whereby we need support, and I now have been engaging with those schools to encourage them because this is a system-wide level intervention that is needed, and I need schools to be able to work with me, but also to reassure those schools that there will be the support provided to them when they make their schools open for additional capacity to be added.
Thank the Minister for his response. Obviously, we were in a marginally better position than last year, but 300 pupils without a placement is 300 pupils too many. So can the Minister confirm what support will be provided to those pupils and their families as they may well be facing a scenario where there is no placement available for them in September? And how will the Minister assure this Assembly that we will not be facing the same scenario in the academic year ahead?
So I agree with the Chairman of the Committee and Mr Matheson in respect of this issue. We have provided, in terms of the number of places, hundreds of additional places. That of course does not diminish the fact that as we stand here today there are still several hundred children without a place that need to be provided with a place. We were able to do this last year. The system has been responding to that, and I want to thank those schools who engaged with my department, indicated a willingness to provide places, and we are investing upwards of around £70 million this year, on top of the £50 million that was spent last year to meet the needs. Special educational provision is where the first priority of capital call is getting within my department. It is the first priority for all of the teams within EA when it comes to taking forward the relevant procurement, business cases, feasibility studies, and it is the reason why other conventional programmes are not moving at the same pace because of the increased demand. So I can assure the member this does have the priority both of me but also of my Permanent Secretary and the Chief Executive of the Education Authority as we seek to meet the needs that are being presented.
Minister, if he could provide an update in relation to the Northern Ireland Childcare Scheme.
Minister.
Well, Mr Speaker, the Childcare Scheme we've been able to take forward, obviously the 15% subsidy linked in with the UK tax-free allowance is drawing in around £18 million from we started the particular scheme. It has reached 16,000 children, and that's how many that have registered. But because of the funding that we were able to secure as part of the executive budget process, we have been able to expand now, and the executive endorsed the paper where that subsidy scheme will now be available to all school-aged children up to the age of 11. That's a 60% increase in terms of what we believe will now be eligible. It should take us to around 24,000 children being able to qualify, and I encourage people to avail of this support because it is making a real and meaningful impact in meeting childcare costs, and that is enabling particularly mothers to take decisions around increasing their hours if they wish to do so, or returning to the workforce because of the support that we are providing.
Ms McElveen.
thank the Minister for his response, and he did say that 24,000 children would be eligible for this in the incoming year. Can you maybe give some detail as to the impact that will have on families?
Well, the impact is already being felt, and that's something that I've heard directly from parents who have expressed their appreciation for this scheme now being made available. But we do have much more work to take forward in respect of this. People called for a comprehensive strategy when it came to the early learning and childcare, and rightly we're taking that forward, and I'll present to the Executive a comprehensive strategy in the autumn. But we also felt that it was necessary to take action immediately, given the urgency around this. That's why we stood up the childcare scheme. It's why we intervened to support organisations like Sure Start, but it's also why we're implementing the standardisation approach within the preschool setting, so that all children will get a full-time nursery place. Currently, the majority of children were getting part-time hours at 12.5 per week funded, compared to a full-time place of 22.5 hours. From September of this year, we will have equalised that so that it's a 50-50 split. We've now agreed through the Executive to bring 100 more settings into scope for September next year. So therefore, a majority of children will be in full-time places, but I want every child to be in a full-time nursery place, because that does make a real impact, both on the educational outcomes for children, because early intervention is what people talk about in theory, but often we haven't put it into practice. Now we are, but it also enables families to take those decisions around the workforce, and financially it is when the highest pressure points and costs start to reduce. But we need to do more. I'm not content with what we have achieved, but it is a good start, but there is much more that we need to do to support our hard-working families.
Paula Bradshaw.
Speaker, and thank you, Education Minister, for your answer so far. Minister, I want to pick up on the same thread as Matthew O'Toole, and it's really around the absenteeism and the fallout from the riots and disturbances. And I'm just wondering, to what degree is your department or the Education Authority actually recording the level of absenteeism right across the province? Thank you.
So there is a recording of the absenteeism as a result of what happened last week. I have the precise figures for the schools in the Ballymena area, for example. I know that there were 84 newcomer children in Harryville Primary School that have not been at school. I know the figures in St Patrick's. The level of attendance is sitting at around 65%. So we have that information. That is driving the interventions that we feel is necessary to provide support to those schools. So that is information that we will have, not just in Ballymena, but we have it in other areas, and we'll certainly be using that to inform the approaches that need to be taken to provide support to those schools.
Ms. Bradshaw.
Thank you, Minister. I wonder, in that regard then, are you minded to provide any additional resources to the Education Authority's intercultural service to better support the pupils and their families? Thank you.
So this is one of the areas that we have been engaging, both the intercultural services but also the emotional and well-being services, where there needs to be support provided for those two areas, and indeed others, as we engage with the principals of some of the schools that have been impacted. We will make sure that there is support provided to them. We haven't quantified what that may be. At this stage, we're engaging with the schools. There are only a couple of weeks left in terms of this academic year, but in those conversations that we've been having, it's already been flagged up around September as to what the support will be whenever schools return after that summer break. So where there needs to be support provided, I absolutely will respond to the Education Authority positively to make sure that we can support people in this situation.
That concludes questions to the Minister for Education. I am marking Minister's homework, so Communities Minister answered 27 questions, supplementaries last week, and then the Economy was 16 and Education 16, so we'll see if the Finance Minister can do any better. And I call Doug Beattie.
The final budget provided earmarked funding to the Department of Health for reducing waiting lists, reflecting the programme for government commitment. Funding for PSNI is primarily a matter for Minister of Justice, including the indicative June monitoring allocations. Budget 25-26 provides the Department of Justice with a resource budget of some £1.425 billion, which is the highest budget settlement they have ever received. Of this, some 95% was on ring-fence, providing significant flexibility in the management of its budget. The PSNI also benefit from £37.8 million of Treasury earmarked funding for national security. It's now for the Justice Minister to determine how best to use the budget provided for her department against the competing priorities she faces.
Mr. Beattie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Minister, for your answer. Minister, we know that health was in a desperate position, so you ring-fenced money for waiting lists. The PSNI are in a desperate position, and I welcome the £5 million you've given them in regards to the riots which they needed. But will the Minister take proactive steps to fund the PSNI properly in the absence of the Justice Minister having them as a priority?
Thank the member for his question. As I said, it is first and foremost a matter for the Justice Minister. I am hoping to meet the Justice Minister tomorrow to discuss the recent business case that was submitted by the PSNI to her department, then onwards to my department. That business case has been approved, but there's still affordability issues. I believe this matter is best dealt with as part of the 3-year budget period, which I am now entering into, and in discussions with all departments. I accept, in principle, there is a case for further funding to the PSNI, particularly in relation to recruitment and retention, and I will do everything within my power to do that. But as I said during the earlier statement, the first question I ask anyone coming looking money off the executive is this: what can you do to help yourself? And I'll be asking the same question of the Justice Minister and the PSNI.
Philip Brett.
Thank the Minister for his update. Obviously, the Minister for Health made a bid for ring-fence funding to tackle waiting lists. Can the Minister confirm if the Department of Justice, through the Justice Minister, has put forward a business case requesting ring-fence funding for the PSNI?
Sure.
The history to the ring-fencing of waiting lists is as a direct result of a commitment in the programme for government, and that funding bid was made by the Health Minister that commitment was made in the programme for government by the Health Minister. I can confirm that the Minister for Justice has brought forward a bid for ring-fencing for the PSNI. That may well happen as part of the 3-year budgetary programme that we're currently entering, and the discussions that are ongoing with executive colleagues currently at official level will certainly be around the executive table in the near future. As I say, in principle, I support more funding going towards the PSNI, but the question remains, what can they do to help themselves?
Mark Durgan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and was pre-legislation IRA. Thank the Minister for his answers so far. Well, now, last week's violence showed us just how quickly our police service can be strained to breaking point, and we know the Chief Constable was pretty critical of the budget. I welcome that you're meeting the Minister for Justice tomorrow on this issue, but would the Minister also maybe commit the meeting with the Chief Constable to hear from him, or maybe suggest to him what he could do better to make the money that they have go further?
Sure.
It would not be normal practice for me as Finance Minister to meet the Chief Executives of the various arm's-length bodies and public bodies that other ministers have responsibility for. I have committed to meeting the Justice Minister. I will sit down with the Justice Minister and discuss that. And if the Justice Minister suggests I should meet the PSNI Chief Constable and she's comfortable with that, I would be comfortable with that as well. But first and foremost, I think we have to respect the role of the Justice Minister in this matter.
Owen Tennyson. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your answers so far. Minister, can I just ask in relation to your discussions with Treasury, was there any specific discussion on the issues of funding for policing and justice in Northern Ireland?
Sure. The Haltham report examined the issue of policing and justice here and what weight it carries in terms of our overall level of need, and that formed part of our deliberations with the Treasury and the settlement we reached with them.
Hutchin.
I am delighted that over £25 million has been awarded from dormant assets funding under the public direction set by my department to increase capacity, grow resilience and encourage sustainability of the voluntary and community sector. Earlier this month, I attended the launch of the Digital Futures Report, made possible by dormant assets funding delivered through the National Lottery Community Fund. Voluntary community and social enterprises are at the core of our communities, doing incredible work to improve the lives of some of our most vulnerable people, equipping them with the right digital skills and support to enhance the valuable services they provide, particularly in improving the health and well-being of people, can only be welcomed. In February 2025, I approved the development of the third phase of the fund, which will be announced tomorrow. It will support voluntary and community organisations across the North to be stronger and more resilient to deal with future challenges.
Mr. Shane.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for that answer.
Tell us if this fund has been successful so far.
I think it has, and the independent evaluation of Phase 1 of the Dormant Assets Grant Programme has been ongoing since November 2023. An interim evaluation report was published in July 2024, and a second interim evaluation report was published in January 2025. The evaluations to date confirms the continuing success of the grant programme in strengthening third sector organisations. Many reported outcomes and impacts are directly attributed to the grant funding. Grant holders either reported they would have not achieved the outcomes at all without the grant, or not the same quality, pace and scale. So this highlights to me that this funding programme has been successful.
Patsy Malone. Minister.
I welcome the sustainability report from the Fiscal Council and thank them for their work on this. While the report is very comprehensive in its coverage of the history and current funding model of NI Water, the options provided to support greater investment are limited. Indeed, the report highlights the complexity of the issue. In my previous role as Infrastructure Minister, I was clear that the challenges with water infrastructure are a consequence of underfunding for basic public services over many years, and the solution does not lie in introducing water charges and charging hard-pressed workers and families for an essential public service. The Executive's Budget 2025-26 recognised the importance of NI Water, providing it with £105.7 million from RIR borrowing. Following the Chancellor's spending review announcement on the 11th of June, I will bring proposals to the Executive on a multi-year budget covering 3 years for Resourcedale and 4 years for capital. This will allow for more long-term and strategic planning.
Thank the Minister for that. Minister, I did hear your interview there recently, but the absence of adequate investment in the infrastructure is causing serious problems with the new build programme for social housing, for the private housing new build, and indeed it's affecting the market by way of the existing houses that are there. It's putting the price of them up. When will we see the actual proposals that you have for the developer's charge, Minister?
The member will appreciate they're no longer my proposals, that the current or Infrastructure Minister is bringing those proposals forward. I understand the consultation ends towards the end of June, and then at some stage beyond that, the Infrastructure Minister will bring forward the relevant information to assume to the Assembly or to the Committee.
Matheson.
Mr. Speaker, can the Minister outline what discussions he's had with the Infrastructure Minister around the need for a new funding model for NI Water?
Sure. I've had no discussions with the Infrastructure Minister in relation to a new funding model. I have had discussions with the Infrastructure Minister in relation to increased funding for NI Water and engagement with me in relation to how the Executive can support her department in bringing that forward.
Boylan.
Thank the Minister for his answer so far, but could I ask the Minister what steps has been taken to provide NI Water with multi-year funding?
As with all arm's-length bodies, government companies, etc., we can only provide multi-year funding as to when the spending review allows us to do so, and the announcement on Wednesday by the Chancellor in Westminster allows us as an Executive to bring forward a multi-year funding package, and that will also then allow the Infrastructure Minister to provide NI Water with a multi-year budget as well. So a multi-year budget, and across our budgets we're still in a constrained period. But the advantage of a multi-year budget is that you're able to plan in a more strategic way rather than year to year, which benefits organisations such as NI Water.
Ruskin.
Speaker, question 4.
Minister.
I visited Warren Point Banking Hub on the 10th of April to see firsthand how the services it provides are supporting the local community there. At the visit, I also met with local banking representatives who operate out of the Warren Point Hub and Cash Access UK, who oversee their rollout. I pressed them on the need to urgently increase the rollout of these hubs for other areas impacted by bank closures. I also highlighted the disparities in locations of these hubs, especially for rural areas like Fermanagh and Tyrone, where there are currently none. Last week, I also addressed the Financial Conduct Authority's reception in Belfast to mark the launch of its new 5-year strategy and raised the importance of maintaining access to cash in rural areas. I am deeply concerned about the impact of bank branch closures are having on local communities, particularly in our rural towns and villages. While I do not support bank closures, and they should only take place as a very last resort, these banking hubs ensure there is still some level of banking presence in rural towns and villages for customers, while also bringing people into our local towns centres. It's important the banking sector rolls out these in impacted areas at speed, and I will encourage communities to request a cash access review directly with Link if they face difficulties accessing cash locally.
Mrs. Erskine.
Thank the Minister for his answer. It's really important for rural areas. I was disappointed that Link, they did a reassessment on Lisnaskea, which is an area that I've raised a number of times in this chamber, who is without banking services and need a banking hub. And unfortunately on Friday I got news that Link has not changed its decision, so I'm asking the Minister to step in. There is a crisis here in terms of access to banking services within Fermanagh and South Tyrone. Will he step in as Minister and support the calls that Fermanagh and South Tyrone is treated as a special case and that we do receive that equality of banking services in our area?
The member will be aware that the Executive and indeed the Assembly has no direct locus over the banking services, but I am more than happy to make representations to Link in regards to this matter. I heard the news myself in relation to the second call being torn down. I think it's hugely disappointing, and I will make representations to Link in regards to that and call on them to ensure that areas such as Fermanagh and Tyrone are represented and have equal access to cash the same as other areas.
Finnegan.
Minister, how does an area qualify for the banking hub?
Areas make an application through Link, and they will assess the needs of the area in relation to what access there has been or previously was, and to ensure that communities have access to cash. However, as the previous questioner has raised, when you have a large rural community such as Fermanagh and also Tyrone, that have one in Tyrone that has been turned, or sorry, in Fermanagh, that has been torn down, it is disappointing, and I will be raising this issue with the banking systems.
McGrath.
The Minister also accept as well that there can be a problem where these hubs can be in towns where there is no banking provision. If there is one bank left, it does mean that disproportionately they're having a bigger slice of the pie of local people, and that's not good for competition. And would that be something that the Minister might raise in discussions where there may be an opportunity for some hubs in bigger areas where there's only one bank remaining?
Mr.
Well, I think in terms of particularly in the banking system, regulated competition is a good thing, and to ensure that the public do have access to different services and different bankings, and making sure that they are getting quality and for their money and the services they seek off a bank. So yes, I'm more than happy to raise that when I'm raising the issue around Fermanagh as well.
Trevor Clark.
With the Speaker's permission, I will answer question 5 and 15 together, and I request an additional minute to respond. In 24-25 rating year, a record-breaking £1.6 billion was collected directly from ratepayers, the largest amount ever collected in a single rating year, providing much-needed funding for our public services. This has been achieved despite difficult financial climate following the COVID-19 pandemic and the cost of living doing business crisis. At the close of the 24-25 rating year, 180.9 million in rates remain due for payment. This represents a 0.2% increase compared to the previous year's figures. However, this slight increase must be viewed in context of the overall value of collectible rates rose by 6% in 24-25. The 180.9 million is a cumulative figure of rates carried forward from previous years. It comprises 84.9 million from 24-25, 96 million from earlier years that included the pandemic period. It's worth highlighting that the 180.5 million in rates carried forward in 24-25 was reduced by 47% down to 96 million through ongoing billing and collection activities, a significant achievement. Land and Property Services remain committed to collecting unpaid rates and continues to take proactive steps to do so. These ongoing billing, collections and recovery processes are designed to maximise rate collection. To maximise rate collection, LPS will make arrangements with ratepayers that will mean that all rates are collected within a single rating year due to payment arrangements extending to future years. However, for persistent non-payment, LPS will pursue legal recovery actions. In conclusion, I urge any ratepayers having trouble in paying their bill to contact LPS as soon as possible. Payment arrangements can be made for historic unpaid rates, and LPS can assist by offering direct referrals to support services such as Make the Call and Advice NI Debt Management Services.
Mr. Clark. Minister, for that answer, and if I heard you right, you said that it represented a 0.2 increase on what was outstanding. You actually haven't told us what the percentage of the total amount of rates is outstanding. But do you think, Minister, given the length of time that it's taken to get this in order, that it's fair where people who are suffering with difficulties in terms of financially continually make it a priority for them to pay their rates? And in the same hand, there's those continually flaunt the rules to avoid paying them. Because actually, if I take those two figures, a historic figure of 96 million doesn't suggest that the department is doing much to recover that. Minister.
Well, I'll clarify in writing the point you raised at the start, just in terms of what percentage it is of the overall rates. I'll clarify that in writing. But it is, anyone who is persistently avoiding paying their rates will end up being brought to court. That's the reality. But it also has to be remembered that there's many instances where people who aren't paying their rates or aren't paying their rates in full are facing strident financial difficulties, including small, medium enterprises and domestic properties. And we try and work, or the LPS tries and work with those people to ensure that we put in place a fair rates recovery programme to bring the rates in. But as one figure that is clear there has been an increase in terms of the overall value of collectible rates rose by 6% in 24-25. So we are collecting more rates than we did previously, except there is an historical deficit there that continually needs to be challenged, and there needs to be both compassion and cooperation from LPS with those who are willing to return or pay their rates, but there also needs to be court action with those people who refuse to. And that's the balance that those who are collecting rates have to achieve on a daily basis.
Alfred.
I thank the Minister for his answers so far on this very important issue. And I suppose, Minister, you say that there's an increase of 6%, but surely that's just rates bills increasing, or rates bills increasing. With regards to the areas that seem to be persistent non-payment, is there any particular industries or areas that the Minister sees there being a problem in, and what is he doing to bring fairness to the system?
I don't have any specific figures or lists in front of me that would suggest that there is a particular problem in one or other areas, but if that is available, I'll ensure the member receives that. I think ALPS has a focus on this, and I've met with LPS on a number of occasions. On each occasion I meet, this issue is on the agenda, where we press home the need to ensure that all rates are collected and it's done in a fair and compassionate way. I believe they get that. They are taking measures to do so. They are putting in place measures which ensure that where people can pay their rates, they're collected, and where we can put in a programme of repayment, it is put in place. We're always, unfortunately, running into people who refuse, who work the system in such ways, and I've made it clear to LPS where those people exist and that there's no other alternative, then we have to bring them to court.
Ryan Kingston.
Speaker, question number 6.
Minister.
There's a long-standing commitment in the Fresh Start Agreement that the Executive can bid for a share of demonstrable Office of Budget Responsibility, verified fraud and error savings. A business case along with other information has previously been submitted to the Treasury. These discussions have stalled, however, and I'm keen to progress this matter with the Treasury. I wrote to the Chief Secretary of Treasury on the 20th of April 2025, setting out a number of executive-specific issues to be considered, in which I reiterated the issue of fraud and error and my desire to make progress in this area. I have asked my officials to pick up these conversations with the Treasury officials to continue to engage with the Department of Communities officials on this matter as well.
Mr. Kingston.
Speaker, and I thank the Minister for that answer. And indeed, in a recent briefing to the Committee for Communities, we were informed that the estimated loss due to customer fraud, particularly across all benefits in the year 2023, was £163.2 million, which is a substantial amount. The Minister has referred to that opportunity for us to retain an element of savings from fraud up to 50%, we were told at committee, by agreement with Treasury. So I would urge the Minister to continue those discussions. And is he hopeful that we will be able to achieve a result in this matter?
Well, dealing with the Treasury is a unique experience in that regard, but we have had some recent success, so I intend to build on that recent success and that working relationship we have built up with the Treasury around these matters. I think it is an important area where if we can have some of this money coming back into the Executive for usage, then we certainly won't miss the opportunity to make our case and make a very strong case to Treasury on this.
Colm Gildernew.
Minister, what action have you taken in the interim to aid with welfare payment delivery?
My understanding is that the Department for Communities is forecasting to pay approximately $10.4 billion in welfare benefits in 25-26. This funding is made available by Treasury as annually managed expenditure. As part of the budget 25-26, and given the concerns that the community ministers raised around the transition to universal credit, the Executive agreed to earmark an allocation of £16.9 million to the Department of Communities for benefit delivery. This allocation reflects their bid for this purpose and will ensure delivery of annual statutory payments and other support services, including employment support, and ensure social security parity with Britain.
Matthew.
Mr. Speaker, Minister, I just want to understand, in terms of the Fresh Start proposal, it talks about verifiable savings that are verified by the OBR, and that doesn't appear to have been progressed over the past 10 years. But are you confident that we have not missed out on potential additional barnets here from actions taken by the UK government, which have in some cases penalised benefit recipients here? I'm slightly worried that we appear to have simply let this stall without pursuing it. Are you confident that we haven't missed out on significant savings that we should have been pressing for, or significant barnet consequentials?
I'm confident on the basis that we haven't been able to reach agreement yet with the Treasury in regards to this matter. This is a benefit to the Executive. The Treasury will see it as a loss to them. So it's trying. They have a point of view that I don't necessarily agree with, but they will come to the table saying, well, if we give you that, then we lose certain amounts. So that's a loss to the Treasury. So look, engagements have reopened. I'm pursuing the matter, and I will ensure that the needs of the Communities Department and the Executive are heard at the highest levels.
Mr. McNulty.
I have been engaging with the Treasury and the Secretary of State in relation to the redevelopment of Casement Park. I welcome the funding from the British Government. This should give momentum to this important project, which is good news not just for Belfast but for the wider region. Casement Park is an Executive commitment of more than a decade and was reaffirmed in our programme for government. All partners should now work together to make progress. I am committing to do all I can to make sure that a stadium at Casement Park is delivered. Now that the outcome of the spending review is known, the Communities Minister should engage with all partners and set out how he plans to move the project forward. My department will shortly be starting work on developing the upcoming multi-year budget. That provides the Communities Minister with an opportunity to set out his capital requirements in terms of meeting any remaining shortfall in funding.
Mr. McNulty.
It was great news that the UK Government offered to pay £50 million for Casement Park, but that still leaves £90 million short of the projected cost. Can you commit now that funding will be made available to meet the difference, and if not, how much of the £90 million can the Executive meet to ensure Antrim Gaels and Ulster Gaels can have a stadium in West Belfast we can call home?
I'm mindful that my role is to protect the public purse, and in doing so I don't think it would be wise to negotiate in public or on the airwaves in regards to this matter. I believe the best way forward now is for all interested parties to get round the table and set out quite clearly what they're prepared to do to deliver this project. We've had a huge momentum behind the project now from last Wednesday in the £50 million, and I believe the way forward is for all the partners to get round the table and plan how we're going to finance the project and how the project is going to be delivered. And I'm confident that we'll be able to do this.
Thank
you, Minister, for your answers so far. Could you outline to the House Minister, please, what engagement you've had with the other strand of funding requirements for sport that have been sat for over a decade, that of sub-regional stadia, with the Minister for Communities?
The Minister for Communities has made 2 bids in relation to the stadia, which, okay, so I'll just give you the exact figure. So there was 2 bids, Matt. I understand one was around £5 million and the other one was around £2 million in 24, 25, 25, 26, and both of those bids have been met in full. I am committed to supporting all sporting organisations. As I said recently, I don't care who plays it, what shape the ball is, what size the ball is. I think sport's a good thing. So I'm prepared to work with the Communities Minister on all matters in regards to sporting organisations and how we as an executive support them.
Minister, all partners, as you said, do have a responsibility to get around the table to try and find a solution to the rest of the funding that's required. But you specifically, as Finance Minister, what can you do to try and ensure that the redevelopment of Casement Park will be delivered now that we have the funding from the British Government?
Well, I have, as you know, engaged with both the NIO and the Treasury in relation to this matter, and with others, secured the additional £50 million that's now on the table to move the project forward. But I believe the best way forward is for all the partners to get round the table and discuss this matter out. I've heard all sorts of projections about the cost of this stadium. Some might be right, some might be wrong. But until you sit down and engage with the partners, then you simply don't know. And it would be foolish of me, and indeed anyone on the airwaves, to start bidding or saying how much they're prepared to put on the table. I want to do that in partnership with others.
Remarks so far. Minister, we're utilising FTC, which of course requires to be repaid. Was there any approach to look at using the funding with the National Wealth Fund or the British Business Bank, which seem to be the alternatives, as been mentioned by HM Treasury, for looking at infrastructure projects?
The member will be aware that FTC takes on a number of different guises and is quite flexible in how it is used. So the issue of repayment is open to discussion, debate and engagement with the various partners around it. The use of the National Wealth Bank is again something that is open to engagement on and discussion around. It may well prove beneficial to the completion of the stadium, and I am aware of it, and it is in the back of my mind when I'm thinking about these matters.
Just our concourse withdrawn. Gemma Sorry, move on to topical questions. Your time's up, Minister. And our first topical is for Matthew O'Toole.
Mr. Speaker, Minister, just earlier on you appeared to dismiss the findings of the NI Fiscal Council that the current funding model for NI Water was unsustainable. We have a situation in which our biggest natural resource is becoming an open-air sewer, and your members voted against any meaningful action in terms of the Nutrients Action Programme. We have a situation where we can't build social homes. The executive is already falling way behind its delivery target in terms of social homes. All of these are linked to underinvestment in NI Water. Are you seriously here today telling us there's nothing at all wrong with the funding model for NI Water? Are you in denial?
Well, just for the record, I haven't dismissed the Fiscal Council's report. The Fiscal Council report doesn't actually make any recommendations. It also has to be noted. It does come to a number of areas where it has views on, which I would expect an independent body to examine fully. Of course they're going to examine whether there should be water charges directly paid by the members of the public or not. That shouldn't come as a surprise to anybody in the House. The question you have to ask yourself then is, should we place, and this is the figure I believe in the report, £590 per annum per household. Are you prepared to endorse that? That's the question. I have never heard the opposition bringing forward a proposal on how we move forward with NI Water. I support the current model. I support more funding going towards NI Water. I will, as Finance Minister, and I did as Infrastructure Minister, lobby very hard for more money to go towards NI Water. I also support the plans of the current Infrastructure Minister in relation to the Sustainable Drainage Bill, because we're sending hundreds of millions of cubic litres of water to wastewater treatment works we don't need to be sending there. So let's correct that. The Finance Minister, or the Infrastructure Minister, is engaging with executive colleagues around more funding for NI Water. I'll support her in that, and I support her in relation to her consultation in relation to developer contributions. I want to hear what your ideas are.
With respect, Minister, you have some neck asking the opposition what its plan for NI Water is. For the past 15 months, you've been Infrastructure Minister and then Finance Minister. You haven't brought a plan yourself, Minister, so don't throw it back on the opposition. Lough Neagh has become an open-air sewer. It's our biggest natural resource. We can't build social homes. And last September, in your own constituency, Minister, in your own house, you admitted that there was an unpleasant smell coming from tap water. What will finally prompt you and the executive to take action on our water crisis?
The cheek of me to ask the opposition what their ideas are. It's really rude of me to do so. It really is. I'm sure the speaker may challenge me over at a later stage. So, the executive funds NI Water to the tune of £500 million every year. Quite a significant amount of funding going to NI Water already. I accept it's not the amount needed, but it is quite a significant amount of water. I've already set out to you a three-pronged approach, which the DFI Minister is currently taking, and I'm supportive of, in relation to NI Water. And we are building social homes. We're building around 1,000, confirmed this year, and I will work with the Communities Minister to ensure even more homes are built in this financial year. So I haven't given up on any of these issues. We have forwarded to the DAERA Minister £5 million to support him in relation to his Lough Neagh action plan, ring-fenced, therefore, to go forward. So there's a range of areas where we are supporting not only the environment, but NI Water and executive colleagues in relation to social housing. So I ask you again, at some stage in this House, you'll bring me a plan.
Danny Donnelly.
Can the Minister outline progress to date on the planned strategic rating reviews for 2025 to 2026?
We're currently out to consultation in relation to a number of areas in relation to... One second. So we've completed our consultation in relation to the cap and early payment. That report is on my desk and I'm studying it to see the way forward in that. And we're currently out to a number of items in relation to businesses and how we support businesses moving forward, and how we raise rates from businesses as well, it has to be said, moving forward as well. So there's a number of areas that have been completed and a number of areas we're currently or will be going out to consultation on shortly.
Does the Minister believe that the strategic rating review roadmap set out by his predecessor is still the best course of action to enable a much-needed comprehensive review of the rating system?
I think it is. I have said that perhaps we can expedite the timescales in some of them. So I have said that, but I do believe it is the best way forward.
Still isn't in her place, Militia McHugh.
When will the work start on the multi-year budget?
It has, in a certain extent, started, where we're currently engaging with departments in relation to their sustainability plans and their 5-year plans, etc. But it will certainly intensify as we move forward, because I want to see a multi-year budget being presented to the executive in around December, an agreed budget at that stage, and then going out to consultation.
Minister, what benefits do you think that a multi-year budget will bring?
The benefits of a multi-year budget are this. I would prefer there was more money in the budget, I have to say, but in terms of being able to plan on a 3-year basis allows a wide range of our public services to ensure that they are able to look at transformation in a different way, because they know their budget over the next number of years, how they deliver services, where they deliver services and why they deliver services, and it allows them a longer term planning process. I would also like to be able to, in terms of pay, etc., work that into our 3-year budget, so our workers, the important people who deliver the public services, are aware of their pay scales over the remaining years of the budget as well. But that has to happen in discussions with the unions.
Okay. Outline whether the UK Treasury has provided a formal response to the cost of doing business report by the Ulster University Economic Policy Centre.
Minister.
I have not received a formal reply to date, but it did form part of the evidence pack I presented to them in relation to the comprehensive spending review.
Okay.
Thank you, Minister. What tangible actions can the Minister's Department take to mitigate some of the impacts on local businesses identified by the report?
Sure.
Well, the report covers a wide aspect, as a member will know, in terms of the challenges and opportunities in relation to local businesses, but certainly the challenges. I will continue to engage with the local business sector about these matters. We have a number of consultations going on in relation to the rates and how they both impact negatively and positively on businesses, because services and support also comes from those rates to local businesses as well. And I've also shared the report with executive colleagues, so they are aware when they are engaging with the business sector or making decisions around the business sector that these are the challenges and opportunities they face.
Thank Hickson.
The Department for Finance is responsible for recruitment across all Northern Ireland civil service departments. What measures is the Minister taking to increase the rate of recruitment into civil service jobs?
Well, we are responsible for recruitment on the basis that when departments come forward to us seeking recruitment, we run the process for them and through next HRS. So we run it through that way. But in terms of the level of recruitment required within each department, it's a matter for each department.
Mr. Kingston.
To the Committee for Communities, we were told that 2,551 declared vacancies exist as of March 2025, which is over 20% of all posts in that department. So while recruitment has increased over the past year, so has the number of vacancies. So given that his department is responsible for the recruitment exercise, can the Minister commit that we will see a reduction in the number of vacancies in future reports?
Minister.
It all depends on the number of applications that come forward from communities, or the number of job for advertisement that comes home from communities, and they will have to make a decision as to whether they can afford those recruitment practices as well. That's a decision that has to be made. This also has to be said that there's also difficulty recruiting in terms of a workforce and very low unemployment rates as well. You know, we are trying to recruit in an employment market that is quite vibrant, and there's options for many people in relation to that employment market, and people make decisions where they apply to and for jobs. So those challenges exist as well in filling the posts, but it's up to each department to bring forward a recruitment programme, and they have to make a decision as to whether they can afford that recruitment programme.
Nick Matheson.
Mr. Speaker, can the Minister provide an update on the budget sustainability plan?
Sure.
We are continuing to work our way through the budget sustainability plan. I announced earlier that as part of the returns that the Treasury and the British Government are no longer requiring us, upon confirmation, that of those returns, that they were requiring a repayment of around £500 million. That was part of the package for returns, so that is a good thing. I think we still have challenging times ahead of us, that we are in a more financially stable position than we were at the restoration of the institutions.
Mr. Matheson.
Minister, for his answer, have targets associated with the plan been tracked since its publication to ensure that there's confidence in its delivery?
Sure. I'm not sure if actual targets have been published, but in terms of the budget sustainability, the proofs of the pudding's in the eating, and as I said, our returns show that we now have a stable budget, in the sense that we have cleared what should never have been a debt, but was classified as a debt by the British Government, should never have been classified as a debt, in my opinion. That is now, upon confirmation of our returns, which I'm confident will be cleared, that we no longer have that debt. So we are sustainable in that sense, and we've made the necessary decisions to be sustainable, but I will still make the case that this executive needs more funding for its public services.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, can you provide an update on your department's work on the review of the regulation of property management companies?
I recently met with officials in regards to this matter, and it is an area of work I am interested in continuing with. But as with many departments, we have limited resources and have to prioritise what programmes of work we can realistically bring forward in this mandate. I have asked my Permanent Secretary to bring me forward a paper on this matter, what cost it would be to bring the programme forward, and if I do bring this programme forward, what impact that would have on other areas of work within the department.
Ms Mulholland.
And thank you, Minister. Are you aware of any codes of practice or associated regulations that are specific to the operation of property management companies?
I think that, and I stand to be corrected, and I'll follow up with the member in writing on this. When my department has lead in this, it may be other regulations in other departments which may cover certain parts and aspects of this work. I can explain to you my experience from my own constituency in engaging with property management companies, etc., and ensuring that those residents who, in many instances, are actually shareholders of the company, fully understand their rights and entitlements. And when the shareholders fully understand their rights and entitlements, then I think there is a more cooperative tone from the management companies in those cases. But I will share more information with the member in writing.
Minister, can I ask if you could outline the difference the relative funding methodology which you have agreed will make over the spending review period?
In financial terms, it will make around £600 million difference over the spending review period, and it was crucial that we were able to secure this agreement with the Treasury and separate agricultural funding from the formula, which as part of that it helped to secure that additional £600 million over the spending review.
Thank you for the answer and also obviously for the agreement. Can I ask just how important was Professor Holtham's work in the agreement reached?
Professor Holtham's work was crucial in my opinion to securing this agreement. He is very, very highly regarded across these islands for his work in this field, and particularly in his work in relation to a similar funding model for Wales. He is respected by the Treasury and others, so it was important to bring that independent, respected voice to the table for the engagement.
Minister, for his replies. Can the Minister outline what plans are in place by his department to ensure building control regulations make provision for electric vehicle charging points at new dwellings?
Minister.
I'm not aware of any plans at this time, but I will follow up with the member in writing.
Thank you for that. You have exceeded the previous 16s. You got 19, Minister. So little more work to do, but certainly an improving picture. We now move on to an urgent oral question to the Minister for Communities, and I would encourage members to be concise with their questions and get to the point. Clerk, please read the question.
to ask the Minister for Communities, following the recent racist disorder in Ballymena that forced many families from their homes, to outline any interventions he has made to ensure access to safe and appropriate accommodation.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Housing Executive participates in the established interagency civil contingency arrangements, which includes the provision of shelter and other assistance in emergency situations. In line with this responsibility, the Housing Executive has been assisting a number of families over recent days as a result of the civil unrest in Ballymena and other areas. Can I put on record, I certainly hope the whole House will join with me in condemning all of that violence and rioting that took place. It has provided emergency temporary accommodation for 16 households in the Mid and East Antrim area over this period, and this is done in line with its homelessness duties. Additionally, the Housing Executive is responsible for the administration of the Hate Incident Practical Action Scheme. This is available across Northern Ireland to support victims of hate incidents in their home and can provide personal and home protection measures if the home has been damaged to victims. The scheme ensures that individuals who have been the subject of a hate incident or are at or close to their home are afforded appropriate support. And I would encourage anyone impacted by violence who is feeling unsafe in their own home to contact the Housing Executive for advice and assistance. And over the last week, the Housing Executive has provided advice and guidance to around 50 households as a result of civil unrest.
Mr Gildernew.
Cancórlia, given the families, including a pregnant woman and young children, were forced from their homes in Ballymena in the middle of the night to access emergency accommodation, why did the Minister feel he should have been consulted?
Well, as I've set out before, I think it's important that local representatives are consulted so that they're aware of the situation on the ground. I think that was one of the problems that we have had in recent times, is that people haven't had access to information. I think that elected representatives should be made aware of what is going on. I think for one reason more than any other, which is to dispel rumours which can often go round, and those are rumours which can often lead to unrest.
Dan Forsyth.
Minister, how will households who are eligible for assistance be helped?
Well, there are a number of ways in which we can make sure that those who are in need are helped, as I've outlined in the previous question, but individuals affected by the recent disorder who are ineligible, for example, recourse to public funds, or those otherwise not owed the full housing duty under the Housing Northern Ireland Order 1988, can avail of advice and assistance from the Housing Executive, and this could include information regarding self-referral hostels and referrals to floating support services. The Housing Executive recognises that some of those impacted by the recent disorder may not have eligibility for housing and homelessness assistance, and is currently working with a number of partners to explore what additional support can be provided beyond any assistance in line with the Housing Order 1988.
Minister, I was involved in the evacuation, or at least the coordination of the evacuation of those people who were brought to the Larne Leisure Centre in the late hours of Tuesday morning, and I am just wondering, do you regret the tone and the commentary of the conversation that happened below that post that was not moderated by yourself or your team, that may have actually contributed to some of the ill feeling around what happened that evening?
Minister. So what has happened is there seems to be a continual blame here. First of all, there's a focus on one element of my statement, and then it's recognised that that was inaccurate. Then it moves to the focus of another element of the statement, and then that is dealt with. And now the accusation seems to be around my moderating responsibilities in terms of social media. I see exactly what is going on here. Look, I have absolutely no time whatsoever for those who are threatening, for those who are being intimidatory towards other people. She has raised the issue, and I will certainly go back and look at that. To be honest, social media has not been my focus over the last number of days. My focus has been on ensuring that we dampen down some of those issues, that we try to lower the temperature rather than to raise tensions, and to work to make sure that those who who are affected have been listened to, have been helped as well, and that's where my focus is.
Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, I'm afraid your response just a minute ago did reinforce the sense that a lot of us have, that rather than take responsibility for your actions and the statutory agency that you are responsible for, i.e. the housing executive, your instinct is to double down and be pugilistic rather than empathise with people who are put out of their homes. Can I ask now, will you express some measure of regret and responsibility taking for what was said on that post and the fact that it put vulnerable people in real fear?
Sure.
Well, I'm sorry, but I don't agree with his characterisation of what it is that I was doing, and that's where his real problem comes from. I took the decision to put a post up later on that afternoon because of the rumours that were circulating, because at lunchtime a post had gone up on another page saying that there was going to be a protest at the leisure centre that evening. I was making it clear that there was nobody in the leisure centre anymore, which was the reason for the protest in the first place. That's what the clarification that I was providing, that the council had already provided as well, that the news outlets were reporting as well. So I was trying to temper the situation, to try and to stop it getting out of hand. I think it's absolutely outrageous, because what the member has tried to do is he's tried to use this for political means. He has, in his comments over the last number of days, he has tried to get political capital out of the horrendous events that have taken place over the last few days. I think that it's absolutely outrageous. I think that violence is wrong. I thought that we saw absolutely despicable scenes, and we should be united together as a House at condemning the violence. We should be united in support of victims. We should be united in support of the police. We should be united in listening to the communities that have been affected, and those who are affected by some of the immigration policies that we have in place as well. And he's asking me to say sorry for my role in this, and I simply do not believe that I have done anything that is worthy of an apology.
Chambers.
Some threatening graffiti has appeared on the windows of a number of homes in Bangor. Can he assure me that his officials are or will engage with the families that have been so disgracefully targeted?
Yes, absolutely. I utterly condemn any graffiti, any racist messages that appeared in his constituency or indeed anywhere else. I hope that that can be dealt with, and my officials and the Housing Executive have been working to ensure that all support necessary is provided to those who need it, and I will continue to make sure that that's the case.
Earl Brownlee.
What correspondence he or his office had with the PSNI over the course of the 11th and the 12th of June, and can he share with the House any details of those discussions?
Minister.
Yes, well, in relation to the violence and disorder that we saw in Larne, a member of my office staff was contacted just before 2 o'clock that day, and during the call, the PSNI were advising us that people had been moved away from Larne Leisure Centre. They encouraged that message to be shared because they were trying to diffuse the situation, and they were looking for help in doing that. That was something that I was also wanting to do, and I'm glad we were able to get that message out there, that should not be a place for people to assemble.
Sure, Dixon.
If social media is not your focus, then your focus, I'm sure, must be that as Housing Minister. Have you, and can you tell this House, taken the opportunity to privately meet with those people who were displaced, those people who were traumatised and brought to Larne Leisure Centre? Have you accepted that as part of your role as Housing Minister, and have you visited and met and heard the stories of these people?
It's absolutely a part of my role, and that's why I've reached out to the Housing Executive and said that I would be happy to meet with anybody who has been affected. No, I have offered to meet with that, but these are families that have gone through significant disruption over the last little while. I have made that offer. It's up to them to decide whether or not they want to do that. Obviously, much is happening at this moment in time. It's not all about photo opportunities. It's actually about making sure that help is given to those who need it.
Donald Crossan.
Minister, regretfully, you've shown no regret over what you've said and done over the last few days. You've failed the test as a minister and as a community leader. People expected better and expected more from you, and it is disappointing. Minister, given your poor judgment and what was written on Facebook, did you give any serious consideration to your position?
No, I didn't. I'll tell you what I am sorry about. I am sorry that there's been a continued mischaracterisation of my position on this issue from people that should know better. I know it can be very, very tempting to jump on the political bandwagon, and that is exactly what members of this House have done. They haven't taken the time, when we all should be taking the time to actually sit back, consider the whole situation, not rush to judgment. That's a lesson to us all, to sit back and actually think about what has gone on and what has happened. But for the SDLP and for others, it was far too tempting to jump on the political bandwagon and see what political points they could score, and I think that's despicable.
Thank you for his answers. I stand with our Communities Minister and everything that he is trying to do to deliver for Northern Ireland, and I support him wholeheartedly in that. As we've seen in this chamber today, people are still playing political games in relation to this issue, and I want to ask the Minister, just for those who haven't been listening in the chamber today, for him to clarify the ambiguity that some people in this chamber have presented over the last number of days in relation to the timelines in this case. Can he clarify that for the record, please?
So some have presented lies as fact, and that's wrong. So let me provide a clarification as to the timeline of what happened on that day. Around lunchtime, a Facebook group put up notice of a protest that was taking place at Larne Leisure Centre because there were a number of families that were being offered emergency accommodation there. This had become known to the police, and just before 2 o'clock the police contacted one of our local councillors asking that the message be shared that the people who had been getting shelter there had been moved out in order to try and defuse the situation. The council also put that clarification out. They issued a press statement, a media outlet ran with that as well, and that's why I posted my clarification backing up what had been said by the council and by the police. After that, others have disgracefully tried to link me to in some way highlighting or revealing the location of where people were. Let me make it very clear to this House, I did not reveal the location of anyone. And that is what was insinuated by members across this House. That was absolutely not the case. I was doing the opposite. I was highlighting where individuals and where families were not, and I think that was the right thing to do. But unfortunately, some couldn't help themselves. They needed to jump on that political bandwagon and score some points.
Minister, at the time I said I was both shocked and surprised at your statement, and that element of your statement that when you said that neither you nor your party had been consulted. Now, there's a whole lot of difference between informed and being consulted, and by being consulted implies that you would have an opinion on it, but whether or not that particular facility, which was being used as a refuge for people who were in dire straits. So, Minister, can you see the difference between informed, which you think that every elected rep is entitled to, and I agree with you there, and consulted?
Well, that's a change in position, because there were those in the media and those in political parties were saying that I should have had no right to be informed, and now here we go again, another change. They're now accepting that I should have the right to be informed. But yes, when emergency protocols are put in place, I think it is right that we know that what is going on and that we can input into that, because we care about the safety of individuals. We care about the environment that we're finding ourselves in as well, and how things were whipped up and how things were taken out of proportion and out of control. So we want to make sure that we have that information. I'll be very clear. There are operational matters for the housing executive, for the police, for councils. I'm not taking away from that. That is their role. That is their job. But I think that there is a responsibility for elected representatives to be informed.
Armstrong.
Minister, I agree with you that we need to support victims, and I also agree that there needs to be actions taken to ensure safe and appropriate accommodation. So can I ask you, Minister, will you now direct the Housing Executive to remove all local-only posters from all of their developments, to take off all of the racist graffiti, the removal of paramilitary flags, to make sure that those people who are victims do not constantly have to see this rubbed in their face?
Well, just let me make it very clear, first of all, that the Housing Executive will make decisions based on the information that there is locally, on the impacts that those things are likely to have. They work in coordination often with the police as well. I think it's very rare that anybody would want or ask me to directly intervene in matters which are the responsibility directly of the Housing Executive. There are a number of times where I would like to see more action being taken on these issues, but ultimately the Housing Executive often works in very difficult circumstances, in very difficult areas where there are lots of issues at play. But let me make it very clear, I want to make sure that we have safe, welcoming communities, and I want to make sure that there is no room for racism or sectarianism in our society.
Mr. Speaker, I don't think agree with the Minister. I work with the police behind the scenes. They contact my office on a number of issues throughout the year, not just at this particular time, and the onus is on each and every one of us to work with the police quietly but behind the scenes. I did not rack up for a photo call, and I didn't make any publicity out of it. However, I was travelling to Stormont last Thursday for committee meetings, and I couldn't help but hear the reports on the radio. And I was disgusted that the Secretary of State made reference to the Minister. And I would ask the Minister, has the Secretary of State had the honesty to apologise to the Minister? If not, why not?
Sir.
Well, look, I have had a private conversation with the Secretary of State, and out of respect, I will keep that private. But I think there were a number of comments made last week by a number of individuals. And by the way, comments that were not just wrong, they were offensive, and in many cases they were defamatory. And I would just put that on the record and put that out as a warning to some people as well, if they would like to take some action in the short to medium term around that. But I wish that others would have taken more time to consider all of the facts before they rush to judgment. And in particular, I would make that point to the Communities Committee, that within minutes of convening, I haven't seen it, I don't watch the Communities Committee meetings, but I've been told that within minutes they decided, without taking any evidence from me or anybody else, they were very, very quick to put through a motion of no confidence. Perhaps we could all take a little bit of time and consider the facts rather than just rushing to score some political points.
Alan Tennyson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, the truth is, when families, including a pregnant mother, were put out of their home and into temporary accommodation, your response as Minister was to amplify the location of that temporary accommodation, and secondly, to distance yourself shamefully from the decision to place them there. Minister, do you not accept that your actions were irresponsible and reckless? And do you recognise that if you were a minister anywhere else in these islands, you would already be gone?
Here's Mr. Tennyson's problem. He starts off by saying the truth is, and then he follows it up with anything but the truth. And that is the problem. He tries to present his own version of events as fact, when it is wrong. There was nobody there in the leisure centre at that time. That's why I was highlighting the fact that nobody was there. I was saying nobody was. Well, you're saying that I highlighted the location. I highlighted that it was a location, but it is not anymore. And when I hear things going on the ground in my constituency, when people are telling me that there are people that are heading down here because so-and-so is being held, or because more is going to happen here, and I'm trying to calm the situation by saying, no, you're wrong. That's not what is going to happen. Your energies should not be there. That's absolutely the right thing to do, and I can guarantee you that if I had not made public comment, there'd be many in the media and many around this house saying, where was the leadership from Gordon Lyons? Because he knew that it was no longer being used for that purpose, yet he failed to put anything on the record. He knew it wasn't being used for that purpose, but he failed to clarify it. I would just say this to Mr. Tennyson, I can see exactly what you are doing. Yes. You are trying to score political points, and I can tell you from the people that have been in contact with me over the last 72 hours, they don't believe you.
Minister, would you agree that
A motion brought by you and your party and related rhetoric has served as an anti-immigrant dog whistle, stoking racial tensions and fuelling rioting, and you and your party should show a degree of remorse and move to put things right.
Absolutely not. And in fact, I believe that it's attitudes like that of Mr McNulty that are actually the problem. Refusing to acknowledge legitimate concerns where they do exist. And I know that some people in this House hate that phrase, they don't like it, but legitimate concerns do exist. Now let me be clear, that is never a justification for violence. But we need to listen to people, because that is part of the problems that we face in communities, is people feel as if they are not being listened to. They raise the concerns that they have about housing. For example, what Mears is doing in communities across Northern Ireland, the impact that that is having on the cost of rent and availability of the private rented sector. And people like Mr McNulty are continually belittling the concerns of other people. And it is not the rhetoric from this side of the House that is causing a problem. There is no excuse whatsoever for violence in any of our communities. So let's make sure that we can actually have an honest debate. And that means dispelling some of the myths that do exist out there, providing clarification, but not hiding anything either from people or belittling their concerns.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And in light of the clarity on timelines that the Minister has provided, does he believe that many who jumped on the bandwagon, including at the Committee for Communities, regrettably, were perhaps too eager, and in doing so distracted their attention and their priority from calling out the violence in exchange for political point scoring?
Absolutely right. And the focus was not where it should have been at the end of last week. The focus should have been on those who are actually responsible for the violence. The focus should have been on those that had actually caused the damage that we have witnessed in Portadown and in Ballymena and in Larne as well. But I'll say it again, there were too many people in this House. They couldn't help themselves. They couldn't wait until they could score some points. And unfortunately, it didn't just happen over the course of the last few days. It's continuing to happen this week as well.
Mr Speaker, what we've heard this afternoon is plenty of hand-wringing from those MLAs that were neither on the ground that night or not even from North Antrim. Minister, I want to put on record my thanks to a couple of people within Housing Executive. I want to put on record Brendan Docherty from the ITR's team and Roy McLean, who went above and beyond helping those elected members on the ground on Monday night and Tuesday morning to get people rehoused. Minister, I want to put it to you, and I trust those listening that are focusing their attention solely on your Facebook post. They'll be asking the Council the question, why did they not close the leisure centre? And they'll also ask their Justice Minister, where were the police when they knew this was going to happen? Police had 4 members of staff stationed at the leisure centre and they disappeared when it cut off. My goodness, dereliction of duty. The Justice Minister should be here asking questions. Where were the police service of Northern Ireland?
Well, first of all, Mr Speaker, can I thank the member for his kind words in relation to Housing Executive staff who do a brilliant job in very difficult circumstances, so I'll certainly pass that on. I'm grateful to him for that. On the other question he raises, unfortunately, my experience in this place makes me think that he's going to be disappointed when it comes to questions like those that he has raised being put to others. The focus for many of this in this House will continue to be on the political point scoring more than anything else, rather than getting clarifications or real answers.
Unfortunately, there's plenty of victims over the last week, and you're not one of them. And there are only 2 possible explanations for your actions in recent days. Either you're so ignorant and lacking in judgment that you didn't foresee the risk of violence as a direct result of your social media post, or you saw the risks and decided it was okay to put a target on the leisure centre and those inside. Which one is it, Minister?
Neither, because he's wrong on it. He's wrong in the way he has characterised this, and not for the first time, because on most issues and on most of the comments in relation to these issues and others, he is wrong. And as I've said, I stand by what I said. I stand by what I was trying to do. and I can say to Mr Carroll that I do not need to take any lectures from him on how I can best serve my constituents in East Antrim and people across Northern Ireland.
Mark Durgan.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I think it's easy to understand how people have come to the conclusion that they have about the Minister's comments, given the narrative from the DUP over the past few weeks. And I do think it's rich of the DUP to accuse anyone of trying to use this issue to score political points, when only a couple of weeks ago they brought a motion to this House raising concerns about immigration and called the Infrastructure Minister to answer questions about the role of HMOs in this crisis. I'll ask the Minister, as Minister responsible for housing, have his colleagues been raising these concerns with him, and what's he done about them?
Yes, these issues have been raised with me, and as the member behind me says, you've heard about the motions that have been raised and the issues that have been brought forward, and that's why I've taken action. That's why I'm trying to increase supply, but ultimately much of the problems that we are talking about do come from UK government policy, so perhaps he'll have a word with his friends in the Labour Party.
Well, sorry, Philip Brett.
Congratulate the Minister who, despite the charges continuing to change when their facts are disproved, he continues to call them out. They're clearly not listening, Minister, to the facts, so hopefully they will listen to you now. Can you make clear, Minister, that you will not be resigning and that you will continue to deliver for all communities in Northern Ireland?
Minister.
Mr Speaker, I'm happy to confirm to the member that I'm not going anywhere. I have a job to do. I have a job that I have been getting on with, and I look forward to continuing to deliver for people right across Northern Ireland.
That concludes questions to the Minister for Communities. Paula Bradshaw has given notice of an urgent oral question to the Executive Office. And again, I'd remind members to be succinct. Was probably weren't really the last time, but I was very lenient. So, Clerk, please read the question.
To ask the First Minister and Deputy First Minister, in light of the recent public disorder, which included the targeted displacement of foreign nationals and damage to emergency accommodation set up as a result, to outline how they will better focus the programmes and associated resources in their department, including Together Building a United Community, Racial Equality, Refugee Integration, Ending Violence Against Women and Girls and Communities in Transition.
I call the Deputy First Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. First and foremost, my thoughts and support are with those impacted by the recent disorder. The Executive unequivocally condemns the violence we have witnessed, and I again call for calm across our communities. We can assure you that of paramount importance in our collective response is ensuring the safety of and the support for all of those affected. There can never be justification for the violence that has taken place, which has resulted in residents fearing for their lives and numerous PSNI officers injured. We send our best wishes to all those affected and thank the PSNI and the Fire and Rescue Service, including the many community organisations and local representatives for what they have done to try to support those local communities. We recognise that we are living in an increasingly diverse society and that good community relations goes beyond what is often referred to as traditional community backgrounds. The TBUC review and plans for the new approach to racial equality post-2025 acknowledges this, and we are committed to developing a more collaborative approach across relevant strategies as part of the refreshed approach to good relations. This is, however, not an issue we can tackle in isolation if we are to create a safe, prosperous and welcoming society for all. What is critical to the success of our work is a truly joined-up approach to addressing the issues across government and wider society, and everyone has their part to play in this.
Bradshaw.
Mr Speaker, and thank you, Deputy First Minister, for your answer. And I hope the tone of this section is a little bit more cordial than the last, because I think this isn't the time for political point scoring. But Deputy First Minister, I am concerned that there are a number of directorates within the Executive Office that have responsibility, as the clerk has laid out there, that in some ways when they come before committee we don't feel that they're joined up. And I'm just wondering, is this a time for cool heads, a bit of a focus to see whether there could be better collaboration between your different programmes and strategies, and then, as you say, across the Executive itself? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for her follow-up question. She's absolutely right. It's important that when we often talk about collaborative working, that we're not just talking about that outside of the department with the department, but also, importantly, within the department. That's why I'm pleased to say that we have joined up, both in terms of that refugee and asylum unit with the race relations unit, but of course, importantly as well, is the fact that the TPOC review is underway. So as we look forward to TPOC 2 coming down the line, at the focus of that is that social cohesion. That is much wider than just, as I said, referencing the traditional communities. We know that identity in Northern Ireland is much more complex than that, and not just with those often referred to as the host community, but indeed we're an increasingly diverse place as well. Ultimately, what we want is for these strategies to work. It doesn't matter how many strategies there are or how glossy that they look and how long they are. What we actually want is the outcomes at the end of this, and that must mean that all of these are joined up and we're actually using those resources in the best way possible to really affect that positive change and to increase that social cohesion.
Matthew O'Toole.
Speaker, Deputy First Minister, with respect, I think a vulnerable family listening today and hearing, frankly, waffle about moving beyond siloed working and greater collaboration would think it is pathetic that the heads of government, the best they can offer after an attempted pogrom on the streets of Northern Ireland, is bureaucratic verbiage. So, to cut to the chase, some of your colleagues have talked about the context for this violence. One of the pieces of context is the continued and pernicious presence of loyalist paramilitaries in these communities. Do you agree that that is the context for this violence? And, Deputy First Minister, if it is proven that specific individuals or organisations have had a role, either formal or informal, in this violence, that they will be forthwith removed from any public funding that the Executive Office is responsible for?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Look, the PSNI have come out with a clear assessment that there's no evidence of loyalist paramilitary involvement. But I have to say to the member, this is not about standing here and waffling. Over the course of the last week, I was in touch with the Chief Constable every single day. I was speaking to local representatives on the ground. I went up to Ballymena to speak with local residents. I met with the family of the child that was subject to the assault. I met with families who were subject to arson in terms of their properties who were from the ethnic minority community. I have been in contact with many, many people because I believe in action and actually being there and listening to people. So I would advise the member to perhaps calm down his rhetoric. Yes. And if he talks about working together, to truly work together, because everything must come together for this to work. Yes, action on the ground, the right funding support for the PSNI, working with our local community organisations, listening to local residents. But of course, importantly, from a policy perspective, we need to get the strategies right, because the strategies will support that work, those structures and that funding going to the right people at the right time. That's not waffle, that's not a waste of time. That is absolutely essential if we're going to genuinely change things for the better for people's lives on the ground.
Colin Gildernew.
Does the Deputy First Minister accept that social media comments by her colleague, the Communities Minister, were entirely inappropriate in an already volatile situation?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Look, we have been absolutely clear and united. The Communities Minister has been unambiguous. I have been unambiguous. Politically, we have been unambiguous. The violence is wrong. It needed to stop. And indeed, as the Communities Minister has said very clearly, he was endeavouring to diffuse the situation, to try to ensure that rumours and myths going round within the community, it was clear that those were not true, that there was never any justification, even if they had have been, but that there was certainly no justification for any suggested violence to take place. His intentions at all times, as he has clearly said, was to diffuse tensions and to avoid violence and any type of racism whatsoever. So look, let's be very clear here today. We are absolutely unambiguous. We are absolutely clear. The violence was wrong. It had to stop.
Brett.
Firstly, can I pay tribute to the Deputy First Minister for being on the ground at these scenes rather than engaging in megaphone diplomacy. She went and spoke with those truly impacted. Would the Deputy First Minister agree with me in paying tribute to community leaders, and particularly those involved in CIT areas, who have been out on the ground with real elected representatives ensuring that tensions have been diffused, and that she will continue to work across the spectrum to calm things down and not engage in nonsense that some members are here today?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for his important question. I think it's been disappointing over the course of the last week to see people take part in party politics or silly games at a time where it was really important to the people that we serve that we sent a message that we're standing united. We're standing on a very, very clear request, a demand that the violence stops, that we're standing with a very clear support to the PSNI, but also importantly that together we will be listening to local communities. We'll be doing everything in our power to prevent this from happening again. I believe that those clear messages were mixed last week because of the ongoing and distractions and debates happening. Indeed, if this were to happen again, I hope it does not, lessons should be learned that we need to show and give the leadership, in my view, that is demanded of us, and that is supporting all of those impacted by this terrible violent disorder.
Mr. Speaker, despite numerous strategies and policies, many of them mentioned in the original question, our criminal justice system has seen little improvement in 15 years. It's not my words, that's the Criminal Justice Inspectorate. So can I ask the First and the Deputy First Minister, as the leaders of our executive, what are they going to do to sort this out? Because it's clear our Justice Minister cannot. Maybe special measures.
Thank you. I thank the member for his question. He's absolutely right. For us to have the right response, then all parts of that response must work. Of course, we want to prevent this from ever happening again. That will require those strategies, those interventions, that funding support. However, if it does happen, it does then demand a robust policing response. And that requires not just the right support to be given to the PSNI. That hasn't happened thus far. We need to do our best to ensure that we're giving the PSNI the funds that they need, but also that the criminal justice system is responsive to that, and we're able to get people processed through and let justice not only be seen to be done, but to be done, and to ensure that a clear message is sent that if people are going to go out onto the streets of Northern Ireland to cause fear, to cause destruction, then there will be a penalty to be paid for that, and that penalty will be paid in a swift way and in the way that our justice system ought to be working.
Dixon.
Mr. Speaker, Deputy First Minister, can I ask you, with regards to the review of TBUC, will this refreshed approach to TBUC and good relations, when will that be published?
Sir.
Thank you. I thank the member for his question. As the member is aware, that process is underway at the moment. Now, many of the key aspects of TBUC endure. Many of the key principles will remain. But of course, what I would have liked to have seen, and I've said this before, that in the first Together Building United Community strategy, that there was that broader focus, not just in terms of what was termed as traditional communities, but of course wider than that. The TBUC strategy is grounded in Section 75(1) of the Northern Ireland Act, and of course that is wider. That does cover race relations as well. So I think it's incredibly important. Very similar interventions that are required across this, and indeed really good learning from what we've done in good relations and with the CIT programme, in my view, can be deployed within the areas. We need to identify, absolutely, we need to continue to identify the areas where there are tensions, where there are issues, and we need then the right interventions based on that good practice that we've seen elsewhere in other situations. So I actually think that it makes a huge amount of sense for this to be joined up, and that's certainly what the First Minister and I will be striving to do in the reviewed TBUC strategy, which will be coming very shortly.
John Mahone.
Speaker, and thank you, Deputy First Minister. First of all, I'd just like to say I don't think I can't speak for anybody other than myself, but there's absolutely no party politics at play when I've been trying to work with people on the ground, so I will refute that. There was an opportunity after the violence of last summer to apply Learning and Seek Independent Counsel, as was done elsewhere in the UK. It wasn't done here despite a motion before the Assembly. Will there now be a proper comprehensive review of good relations policies and programmes with the objective of ending violence targeted at foreign nationals and our ethnic minority communities?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can assure the member that that work is underway, and indeed some of that learning already has been put into practice, for example, with the coming together of those particular directorates or units into one directorate within the Executive Office. And while some of that doesn't sound particularly interesting, it's really important that those aspects work well together. Likewise, that review of the first racial equality strategy is really important, because there's a number of structures that have been set up. Some of that is working really well in terms of, for example, our forums where we have that regular exchange and listen to those from the ethnic minority community, but also in terms of the justice and policing side of that, in terms of tackling hate crime. So there are many different elements to this. Some of that will be rolled forward, the best of that will be rolled forward into the revised racial equality strategy. But I think importantly, on your colleague's point, it's not just about equality, it's also about social cohesion, which is why it must be fully integrated within the new Together Building United Community strategy as well.
I think what we've seen from the Deputy First Minister's colleague today is a masterclass in if you're explaining, you're losing. And what he's done today is try to double down on his actions over the weekend. And there's, again, try to legitimately concern his way out of this. At what point does ministerial accountability outweigh political posturing?
The First Minister for the funeral.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Look, I think people on the ground, there are people on the ground at the moment who feel scared. There are people on the ground at the moment who have lost their homes. There are communities that want to genuinely be listened to about their serious concerns and the issues that they face day in, day out. I actually think it demeans this place and demeans all of us to keep coming back to what is effectively a party political point-scoring exercise. Let's drop the silly games, focus on working together and working for communities, listening to communities and actually addressing the big issues. And we can only address those, I would advise the member, by standing together, united, not taking lumps out of each other across this place.
Terry Carl.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, in this House we often hear attempts to blame migrants or asylum seekers for the real crisis in our public services caused by underfunding, not by migration. Will you take a chance to distance yourselves from these comments and say quite clearly that migration adds to our communities, adds to the fabric of our society, and doesn't put pressure on our services? Because people are living in terror, people are living in fear, and I want to know that the Deputy First Minister at least has their back.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Look, I want to take the opportunity today to pay tribute to the many people who come to Northern Ireland, who significantly contribute in many ways, not only to the richness of our identities and cultures, but of course working in our health service that just simply couldn't survive without that incredible work, that working in so many other sectors. We want to also attract the brightest and the best across the world. If we're going to be global leaders in technology and cyber and advanced engineering, we need to attract the brightest and the best. But the reality of it is this: for many communities in the most deprived places, they are really struggling to get access to housing and to public services. It is a duty on us to listen to those people. The frustrations that we have seen is actually around what we need to do in terms of supporting those people to get access to affordable housing and access to services. There is a supply and a demand issue. And the challenge with that is when people are frustrated, when people are in a difficult position, then there are forces out there, there are people out there that are prepared to do everything that they can to manipulate that. So look, we need to step up. We need to do our part, but of course we need to listen to people within those communities about social cohesion, about the issues that they are facing, and to make sure that their lives are much better than what they are at the moment.
Ryan Kingston.
Mr. Speaker, does the Deputy First Minister agree that there is the need to prioritise communities that are most affected by increased immigration into Northern Ireland for future good relations and community cohesion resources and programmes?
Thank you. I thank the member for his important question. Look, the reality is that integration very often doesn't happen by chance. It will not happen accidentally. When communities have been changed or are changing, then there often can be those frictions and social cohesion issues. We know this. This is common all over the globe, and therefore it is important for us, as I said, to get down within communities, to really listen to communities about the challenges that they're facing, but also to be careful in terms of the policies and approaches. You know, we saw last summer a huge amount of clusters of Mears housing, different things coming in and impacting on communities feeling that the politicians sitting in this place didn't understand and were not listening to what they are facing day in and day out. So it's really important, absolutely, to listen to people and to do everything that we can, but also to do that work to see, like, where are people coming in, what are the social cohesion issues, what support can we take and give to support those communities. And that's why I think the racial equality strategy, our race relations approach, and together building a united community. Like, for 25 years, for 50 years, we've been working on this in terms of relationships between the communities that have been here for many, many generations. So of course there's a huge amount of work to be done as well in terms of working with new communities and the host communities. And that's what we really need to focus on moving forward as an important part of our work within the department.
Anna Egan.
Our department is obviously responsible for ending violence against women and girls, and because of these racially motivated attacks, many women and their children have had to leave their homes in Northern Ireland. Can I please ask what work your department will do to ensure that women who are ethnic minorities here feel safe and confident in making a life here?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Of course, that strategy is about making every woman and girl feel safe in Northern Ireland, and that is an inclusive approach. And the member will be aware that in that strategy and in the framework, it very clearly includes those from an ethnic minority background. Again, when talking to people on the ground, they are very clear that there is a fear there in terms of safety of women and girls. We've got those schemes coming out through the local councils. That money is already hitting the ground. There's much more to be done. We've said before, the money that we've secured is welcome. However, we would love to have more money to put towards this, working with great organisations, not just in terms of Women's Aid and other groups working with the victims of that violence, but importantly that preventative work, that better understand the tackling of those misogynistic attitudes that give rise to this. So that's all really important. The more money that we can get for that important work, the better. And we'll be seeking that, of course, as we move forward through the delivery of that framework and delivery plan.
Timothy Gaston.
Deputy First Minister, I trust when you came to Ballymena you got the message loud and clear that the photographs, buzzwords and glossy brochures simply aren't working. At what point do we go back to the drawing board to ensure money is spent on strategies that will deliver on the ground and show there is an alternative to violence to get your voice heard, a narrative which has been created by your partner in government?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think first of all we need to be very clear about our message, and that message is both that the violence is wrong, but also that we're going to listen to communities on the ground, and the communities feel empowered to talk to us about the issues that they're facing. That's absolutely important in all of this. We need to listen and we need to take action. But I can assure the member that I'm very much about action when it comes to the likes of the Urban Village scheme that I was very much involved in creating. In terms of the first Together Building United Community, that was real money getting out on the ground. Should it be for summer camps or working with schools or whatever projects that may look like. The Social Investment Fund, which benefited so many parts of Northern Ireland, that I was very much involved in creating as well. We have very much been about action. Yes, we need the strategies, but a strategy is only a strategy if it works. If it's a strategy that sits on a shelf and does nothing, then it is absolutely useless. So our strategies must work, our frameworks must work. We need to get the money out to support people with the right interventions at the right time, and those must be interventions that work with local communities and local people that help solve the challenges that people are facing.
On Chambers.
Speaker, would the Deputy First Minister agree with me that some of the comments made in this House this afternoon may have undermined public confidence in the operation of the Executive Office and indeed of the Executive?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not aware of which comments in particular that he is referring to, but let me be very clear here. People need to stop the silly games. People need to grow up. People need to step up. That's what the people of Northern Ireland demand of us. That's what the people of Northern Ireland expect of us, and that is what we need to do. We need to get together, get our act together, send that clear message that violence is wrong, but also send that clear message that we have got the back of people. We are going to listen to people. We're going to do our best to really bring about that positive change on the big challenges that people are facing. Let me be very clear. There are too many people across Northern Ireland that are facing difficult times, that are really facing that hardship, that really need the support of their executive. And that's what we need to do, no matter where and what part they come from. We should be there to have the backs of the people of Northern Ireland. We should do that in a mature way, showing the leadership that the people of Northern Ireland expect of us.
Gillian Armstrong.
Mr Speaker, can I ask the Deputy First Minister, given the Executive Office resources various units and even Foreign Office whose value for money remains a mystery, how can we be assured in this House that work to tackle and end racism and xenophobia is actually being adequately resourced and carried out by properly qualified personnel?
Thank you. Thank the member for her question. There's obviously a number of different aspects to this, the PSNI, the criminal justice system. We've got the Home Office coming in. They support just over about £11 million per year for integration work. But of course, that's coming in from a non-devolved source. We distribute that through the other departments in terms of the Executive Office. You've got local councils, you've got the Housing Executive and Housing Associations. Importantly, you've got those incredible organisations in our third sector, the community organisations. And I do want to pay tribute to those organisations that were really working on the ground to get people off the streets, young people back in their homes, appealing to people to stop the violence. That was incredibly helpful in terms of the last number of days. And they require that support. So what we can try to do in the Executive Office as a central department is try to coordinate that under the strategies, make sure those strategies are cohesive and can come together. But importantly, that the right interventions are identified, the right people are delivering them, and they're delivered in the right way, in the right place. That is absolutely critical.
Andrew McMurray.
Speaker, and thank you to the Deputy First Minister. And I'm sure, like me, she would, extend that be it my neighbours, be it those who come to the office, or be it those I step aside on the Sunday here, newcomers, know that they are valued, know that they are welcomed and appreciated. But can I ask the Deputy First Minister for an update on the Race Relations Order, and when we will see a proposed amendment on this before this House?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The member will be aware that this is in the legislative programme. It's a responsibility of the First Minister and myself to bring that forward. He will also be aware that the aim is to get all legislation introduced no later than mid-autumn in order to give it the best chance to get through this House before the next election. So that is indeed the timeframe that we're endeavouring on. The consultation ended back in 2023. A lot of work has taken place in terms of that legislation with the OLC, the drafting office. We are hoping to have those proposals with us prior to the summer recess. That will enable finalised drafting to happen over the summer with the aim of introduction in September or October of the new term.
Mark Durkin.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Thank the Minister for her answers thus far, and actually commend her for her work on the ground in Ballymena last week. Can the Minister tell us when the refugee integration strategy will be published? Consultation on it closed, I think, February 2022.
Deputy First Minister.
Good news, it has been published. It was published several weeks ago, so I hope the member takes a look at that online, and indeed we're moving forward with implementation of that.
That concludes questions to the Deputy First Minister. If members would take their ease, and we're going to move back to the statement from the Economy Minister.
Order, members. Order, members. The Minister is going to resume delivering her statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Privlas Concordia, and it won't take very much longer. Just to return to where I left off, the question was asked whether a similar one-year deferral in exceptional circumstances could be introduced for a small number of students at the end of the school journey for whom an extension is assessed to be in their best interests. Another education issue raised, and which I referred to earlier, was the inequity of young people in specialist provision in mainstream schools having no alternative but to leave school at 16 because there is no sixth form SPIMS provision. The Education Minister's proposed legislation to require participation in education or training until 18 may provide a vehicle to address this issue. Transport issues were raised by many stakeholders as a very clear barrier to accessing any form of provision, whether health-based day opportunities or college training or even employment once school ends. Issues such as travel, training, accessible taxis and affordability of transport were all raised. Disability and inclusion are cross-cutting issues and engage all of our departments. In the comparative analysis that Stranmillis University College carried out for us, they highlighted the need for a whole-of-government approach to transitions for disabled young people, as is the case in Scotland. This approach recognises that transition occurs over many years and encompasses issues such as health, social care, education, employment, independent living, inclusion and active citizenship. I intend to bring a paper to executive colleagues so that we can take a collective, coordinated approach to these issues. One of the cross-cutting issues is an appropriate legal right for young people with special educational needs. First and foremost, parents want their children to be in the right setting for them. So the priority is to build up and resource pathways for people with special educational needs. Spending time and money in courts is the last resort, but parents want the reassurance of a legal recourse if necessary. I want to see the Executive work together to give people with special educational needs a legal right to an appropriate pathway, whether that is an educational-based setting or a health-based setting. If the Executive was to agree such an approach, developing the model and drafting the associated legislation would require close collaboration between my department and the Health and Education departments. There is a lot of goodwill around the Executive table on this issue, and so I'm hopeful this work could develop at pace. In the meantime, we must build up service provision so that parents do not have to resort to the courts. What I have set out today involves a comprehensive transformation in services for school leavers with special educational needs. Considerable scoping work and design work is now required to quantify the cost of these proposals. We will then need substantial and multi-year investment and close collaboration across departments, so we have still much work to do, but today is an important step forward. I hope that everyone will get behind this and work together to deliver these improvements, which will be life-changing for learners with disabilities and their families.
Thank you, Minister. Okay. I'm going to call Mark Durkin on behalf of the opposition to ask the first question.
I thank the Minister for that statement. I commend all those families and groups who have campaigned long and loud to bring us this far, with systemic failings being recognised and legislation promised. But when I do think of some of those families, and with some of them here in the public gallery today, and the particularly acute and complex needs of their precious sons and daughters, I worry, while the statement might give the impression that they've been listened to, it appears that they may not have been heard. Can the Minister give any assurance to or about those young people who don't or won't have any qualifications or entry-level requirements, that they will have support with mental capacity to access these pathways outlined in the statement?
Yeah, and I thank the member for his question, and similar to himself, I very much recognise the campaign and efforts of many on this issue, and some of those who contributed to the work that was undertaken, and as the member mentioned, some of those who I've met today, including Alma and Dee from Caleb's cause, who have really shone a light on this issue and must be commended for the work that they have done in that regard. When I think what this report or what the review highlights is the range of issues that there are to be addressed, and importantly, I think that it gives voice
to all of those who contributed and all of those young people and their parents and families and carers who face real challenges in accessing the type of support that they need and deserve. And what I'm determined to do as Minister with responsibility for the Department for Economy is everything within my remit to make things better, but to work across the executive where other departments have responsibility also to ensure that the type of progress that is needed is made. And as I have set out in the statement today, I will be bringing proposals to the executive in that regard to try to ensure that young people, whatever their pathway is, whether it's an education pathway through further education supported by the Department for Economy, or whether it's a health-related pathway supported by the Department of Health and Trust or the community and voluntary sector, that the right support is there and that young people and their families are being supported to get it.
Thank you, Minister. I call Philip Brett, Chair of the Committee for the Economy.
Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, I thank the Minister for her statement and for meeting me this morning. It's typical of the courtesy that she has shown to me since taking office. I think I can speak on behalf of the whole House in paying tribute to campaigners who have been involved in this. It's a testament to their work that we have advanced this important cause. As the statement indicates, there's much to do and interdepartmental cooperation will be required. Can the Minister outline timescales for the completion of the ETI review of existing provision and scoping of what may prove to be considerable additional costs?
Yeah, and I thank the member for his question and also for taking the time to meet with me earlier today. And I think he rightly recognises the cross-departmental nature of the work that is required, but also the cross-party support that there is to address the challenges that have been outlined. And the ETI review, we anticipate being completed by autumn, and then the scoping work will be done. So it may take up to a year to get the understanding of exactly what is needed, but I am determined to work at pace. My officials, and I pay tribute to them for the work that they have done on this, are determined to work at pace to try to outline what it is that we need to do and then ensure that the provision can be put in place. But it's also important to recognise that there are things that are already being undertaken and changes that are being made and things that have become apparent over the course of the review where there is good practice being undertaken, for example, in our further education colleges, that can be rolled out across the board. So there are some things that can be done immediately and then others that will take a little bit of time.
Thank you, Minister. I call Philip McGuigan.
And thanks, Minister, for the statement. Can I, just like yourself and others, put on record my admiration for campaigners, and particularly for Alma White, who, through Caleb's cause, has shown a particular focus in recent times on this issue. And clearly, the statement is long and detailed, and clearly the most important positives in relation to your statement are for the many young adults, their families and their carers. But further to that, Minister, can I ask what potential long-term savings from investing in support for young people with learning disabilities?
I thank the member for his question, and I think in recognising the challenges that are posed, as I did in the statement, it's not just to the young person but also to their parents or carers, who very often find themselves having to either reduce hours or to leave work. And we know that young people with disabilities are 5 times more likely to be not in education, employment or training than their non-disabled peers. And even with a degree, a young person with a disability finds it much harder to secure employment than a non-disabled graduate. So failing to invest in appropriately supported skills and training opportunities does have knock-on impacts, again in terms of health and well-being, in terms of social security costs, creates a ripple effect on economic inactivity and household income, as I mentioned, in relation to parents and carers. Also, so my officials are in discussions with experts to support us in building the evidence base for that, to help reinforce not just the moral case, which is well made, but also the economic case for investment.
Can I call David Honeyford, please?
So, Deputy Speaker, I just also want to acknowledge Alma and Caleb's campaign
really feel for them today, that this isn't maybe what, and the disappointment overall for them. But you mentioned data sharing, and you said about working between departments, and I quote, you said we need to improve that, and then you went on to basically say in the statement, I don't mean to put words in your mouth, but it was basically we'll have a look. But this is absolutely critical. The departments work together, and everyone knows this part of government isn't working. So can I ask the Minister what action that she believes needs to happen to address this, and what action do you intend bringing to ensure that it absolutely does?
Yeah, and I thank the member for his question, and that was one of the issues that became really apparent across the review. We measure things in different ways and we call things different names, and therefore there isn't a direct read across in terms of some of the data. But as I also reflected, there are things that sit within different departments, so we do need to ensure there is that cross-departmental approach, and I will be bringing proposals to the executive colleagues in that regard to look at how we can better share knowledge and ensure that the young people that we know are in the education system, well, they're going somewhere afterwards, so further education or wherever, but we need to be able to share the data so we can plan for that. So I think that that's something that's really important. I did mention also in my statement the approach that is in place in Scotland in relation to a whole of government approach to transition, and that's something that I would like to explore with executive colleagues as well, because when you listen to the range of issues there in terms of transport or health or across the whole range of departments in terms of communities in relation to income supports as well, there is a function for everybody, and therefore it is important that we are all working collectively, and I think that's the right approach.
I call Diana Armstrong.
Deputy Principal Speaker. Minister, I broadly welcome the statement today. However, I do note the aspirational tone throughout. Before I continue, I want to pay tribute to Alma and the campaigners for bringing the campaign to this moment. But I wonder, Minister, if you'd be able to expand a bit more on the joint venture between the Department of the Economy and the Department of Education with regard to the Joint Careers Action Plan. Could you specifically outline any initiatives that may emerge from this and how you intend to assess them, as you will agree with me that everyone deserves the fairest start in life? Thank you.
Yeah, and I thank the member for her question. And the Joint Careers Action Plan has been agreed by the Executive, so it will be published in the very near future. And within that, I spoke in my statement about some of the actions that we are taking to ensure that careers advice and guidance is accessible for all, that there is a specific access for autistic people and support that is in a format that is accessible for them, and that there is also advice and guidance that is tailored for everybody, that we have a truly inclusive career service. So hopefully when the report or the action plan is published, that will be reflected.
Thank you, Minister. I call Emma Sheeran.
Minister, thanks for the statement, and like others, I welcome it and want to place on record our appreciation of campaigners such as Alma and others who have done so much in this. Could you give some additional information as to how the assessment and support model will work in real time?
And I thank the member for her question. We want to ensure that young people who choose to study in further education are supported to thrive in their courses. A clear message that my officials took away from their extensive stakeholder engagement was the anxiety that is created by the lack of certainty and clarity as to what support a young person can expect when they move from school to college. And this was particularly emphasised for those 16-year-olds with SEND statements in specialist provision in mainstream schools who were leaving at the end of Year 12 because there is no provision for them at Year 13 and 14. It's intended that the assessment and support model will build on the special educational needs and statement type model from the school system, tailored for the FE college environment. So we want to give greater clarity to young people and their families in relation to the support they can expect, and it will increase the consistency and transparency of support across all areas. Having considered the findings of the review, I have approved this approach, and officials will now move as quickly as possible to develop the details relating to the design and administration of the model in conjunction with other partners.
Thank you. I call Diane Forsyth.
Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her statement. As Chair of the All-Party Group in Voluntary and Community Sector, I was pleased to welcome the Minister just a couple of weeks ago to our All-Party Group, where she heard a lot from groups about their community-based grassroots recognition of issues and building upon them in response to need, especially in rural areas like my constituency of South Down. And you talk about co-design within your statement, and I just wonder if you give a bit more detail about how the voluntary community sector groups will be able to work together with your department in the critical link-up and developing this policy.
Yeah, and I thank the member for her question, and it's a really important aspect of the support. We know there are many community and voluntary organisations out there doing really amazing work in supporting young people and adults with learning disabilities and other disabilities, and it's work that's through the Social Enterprise Action Plan that we have implemented within the department that can be supported that way, and there will be opportunities as we move forward with this to ensure that there is that level of engagement with all stakeholders who have a part to play in this. I think that there is a really important role for our community and voluntary sector, in particular in relation to the health-related provision. And that's something I'm very keen to discuss with the Health Minister. I had a brief conversation with him about it this morning, but it's something that I think that we need to take a greater look at, and where there is best practice, roll that out across the board.
Thank you. I call Michelle Guy.
Thank you, Minister, for the statement. Minister, the reason we are here is Caleb's cause, and this statement simply doesn't deliver on Caleb's cause. Alma has been crystal clear that this has to deliver for all. The Minister confirms, though, that she supports a legal right for people with special educational needs to an appropriate pathway, whether that's in an educational or a health setting. Has the Minister confirmed with the Education and Health Ministers that they also support this legislation coming forward? And if she hasn't had those conversations yet, why not?
And I thank the member for her question, and I think that it is important to recognise that there are still big challenges here in terms of what we're trying to achieve. And I have went as far as possible within the remit of my own department, ensuring that we can improve the provision and support there in what we do, whether that's across the colleges or training providers. There are other cohorts of young people who will have a different path into health-related provision, and we need to ensure that the similar protections and support is there. So I am committed to working with my executive colleagues to make sure that that's the case. I have spoken to both the Health and Education Ministers. They haven't seen the detail of the proposals in terms of what I'm bringing to the executive yet, so that will be something that we have to discuss around the executive table.
Thank you, Minister. I call Gemma Dolan.
And I thank the Minister for her work on this and the statement this afternoon. Minister, will you consider introducing apprenticeships for SEN young people?
And I thank the member for her question. The apprenticeship programme is one that I think works really well, but I do want to see increased representation from a number of different cohorts, including those people with disabilities, and I think that it's rightly reflected that uptake from people with disabilities of apprenticeships is quite poor. So that's something that we have put a particular focus on, and under my Apprenticeship Inclusion Challenge Fund, 2 dedicated disability projects have been selected to test approaches to better apprenticeship participation and outcomes for those with disabilities. These projects will pilot new pathways to supportive environments that enable individuals with disabilities to thrive and reach their full potential. In addition, we want to co-design a pilot approach to a new model for apprentices with special educational needs to maximise their potential within employment. And our aim is to explore a model that would work for both employers and potential apprentices, ensuring apprenticeship is a realistic progression pathway for young people with special educational needs who have built their skills through our vocational programmes. This commitment signals my ambitions for a workforce that has a place for everyone, with individuals valued for their unique contribution and continuing to develop their skills throughout their lives.
Thank you, Minister. I call Diane Dodds.
Thank you, and thank you, Minister, for the statement. And again, like others, a thank you to Alma and all of those involved in the campaign. I think, like me, there'll be kind of mixed emotions about this statement today. We are interested in some of the really interesting things that are the responsibility of the Department of the Economy, but we realise that actually there's a whole swathe of young people with difficulties and learning disabilities who are excluded and not mentioned. Their problems are outlined, but not particularly their solutions to those problems, and we would really have loved a whole executive approach. Can I ask you, further to what you've said to us about the assessment and support model for students, and you say that this will be a statutory assessment, will it have the same legal clarity that a statement of educational need has?
Minister.
And I thank the member for her question, and I think she is right to reflect that this is a really challenging area, and I have worked within my remit to bring forward proposals that I can do on my own as a minister, but I really want to work across the executive with colleagues, and I know there is really goodwill around the executive table to make progress on this. Special educational needs is one of the priorities within the programme for government, so on that basis I hope that we will be able to make really good and speedy progress. In relation to the assessment and support model, it is intended to build upon the statement of a model from education. We are still working through the detail of what that will look like and how we can potentially move from one end to the other and to get a model that fits and that works, so that we aren't duplicating as well in the system. So that is still work in progress as to exactly what it will look like.
I call Malaysia McHugh.
In my previous life, I actually worked as a YTP coordinator in the North West Institute, and for many years I was involved in the establishment and setting up of courses for those with special educational needs. I welcome the direction of travel currently, but I also asked the Minister then, is there a potential here for an all-island approach in relation to making provision for those with special educational needs?
Minister. And I thank the member for his question. I think one of the key objectives to improve all-island skills mobility for us as a department is working with the Irish Government to bring forward skills projects under the Peace Plus programme, and my department maintains oversight of that programme here in the North. There are initiatives to help reduce skills gaps across the island, especially in underrepresented groups, and there's already some really good examples of where that's happening. The Men Cap Heroes Youth Project, for example, which is an inclusive cross-community and cross-border project, supports young people with and without learning difficulties with personal development, citizenship and good relations. There's also the recently launched Skills Connect programme, which will enable people with disabilities to attain skills in areas where there's clear regional shortages. And my department has also had some early engagement with the Office of Taoiseach in progressing skills project through the Shared Island Fund, and I certainly think there is scope for something in that space, and it's something that my officials will be exploring further.
Thank you. I call Cheryl Brownlee.
Speaker, Minister, I very much welcome this statement and the acknowledgement that more must be done for our most vulnerable young people and their families. And I want to pay tribute as well to Alma and Caleb's cause for the work that they have done. But Minister, what really concerns me is that so many young people do not meet the learning disabilities threshold, even those children that are currently attending special school, meaning they're ineligible for health-funded pathways or the likes of direct payments, leaving them in limbo and their parents and carers without the support they need to handle and deal with their complex needs in the right way. So how will your department work with health and education to address this gap and ensure that parents and carers receive the support that they need?
Yes, and I thank the member for that question, and it was one of the issues that was clearly highlighted in the work, and clearly there is a particular challenge there, because then those young people are left with no support or provision. So that is something that I really want to work with both the Department of Health and Department of Education to see how we can address that gap and to do so at pace.
I call Nick Matheson.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. When we look at special educational needs provision in the school system, there has been a systemic failure of health and education to collaboratively work together and deliver real change. You have highlighted the need for your department to now work together with education and health, both to deliver what you've proposed today, but also the legislation that the campaigners like Alma and Caleb's Cause have been seeking that provides a legislative protection regardless of what pathway the young people follow. How will you lead the way to ensure that the Children's Services Cooperation Act is properly applied and that we actually see meaningful collaboration in this space where we have failed to do so for many years?
Minister. And I thank the member for his question, and it is clear that there is a real need to see better cross-departmental collaboration on this issue in particular, but on other issues as well. The priority within the programme for government of special educational needs puts a particular focus on it from across the executive perspective, and therefore we do need to see departments and ministers stepping up and working together on these issues. And I have absolutely no doubt about the intentions of other ministers in relation to this issue, so I would be very hopeful that we will see that level of collaboration, and certainly in relation to special educational needs and the reforms that the Education Minister has already proposed in that regard. I think there is a recognition of needing to see that collaboration across departments as well, so it's something that I am very hopeful that we will absolutely see in the very near future.
Call Justin McNulty.
Minister, I spoke with Alma and the parents who are here today and whose children and families are impacted by this statement. They do not want warm words, they do not want admiration, they want the support their children need and are entitled to. They told me that they feel like their children are invisible. Parents want to know, as this is such a complex and cross-cutting piece of work, who is going to take the lead? Is the executive, your party leads, going to step up,
Justin,
or are you going to return
question?
to type and point fingers of blame and pass the buck as usual?
Minister, would you mind taking your seat? See, when anyone is asking a question, and I know this is a political arena, I'm asking people to watch their tone. You can ask the same question, but in a different tone. Minister.
Thank the member for his question. And I don't see anybody passing the buck. I think what we did with this piece of work was very much take on an issue that was obviously very complex. And I have had the opportunity to engage with campaigners, with Alma and Dee and others in relation to this issue. And I can say very clearly that I heard their ask and their voice and recognise the needs of their young people also. And I am really keen that I do see that cross-departmental working to try and make progress on this issue. I think that there is a commitment across the executive to do that, and certainly I will be bringing forward proposals, and I hope that they will get a very warm hearing.
Call Ciara Ferguson.
Principal Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the Minister, and I do welcome the statement and the progress made to date. And I would also like to pay tribute. I'm quite proud of Alma White and Dee Geary in particular, who have advocated on behalf of children. Minister, in relation to those children and families that currently feel in limbo, not in relation to health or education, you did mention that we may be able to explore the development of collaborative and co-funded cross-departmental pilots to try to provide pathways for these young people for whom existing systems don't work. And I'm conscious there is goodwill within the executive. Could you throw some light on that aspect as well? Thank you.
Yeah, and I thank the member for the question, and I think there is some things that we can do on a very speedy basis in relation to smoothing things across departments, as I mentioned in my statement, where there is young people who are partly on a health-based pathway and partly in an economy one, and we can certainly tighten up work across the board there. I think, again, in relation to the type of investment that we want to see in our further education colleges to better support our young people, because there is really good practice and examples of really good practice there already, and we want to make sure that that's across the board. And as I also mentioned in my statement, there are regional disparities in relation to the level of provision that we have across the board, so that's something that I'm really keen that we address as well. And I think that there are things, as I mentioned, that we can make quick progress on. There are things that the department is already beginning to implement, and there are a number of measures that don't require additional finance. Things like the Apprenticeship Inclusion Challenge Fund that's already been undertaken, work within our careers portal, where we are working across both the Department of Economy and Education, and other work, for example, in terms of improving accessibility in colleges. So there are a lot of things I think that we can do quickly, and then there are things that will take longer.
Thank you, Minister. I call Donny Donnelly.
Speaker, as Chair of the All-Party Group on Learning Disability, I want to welcome the Minister's statement. It may not be everything that everyone had hoped for, but I hope that it is a turning point, a start that can and should be built upon together with the other departments to ensure improved provision for all of our young people with additional needs. And I would like to ask the Minister if she would share the results of her review with MLAs and or relevant groups like Caleb's Cause, who have campaigned for this so long. Thank you.
Minister.
Yeah, and I thank the member for the question and for his recognition of the work that has been undertaken. We have published a range of the relevant materials today on the department website. It includes a summary of the findings of the report, the comparative analysis of the legislative framework that Stranmillis prepared for us, and some additional information on participation. So all of that will be available, I anticipate, after the statement is today.
Thank you. I call Matthew O'Toole.
Speaker, Minister, this is a substantive statement. It's long, it's detailed, and most people would expect no less from you. You are a substantive politician, but it is not what the Caleb's Cause campaign asked for, and they are genuinely disappointed, to say the very least, today. Minister, do we have a problem in our politics here with making empty promises to people and then failing to deliver? Because it is a problem to drag people up to the hill who sincerely wish for better for their kids with difficulties, and then we disappoint them. Shouldn't we be doing better than that?
Minister.
And I thank the member for his question. And I think that over the course of the work that has been undertaken, there has been a clear recognition of the challenges that we face, and those aren't just structural challenges across departments. There are obviously financial and resource problems as well, and we do need to see significant investment in these services, and that is across the board, both in terms of our further education services and our health services, so that young people are able to access the type of support that they rightly deserve across the board, regardless of where they live in this region. So that, I think, is the first thing that we want to make sure happens. But obviously, parents and carers and families will want to have the protection of legal recourse if that's not the case. And as I have outlined today, I am committed to taking that forward within the remit of my own department. I don't have the ability to do that across other departments, but I am committed to working with other ministers to try and achieve that.
Call Timothy Casson.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Minister, a number of months ago, I, alongside Colin Crawford, hosted the Education Minister at Castle Tower in Ballymena. The Principal is keen to pilot a scheme similar to that set out in your statement for colleges, but requires the buy-in from education, from health and the economy departments. Under the Strengthen Foundations theme, we read, there isn't a direct read across between the categories, and it goes on to say this creates confusion and increases the risk of people not being identified. Will you give a commitment here today to attempt and do your best to set up a cross-departmental working group to address these issues, and without the buy-in of other ones, will you lead upon this issue?
Minister.
And I thank the member for his question. And I think what we have set out that we will do in terms of the transition support service is try to improve that read across in the immediacy. And certainly I am more than happy to try and work on a cross-departmental basis to achieve that, and to engage with the member and his constituents in relation to that also, because I think that where there is good practice already happening, that's something that we want to build upon and roll out across the board. So if there are examples, I'd be keen to hear about them and see them.
I call Jerry Carroll.
Thank you, and I want to also pay tribute to Alma and all those campaigning in my own constituency, standing for proper support and services for people with SEN. Minister, you mentioned in your statement about different pathways for young people and apprentices and apprenticeships and other items as well. I'm concerned, Minister, and I wonder if you've heard this and hearing reports of people going into work and being underpaid and effectively being exploited because of their disability. Is this something your department is aware of, people being underpaid compared to their colleagues without disabilities? And is this something that your department is planning to take action on? Thank you.
And I thank the member for his question and for bringing it to my attention. It's not something that I'm aware of, but if the member wants to write to me about it, I certainly would ask officials to look into it.
Thank you, Minister. That concludes questions on the statement. Members, would you take your ease for a moment to change the top table? Thank you.
Ready, Minister? Ladies and gentlemen, the next item of business is a motion to approve a draft statutory rule. I will ask the clerk to read the motion. Clerk, please.
That the draft environmental protection, disposal of polychlorinated biphenyls and other dangerous substances amendment regulations Northern Ireland 2025 be approved.
Minister, could you move the motion?
I beg to move.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit in this debate, and I call on the Minister to open the debate on the motion. Minister.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I am grateful for the opportunity to bring this motion forward today. The amendment to the Environmental Protection, Disposal of Polychlorinated Biphenyls and Other Dangerous Substances Northern Ireland Regulations 2000 prohibits the use of polychlorinated biphenyls, otherwise known as PCBs. The amendments will require all equipment containing PCBs above the new lower threshold concentration of 0.005% PCBs by weight and a volume of 0.05 decimeters cubes to be removed from use by the end of 2025 and for environmentally sound waste management to be applied thereafter. This is a requirement of the Stockholm Convention on Persistent Organic Pollutants, of which the EU and the UK are both signatories, and where amendments come from. PCBs fall in the category of persistent organic pollutants, otherwise known as POPs. Parties to the Stockholm Convention are committed to removing PCBs from production and use. The use of PCBs has been regulated in the UK since the early 1980s, but some PCBs still in use predominantly within high-voltage transformer equipment and energy infrastructure. In Northern Ireland, the main stock of equipment still containing PCBs is held by Northern Ireland Electricity Networks, and this equipment was brought into use before 1987. Oils containing PCBs can leak from transformer equipment and enter the environment, where they can cause serious health effects in humans and animals. PCBs can have adverse effects on the immune system, liver, skin and reproductive system, gastrointestinal tract and also thyroid glands. PCBs remain common contaminants of animal and human food chains, generally at low concentrations, and as such diet remains one of the main sources of exposure. A regulatory impact assessment was carried out by my officials in order to assess the impact on Northern Ireland Electricity Networks, who were identified as the biggest holder of stock containing PCBs in Northern Ireland. A number of other holders were not considered to be statistically significant and were then excluded from the assessment. PCB contaminated equipment will have to be replaced at the end of its useful life. The amendments bring forward the replacement date of some of the NAE network's equipment that would have to be replaced eventually. The assessment indicated that the central cost of £385,625 would be incurred by NAE networks to meet the requirements of the legislation. The cost incurred by NAE networks is due to the decommissioning of equipment before the end of its useful life. Where there is a cost, I consider it acceptable to achieve the safe destruction of this equipment. A consultation exercise was carried out by my department, which ran from the 23rd of May to the 22nd of July 2022. My department engaged with approximately 60 targeted NI stakeholders, including small and medium-sized companies and public bodies, via a short survey which ran for 9 weeks. A total of 7 responses were received from businesses and public sector organisations. None of the responses expressed any misgivings about the proposed legislation. The amendments have already been made in England and Wales in July 2020 and Scotland in February 2021. They come in force in the Republic of Ireland in 2020. Northern Ireland continues to follow EU legislation on persistent organic pollutants as required with Annex 2 of the Windsor Framework, and both the EU and UK are party to the Stockholm Convention. Therefore, these amendments will bring Northern Ireland into line with both Great Britain and the EU. By not laying these regulations, we will be in breach of the Windsor Framework and will remain divergent with both the GB and the EU, as well as in being in breach of the Stockholm Convention. This incurs the risk of EU infraction against the UK, the cost of which will have to be borne by the Northern Ireland Executive. Holders of PCB contaminated equipment must register their pieces of equipment with the Northern Ireland Environment Agency. To make this easier for customers, Digital Services, my department, have developed an online registration system which will go live shortly after the amendments come into force. The amendments will also provide Northern Ireland Environment Agency, which is responsible for regulating PCBs, with the legislative powers to take action where this registration duty is not complied with. Any action undertaken will be in accordance with the area's enforcement and prosecution policy, from which my department's enforcement tools range from warning letters up to formal prosecution through the courts. The cost of registration has not increased from those laid out in the 2000 legislation due to the efficiency savings of having an online registration system. My officials will be able to check for PCB contaminated equipment during inspections for other regulatory regimes. The charges will remain at an annual charge of £155 for holders of fewer than 20 pieces of equipment and £250 for holders than more than 20 pieces of equipment. The registration system will facilitate Northern Ireland Environment Agency engagement with registered holders and also enable holders to notify the agency when the PCB contaminated equipment has been disposed of and can be removed from the register. Officials in the Northern Ireland Environment Agency Chemicals Compliance Team work collaboratively with the waste teams in the agency's regulation unit and will be ensuring that destruction of this material is undertaken by appropriate means, in this case by high temperature incineration. My officials have been engaged with other regulators in the UK and Ireland and have had discussions with NAE networks, who, as I say, are the largest holder in Northern Ireland of potentially PCB contaminated equipment. I issued an executive paper on the 5th of March regarding these amendments. They received replies from Justice Minister, Health Minister and Economy Minister, none of whom had any issues with the amendments and were in support of them. The amendments were approved by the Executive in a meeting of the 30th of April and were approved by the Area Committee on the 8th of May.
The Committee for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs first considered the SL1 for these draft amendment regulations at our meeting on the 8th of May 2025. The Committee heard from the officials that DAERA intended to make this statutory rule under the draft affirmative procedure for the implementation of amendments to Environmental Protection Regulations NI 2000. This will enable us to comply with the Stockholm Convention and remain aligned with the EU persistent organic pollutant legislation as required under the Windsor Framework, and that the SR would bring us in line with Britain. We heard from officials that the PCBs are persistent organic pollutants and the parties to the Stockholm Convention are committed to removing them from production. The Committee was concerned to hear that PCBs remain common contaminants of animal and human food chains, and diet remains one of the main sources of exposure in the general population. We heard that the amendments will require all equipment containing PCBs that are above the new lower threshold concentration of 0.005% PCBs by weight and a volume of 0.05 decimeter cubed to be removed from use by the end of 2025 and to ensure environmentally sound waste management going forward. We were advised that by not laying the amendments, NI would remain divergent from Britain and the EU, as well as being in breach of the Stockholm Convention and the Windsor Framework. Officials highlighted that holders of PCB-contaminated equipment have to register equipment with NIEA, and an online registration system will go live shortly after the amendments come into force. We hear that officials have also been engaging with other regulators in the UK and with NIE Networks, which is the largest holder in NI of potentially PCB-contaminated equipment. The committee queried if there have been any negative concerns in the consultation regarding the amendments, and were reassured to hear that given the impact of that PCBs can have on human and animal health, the responses were supportive of their removal. The committee also queried the cost to NIE of over $385,000, and we were advised that is the cost of decommissioning equipment that would still have been in use, and that the economist who did the regulatory impact assessment considered that was a reasonable cost under the polluter pays principle. The members sought clarity that all elements of the draft rule stem from the Stockholm Convention and are replicated from Britain with no deviation. The officials confirmed that was the case. At our meeting on the 12th of May in Castle Archdale, we considered the final draft SR, and members agreed to support the SR in this debate. In conclusion, the committee agreed to recommend that the draft Environmental Protection, Disposal of Polychlorinated Biphenyls and Other Dangerous Substances Amendment Regulations NI 2025 be affirmed and made by this Assembly. Thank you.
I call on Michelle McIlveen. Michelle.
I'd just like to place my comments in context, because I think it's important to reiterate my party's position. The Democratic Unionist Party believe that it's wrong for change to legislation in Northern Ireland to be made at the behest of the EU as a result of the Windsor Framework. This is undemocratic and leaves those who elect us bereft of effective representation in making of laws that govern them. However, we also recognise that today's draft regulations are the product of an international agreement. This obviously takes steps to reduce risks to the environment and to human health from PCBs, which can be released for ageing electrical equipment. And as we've heard, both the UK and the EU are parties to the Stockholm Convention on persistent organic pollutants. In recent years, as again we've heard, England, Scotland and Wales have already passed regulations requiring the removal of this equipment containing more than 0.05% PCBs by the 31st of December. In committee, I sought and we've received reassurance from officials that what's before us today will provide full parity with those arrangements. There isn't going to be any divergence, and the convention mentioned should actually serve to minimise the prospect of this. So therefore, while I am uncomfortable in relation to the aspects of this which are attached to the EU, I am content that we do support the regulations, because members should be, of course, in no doubt around our rationale in taking that position. We're not doing so out of concern to keep pace with the EU or to avoid a breach of the oppressive requirements of the Windsor Framework, but rather because we do believe the cause of preventing the accumulation of these substances and the adverse effects that it can have on animals and humans is an important one. Thank you.
I call on Mr Gasson. Timothy.
Deputy Speaker, I rise today to oppose the statutory rule because of how and why this legislation is being brought forward. Let us be clear, this regulation is not simply a technical update. It is part of a broader and far more troubling pattern, the ongoing subjugation of Northern Ireland's law-making powers to the European Union via the Windsor Framework. Paragraph 9 of the explanatory memorandum could not be clearer. This statutory rule ensures ongoing alignment with Regulation EU 2019-1021, as required under the Windsor Framework, UK Internal Market and Unfettered Access Regulation 2024. So this is not retained EU law. This is not assimilated law, nor is this law that we in this House have freely chosen to adopt on its merits. No, this is a requirement imposed externally, which the Assembly is being compelled to implement in order to comply with the obligations under the Windsor Framework. We are told, vote for this or violate an international agreement. That is not democratic accountability. That is not devolution, that is indeed dictatorship. Let us reflect on what this means. The people of Northern Ireland are subject to laws they did not vote for, made by institutions they do not elect, enforced by powers this Assembly cannot resist. This regulation exemplifies that reality. Even the explanatory note admits this statutory rule partially implements Regulation EU 2019-1021. Our laws are being progressively adjusted and realigned to fit the European rulebook. That may not bother the Minister, but by the looks of things it may not even bother other unionist MLAs in this chamber. Mr Deputy Speaker, it bothers me as a Democrat. What exactly is the Assembly's role? To rubber stamp it, or risk being told that we are in breach of the framework? This is not technical alignment, it's political submission. Furthermore, it does not stop with this one regulation. There will be others. This is a process, not just a single event. EU law remains hardwired into Northern Ireland's internal system through the Windsor framework, and the price is our legislative independence. Some may ask, is it really worth opposing, given the subject matter? To that I answer, yes. Principle is important. Today it's PCBs, tomorrow it may be food standards or energy policy. What we tolerate in principle today, we will be expected to submit to in practice tomorrow. I will not support a process that turns this Assembly into a mere implementation arm of Brussels diktats. I am here to represent the people of North Antrim, not the Brussels establishment. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, I will vote against this. The Union is being hollowed out before our eyes, and this statutory rule is just another brick in the wall of constitutional betrayal. I urge other unionists to do the same.
Thank you, Mr Gasson. Minister, over to you to end.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. To summarise, the amendment of the Environmental Protection, Disposal of PCBs and Other Dangerous Substances, Northern Ireland Regulations 2000, will require the removal of all PCB-contaminated equipment by the end of 2025. The amendments will result in Northern Ireland no longer being divergent with either Great Britain or the EU, both of which have already implemented these amendments. Finally, in order that Northern Ireland, along with the rest of the UK and the EU, can continue with our efforts to reduce persistent organic pollutants and, in this instance, PCBs, I believe that we need to pass this amendment. I commend this order to the House.
Thank you very much, Minister. The question is that the draft Environmental Protection, Disposal of Polychlorinated Biphenyls and Other Dangerous Substances Amendment Regulations Northern Ireland 2025 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Aye. All those against? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Your vote against Mr Gasson will be suitably recorded. Thank you very much indeed. Can you take your ease while we await the next event? One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Right, okay, right. Sinead, you're not leaving, are you? No, we need to be core it, or else it'll be. Okay, the next item of business is a debate on two motions to approve statutory rules, both of which relate to social security benefits. I will ask the clerk to read the first motion and call on the Minister to move it. The Minister will then be invited to commence the debate on both motions listed on the order paper. When all those wish to speak have done so, I shall put the question on the first motion. The second motion will then be read into the record, and I will call the Minister to move it. The question will then be put on that motion straight away. If that is clear to everybody, I shall proceed. Clerk, could you please read the first motion?
That the Social Security Benefits Operating Order in Northern Ireland 2025 be approved.
Thank you. I call on the Minister for Communities to move the motion.
I beg to move.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit in this debate, and I call on the Minister to open the debate on both motions. Minister.
Mr Deputy Speaker, the operating package usually increases the rates of social security benefits, pensions and lump sum payments each year in line with inflation. It begins at the beginning of the tax year, and these two rules came into operation from April 25. I'm seeking the Assembly's approval for these two rules, which form part of the main operating package for 25-26. The Secretary of State for Work and Pensions is required to undertake an annual review of the rates of benefits in relation to the general level of prices. The percentage increase is determined by the CPI rate in the 12 months up to the previous September. CPI indicated a positive growth of 1.7% for the period up to the end of September 24. For the 25 operating package, this means that benefits linked to prices have been increased by 1.7%. These are generally benefits which contribute towards extra costs arising as a result of a disability or health condition. In addition to the commitment to the triple lock, it continues to apply to the basic state pension and the new state pension. These pension payments are increased in line with the highest of the growth in earnings, the growth in prices, or 2.5%. The growth in earnings is measured by the increase in average weekly earnings in the year to May to July 2024. The UK Government's commitment to the triple lock for the basic state pension and the new state pension means that for 25-26 these have been upgraded by 4.1%. Where the Secretary of State for Work and Pensions has discretion to increase other rates of benefits, for example working age benefits, these have traditionally been upgraded by the growth in prices, CPI. For 2025-26, the personal or standard allowances of universal credit, income support, housing benefit, job seekers allowance and employment and support allowance have been upgraded by 1.7%, as have income related benefits and additions and the savings credit maximum amount in pension credit, along with statutory payments such as statutory sick pay. The standard minimum guarantee in pension credit has increased by 4.1% in line with state pensions. When the Secretary of State for Work and Pension makes an operating order in Great Britain, my department is empowered to make a corresponding order for Northern Ireland. My department has no power to increase the amounts of benefits by a different or greater amount in the annual operating order. The operating order is the main statutory rule to provide for the increase in benefit rates. However, some technical provisions in relation to the annual operating are required to be made by regulations and therefore cannot be included in that order. This debate also encompasses the Social Security Benefits Operating Regulations Northern Ireland 2025, which make technical provisions required for the accurate implementation of the increased rates. The regulations are made as a consequence of the operating order. They also include an increase to the personal expenses allowance for residents in care homes and the earnings limit in relation to carers allowance. As a result of the 2025 operating package, approximately £264 million more will be paid out by my department to people in Northern Ireland on social security benefits and pensions. I would therefore welcome member support for both the operating order and the consequential operating regulations so that people in Northern Ireland can continue to receive the increased rates. I beg to move.
Colin Gildernew. Colin.
I rise as chairperson of the Committee for Communities in support of both of the motions pertaining to the Social Security Benefits Operating Order and Regulations NI 2025. The committee considered both the order and the draft regulations at its meeting on the 3rd of April 2025 and agreed it had no objections. Committee regularly sees secondary legislation pertaining to social security benefits and is aware that this order is one of several statutory rules which relate to the annual operating of certain benefits, pensions and allowances. The committee welcomes the operating of premiums that are paid to disabled people receiving working age benefits, universal credit, income support, housing, benefit, job seekers allowance, unemployment and support allowance elements in line with CPI, which is 1.7%, as measured over the period October 2023 to September 2024. We also welcome the fact that certain child and family elements will also be upgraded in line with the increase in the relevant HMRC rates. Whilst any increase in a cost of living crisis is to be welcomed, the Committee also continues to hear regularly from witnesses about the ongoing hardship faced by many of the most vulnerable in our communities. And as I have stated repeatedly whilst contributing to budget debates in the Chamber, proposed reforms by the British Government as set out in the Pathways to Work Green paper, such as the health top-up of universal credit being removed for those aged under 22, which are adding to a real sense of unease for many benefit recipients. A 13-week transition period simply does not address these fears. In this regard, we must not overlook the fact that carers and individuals with disabilities continue to struggle to meet their daily needs. Carers allowance remains a subject that members are very interested in, and we continue to call for the benefit to become a tapered benefit rather than what is currently described as a cliff edge benefit. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Committee, I am content to recommend that the Assembly approves the order and the associated regulations.
Minister, to wind, please.
I appreciate the support from across the House, and I beg to move.
The question is that the Social Security Benefits Operating Order Northern Ireland 2025 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. We will move on to the second motion, which has already been debated. Clerk, can you please read the motion?
That the Social Security Benefits Operating Regulations Northern Ireland 2025 be approved.
Thank you. I call for the Minister for Communities to move the motion.
I beg to move.
Thank you. The question is that the Social Security Benefits Operating Regulations Northern Ireland 2025 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The next item of business is a motion to approve a statutory rule. I will ask the Clerk to read the motion.
That the Mesothelioma lump sum payments, conditions and amounts amendment regulations Northern Ireland 2025 be approved.
Thank you. I call the Minister of Communities to move the motion. Minister.
I beg to move.
Thank you. Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit in this debate, and I call on the Minister to open the debate on the motion. Minister.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, these regulations are part of the annual upgrading package and increase the lump sum compensation payable by the scheme under the Mesothelioma, etc. Act Northern Ireland 2008. There is no explicit requirement to review the level of payments under this scheme each year, unlike with the main benefits upgrading order. However, these regulations have increased the amounts payable by the scheme in line with the rate of inflation. The amounts payable under the scheme have been increased for the 25-26 year by 1.7%, which mirrors the percentage increase of industrial injuries benefits in the main upgrading order. Under this scheme, those who have been exposed to asbestos can claim a lump sum payment if they are not entitled to payment under the pneumoconiosis, etc. Workers' Compensation Northern Ireland Order 1979, known as the 1979 scheme, and do not otherwise have a civil claim. The scheme provides financial help to persons diagnosed with this horrible disease, or if the person has died, to their dependents within a matter of weeks of diagnosis and without the need to establish an occupational link or indeed any causative link. Therefore, provided that they have not already received a compensation payment from another source, people who suffer from this awful disease are eligible for a payment regardless of whether they were employees, self-employed, or indeed have never worked, as well may be the case for family members who contracted this disease through secondary exposure, for example, cleaning asbestos-covered clothes. For 2025-26, the amount payable, for example, to a person aged 37 or under at diagnosis, has increased from £114,210 to £116,152, the same maximum that can be paid under the 79 scheme. These regulations ensure the compensation provided under the scheme maintains its value relative to inflation, and I'm sure that all members will warmly welcome the provisions.
Lascan and I rise as chairperson of the Committee for Communities to support the introduction of these regulations. The committee considered this rule at its meeting on the 3rd of April. The primary purpose of this change is to, as the Minister said, increase the lump sum payments made to individuals suffering from diffuse mesothelioma as well as their dependents. These payments are crucial for individuals afflicted by this debilitating disease, which often results in asbestos exposure. Under the Mesothelioma, etc. Act 2008, these payments are made without requiring proof of negligent exposure to asbestos or that the exposure occurred during employment. This ensures swift and fair compensation to those affected. The amounts are usually increased each year in line with the rate of inflation as measured by the Consumer Price Index in the previous September. This September's CPI was 1.7% and the uprating of payments is consistent with other disability benefits, reflecting our commitment to supporting those who have been severely impacted by asbestos-related diseases. The rule aims to adjust the lump sum payments in line with inflation, ensuring the beneficiaries receive adequate compensation that reflects the current economic conditions. In terms of financial and regulatory compliance, the payments under the 2008 scheme are funded through the recovery of amounts from civil compensation, ensuring no extra financial burden on public funds. Additionally, the regulations comply with Section 24 of the NI Act 1998 and align with corresponding regulations in Britain, maintaining parity in line with existing policy. Following consideration, the Committee remains satisfied that these regulations are both necessary and beneficial. We should always do our utmost to support individuals affected by serious health conditions like diffuse mesothelioma, who will continue to experience financial implications associated with the disease. Therefore, on behalf of the Committee for Communities, Lascan, I am content to recommend that the Assembly approves these regulations.
Thank you very much indeed. Minister, to wine, please.
There to be consensus from all around the Assembly. I'm grateful for that and I commend the regulations to the House.
Thank you very much indeed. The question is that the mesothelioma payment, lump sum payments, conditions and amounts, Amendment Regulations Northern Ireland 2025 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. We just take our ease for a few moments while we change around ministers. The next item of business is a legislative consent motion for the Product Regulation Meteorology Bill. Clerk, could you please read the motion?
That this Assembly notes the passage of the Product Regulation and Metrology Bill introduced in the House of Lords on 4th September 2024, further notes and supports all relevant provisions of the Bill so far as these matters fall within the legislative competence of the Assembly, and consents to the principle of the extension to Northern Ireland of the provision relating to the regulations making provision within devolved competence as amended at committee stage on 13th May 2025.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. I call on the Minister for Economy to move the motion. Minister. Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit in this debate. I call the Minister for the Economy to open the debate on the motion. Minister.
And I regret that I'm unable to move the motion as I wished for this debate and would like to provide you with an update on why that is the case, and I am unable to seek the consent of the Assembly to all the clauses engaging devolved matters within the bill. The handling of this bill by the British Government has been unacceptable from the outset. There was no substantive engagement with my officials prior to its introduction, and then it was immediately clear I could not support consent for the bill as drafted. The bill provides powers to the Secretary of State to make regulations in a wide range of areas, with a small number of those falling under devolved competence. The bill made no provision for the Secretary of State to require consent from the devolved governments. My predecessor raised this matter directly with Minister Leon and was assured there would be official level engagement to find a mutually beneficial solution. Due to difficulties with the bill's passage in the House of Lords, the offer to amend the bill to resolve my concerns was not made until committee stage in the House of Commons. The offer to amend the bill did resolve my concerns, and the bill now contains the devolution amendment. I met with Minister Matters and set out in writing that the bill's passage in Parliament must allow time for the Assembly to carry out its scrutiny role, debate and meaningfully vote on the consent request. My officials also set out the requirements and timeframes of our consent process in detail to the bill team. Unfortunately, these requirements were not fully respected and Parliament moved to report stage on the 4th of June before I was able to bring this before the Assembly. As a result, most of the bill is no longer amendable and cannot be subject to a consent request. The only substantive devolved matter now within the scope of a consent vote is the devolution amendment. This is a completely unacceptable situation and I have written to Minister Matters to seek assurance it will not be repeated. However, as the request for consent to the bill was able to obtain my support, the approval of the Executive and the Committee's report was supportive. I am bringing forward a motion that asks for your consent where possible and further asks that you note and support the areas that cannot be subject to a full consent vote. So I'll move on to the bill itself. A priority of the programme for government is to grow a globally competitive and sustainable economy, which my department supports with our prioritisation of good jobs, regional balance and raising productivity. Anything with the potential to undo the harms of Brexit, smooth trade flows and reduce regulatory divergence with the unnecessary additional burdens placed on business is to be welcomed. The Product Regulation and Metrology Bill was introduced at Westminster on the 4th of September 2024. The bill aims to support economic growth, provide regulatory stability and deliver more protection for consumers. It seeks to respond to new product risks and opportunities to enable us to keep pace with technological advances such as AI and address issues such as incidents from ingesting button batteries and fire risks associated with e-bikes. It identifies new and emerging business models in the supply chain, ensuring the responsibilities of those involved in the supply of products, such as online marketplaces, are clear and modernised for increasingly complex supply chains to support consumers' confidence in the products they buy and from whom they buy them. It ensures the law can be updated to allow a means of recognising new or updated EU product requirements with the intention of preventing additional costs for businesses and providing regulatory stability. It enables improvements to compliance and enforcement reflecting the challenges of modern digital borders. This bill seeks to enable the British Government and its regulators to tackle non-compliance and target interventions by allowing greater sharing of data between regulators and market surveillance authorities. And it updates the legal metrology framework which governs the accuracy of weights and measures for purchased goods. This seeks to give consumers and business confidence in what they are buying and to allow for technological progress, including in support of net zero aims and infrastructure, for example, enabling innovation whilst ensuring energy smart meters are accurate in their readings. The bill confers powers to make product regulations, make product requirements, enforce product regulations, make metrology regulations, enforce metrology regulations, make regulations in respect of data sharing and make regulations in respect of cost recovery. Most product regulation is not devolved under the 1998 Act. However, areas such as chemicals are, and it should be for me as Economy Minister and other relevant ministers to set those policy direction for devolved matters. The original iteration of the bill did not respect devolution. I therefore sought amendments that would allow us to consent to the bill. Our Welsh and Scottish counterparts had similar concerns. Those efforts led to a devolution amendment that requires the consent of NI departments to be sought to regulations covering devolved matters that the Secretary of State lays at Westminster. However, it is important to note that most areas of product regulation will fall under the Windsor framework, and most future regulations made under the bill's powers are anticipated to be only applicable in Britain. Indeed, the bill allows Britain to align with EU product regulation already applicable in the North. I encourage the British Government to utilise the powers available to undo many of the harms of Brexit and align key product regulations with those of the EU. This would benefit businesses both here and in Britain. Metrology, weights and measures is generally a devolved matter and does not form part of the Windsor framework. This means regulations in relation to metrology could extend to the North. However, the devolution amendment also requires consent to regulations on metrology, meaning devolved competence is respected. My officials advise me that metrology is an area of long-standing, cooperative and positive engagement, with regulation in this area mainly being scientific and/or technical. The Executive has given its support to seeking consent to the bill, and the Economy Committee's report is also supportive. I would like to thank the Committee for its engagement and report. This is primarily an enabling bill, providing powers to make regulations, and has the potential to allow Britain to align more easily with EU product regulation that would greatly benefit our businesses trading east-west. I therefore commend the motion to the Assembly and thank members for their support at this juncture.
Sorry, Deputy Speaker, I wasn't entirely clear from earlier on in the Minister's speech whether she was specifically seeking legislative consent for this, whether she was agreeing with it. So can I just clarify, for the purposes of the Assembly, that that you are satisfied that we should grant legislative consent, and that is the position of you and the Executive, because it wasn't entirely clear from the beginning of your speech.
Yeah, so, and I thank the member for his intervention. Yes, so we are too far advanced to give a consent in respect of all of the clauses. So what we are asking consent for is the particular clause in relation to the devolved amendment, which I'm content with, the Executive content with, and the Committee report is supportive of. There is not an ability to further amend the bill in its current form, the other clauses of it. Therefore, we can only ask for consent to that particular clause.
Deputy Speaker, and just to be clear, the item on the order paper is very clear what this Assembly is due to discuss. The Minister has moved that. The Minister is entitled to say and give her view on the issue, but what we're voting on and what we're discussing is on the order paper, and that hasn't been amended. Firstly, I want to rise to speak as Chair of the Economy Committee. The Product Regulation and Metrology Bill was introduced at Westminster on the 4th of September 2024. The bill deals with the UK Product Safety and Metrology Framework, which was derived from the European Union law, but since Brexit has become an independent UK framework. The bill is described as providing powers to the UK Government to address modern-day safety issues, to protect consumers, harness opportunities to deliver economic growth and ensure a level playing field for responsible businesses operating online or on the high street. The Department provided evidence on the bill at the committee meeting on the 29th of January and the 15th of May 2025. The Department advised that the bill would permit the Secretary of State for Business and Trade to introduce delegated legislation which would extend changes to EU product regulation and metrology rules which might apply in Northern Ireland under the Windsor Framework to the rest of the United Kingdom. In this way, it is understood that divergence between Northern Ireland and the rest of the UK internal market would be minimised. Officials advised that this would apply across a range of relevant matters, including but not limited to eco-design, product safety, artificial intelligence and lithium-ion batteries. The committee also considered proposed UK Government amendments to the bill, which would require the agreement of relevant Northern Ireland departments prior to the passage of related delegated legislation associated with the bill. Based on these assurances at the relevant consent amendment, the committee agreed that it was content to support the request for legislative consent. The Minister recently wrote to the committee explaining the bill's scheduling difficulties with the UK Government, but to be fair to the Department, officials have in this instance kept the committee updated. It is, however, my understanding that there have been issues with other LCMs, and clearly they are coming forward today, but the committee's view was that they would support what is on the order paper. Moving to my remarks as a DUP MLA, Mr Deputy Speaker, the Democratic Unionist Party recognises that the powers contained in the Product Regulation and Metrology Bill could potentially be used to prevent divergence between Great Britain and Northern Ireland. However, we are also categorically clear that this does not deal with the root problem at the heart of the Windsor Framework, namely the European Union's jurisdiction over laws that govern large swathes of our economy. That is why this party, Mr Deputy Speaker, opposed the Windsor Framework. Should the Government opt to use the mechanisms in this bill to align product regulations in Great Britain with those of the European Union, the people of England, Scotland and Wales will be similarly faced with the democratic affront of living to abide by rules made in other jurisdictions without any input by their locally elected representatives. Although the Government has gone so far as to bring an amendment to the bill which would require devolved consent where regulations cut across our devolved competencies. This does not, in our view, go far enough. Proper parliamentary scrutiny is needed, and not just on product regulation but on SPS also. At Westminster, DUP MPs worked with like-minded unionists to co-sign amendments which would have seen increased scrutiny on future changes to product regulations, including through considering the re-establishment of a European Scrutiny Committee. We also signed amendments that would have clarified that the powers to change product rules to match those in the EU could be used in relation to other countries as well. The government has so far resisted these calls, which is regrettable. We do not believe the government's approach to regulation should be wedded to one market. This is not in the interests of the UK economy or global free trade. It has never been our preference for the harm of the protocol to be addressed by subjecting Parliament, businesses and consumers in the rest of the United Kingdom to similar undemocratic and oppressive arrangements as those opposed in Northern Ireland. At the same time, though, Mr Deputy Speaker, we are mindful that whilst this is not a substantial and long-term answer, a level playing field, irrespective of whether it is promoted by this bill or separate terms, has the potential to reduce trade disruption within the UK internal market. We cannot close our eyes to this. The security of Northern Ireland's place within the United Kingdom remains the overriding position of the Democratic Unionist Party. Withholding consent for this LCM could actually mean more divergence between Great Britain and Northern Ireland, and the Democratic Unionist Party will not allow that to take place. I do, Mr Deputy Speaker, have to put on record points that I have raised before. The Minister has raised concern of laws being made by our sovereign Parliament without the input of elected representatives here in Northern Ireland, but her nor her party has any similar issue with the European Union making legislation which governs the role of this Assembly. And I think, Mr Deputy Speaker, the hypocrisy of that will be clear for all to see. But with that, Mr Deputy Speaker, the DUP will be supporting the LCM which is on the order paper before members this evening.
Thank you very much indeed. I call Emma Sheeran.
I'm not down to speak on this, sorry, I was removed.
I call on David Honeyford. Don't you say that either.
I was actually about to stand up and just say that for here. Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you, the Minister, for bringing this through. When this came through to committee, there was concern around the communication between Belfast and London. I suppose it's not ideal where we are, but I appreciate the work that you've done and bringing that forward in the motion that is in front of us today, which we will broadly support. Keeping control of legislation in this Assembly and keeping decisions close to people here is a priority to maximise that, and it's essential for this Assembly. Our businesses need certainty and they need clarity, and they need a stable environment to be able to which to work, and so we broadly support this. We will always prioritise people and the needs of our economy, the needs of business, and the creating better opportunities for our constituency, and our priority must be on giving that clarity, and must be and give the clarity of support to local businesses and being able to provide that stable platform for them to flourish. So I very simply just happy to support that, and that's me. Deputy. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, David. I call on Timothy Gaston.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. This legislative consent motion should concern every unionist in this House. The bill it concerns gives Westminster ministers sweeping powers to make regulations, not through debate, not by vote, not by parliamentary oversight, but by diktat. Why? So that Great Britain may, at the discretion of the executive, align its laws with those of the European Union. Not because the people voted for it, not because Parliament has debated it, but simply because ministers chose to do so. Clause 2.7 allows a product to be deemed compliant, not because it meets UK law, not because it meets EU law. Automatically, dynamically, without scrutiny, without consent. This part of the UK already lives under dynamic alignment with EU law in over 300 areas. That was the price imposed on us by the protocol and its rebranding under the Windsor framework. If Northern Ireland is already aligned with EU law and Great Britain is now being given the legal vehicle to follow suit, who is aligning with whom? This is not the United Kingdom respecting the will of its people. This is not taking back control. It is the rest of the United Kingdom being brought into line with the part left behind, namely Northern Ireland. The bill behind this legislative consent motion is a constitutional Trojan horse. It has the potential to reverse Brexit by stealth, to bring the rest of the UK into something of the same bondage we in Northern Ireland endure. If anyone claims the label of unionist, they should be on red alert. The bill behind this legislative consent motion is the means by which GB is brought into line with Northern Ireland, not the other way around. It is not a tool for restoring the union. We are, to a degree, exporting the protocol here. To those unionists who view this as a pragmatic solution to the sea border, to some degree I remind you, 17.4 million people voted to get out of the EU. That's the biggest mandate in UK history. Some in this place like to pontificate about how regions of the UK voted. If you want to get into that game, I am proud to represent Northampton, which returned one of the largest vote leaves in the whole of the United Kingdom. But regardless, the solution to the protocol will never be exporting it to the rest of the UK. As unionists, we should be demanding that the result is respected, not subverted UK-wide. With the rise of reform in Great Britain, the idea that people across our nation will tolerate such a situation for very long is for the birds.
Giving way and being willing to debate. So can I just be clear here, just for the purposes of the record, given members very clearly a very passionate unionist, his position is that he does not want a UK minister to be able to make regulation for Northern Ireland in relation to aligning to the EU. Is that sort of what he's saying, just so I'm understanding?
There's the leader of the opposition trying to distort. So what I'm saying to you, this is to be used as a Trojan horse by the Labour government, which is your sister party, no doubt, where you sit amongst them in Westminster, you sit along with on their benches and support them when you want, but at other times you like to step away and not have anything to do with the Labour Party.
Mr Gaston, can we go back to the LCM? Thank you very much indeed. The LCM,
Speaker,
I think we'd appreciate that.
Yes,
Thank you.
I got sidetracked there with the SDLP trying to divert the attention away from their sisters in government that have forced this upon the United Kingdom, but I will finish with this. What is needed is the honouring of the 2016 referendum result, which resulted in a vote for the United Kingdom to leave the EU. This legislative consent motion does not respect that result, and accordingly I will be voting against.
Minister.
And I thank members for their contributions and welcome the interest in this important issue. And I again thank the Economy Committee for their report. As I said in my opening remarks, it's not yet clear how the bill will operate in practice, as it's an enabling bill. However, most applications in relation to products are expected to be inapplicable here due to the Windsor framework, and application in Britain could limit regulatory divergence and maintain smooth east-west trade flows. The metrology areas are non-controversial, with long-standing cooperative working in place for a technical and scientific field, and I successfully obtained a consent mechanism that respects devolved competence, ensures future application of the powers would be subject to effective scrutiny and consent, and therefore I recommend that the Assembly passes the motion.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we come to the vote, I've just got to read out a couple of points here. Following discussion in the Chamber during this debate, and before we take the vote, we just want to clarify some of the points that come through. As the reporting stage of the bill was scheduled in Parliament for the 4th of June, it is too late for the Assembly to give its consent to the devolved provisions in the bill. However, the Speaker is satisfied that there is still time for the Assembly to give its consent or otherwise to the amendment relating to the specific devolution consent mechanism. Members will be aware of the Speaker's concern regarding the timeliness of laying legislative consent memorandums in the Assembly. And indeed, the Speaker wrote to the First Minister and Deputy First Minister on this matter last week. It is for the Minister to explain why the legislative consent memorandum in respect of this bill was not led in sufficient time for the Assembly to be able to consider whether or not it wishes to give its full consent. However, the Speaker is satisfied that the motion on the order paper is in order. So therefore, the question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. And Mr Gaston, your no vote will be recorded for the record. Thank you very much indeed. Certainly.
Given, and thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, for making those clarificatory points. I think it's important to put on the record we appear to be in a bit of a running fiasco here with legislative consent motions, which is, I fear, at risk of placing our already somewhat compromised reputation for legislative competence in even more disrepute. So, can I ask whether the Speaker's office is going to be coming forward with more guidance about where we are? We have 2 LCMs that have been brought forward too late. That's 2 LCMs that have been brought forward too late for the Assembly to give meaningful consent. That is a frankly shocking position for this Assembly to have been put in.
I shall ask the Speaker's office to investigate those issues on the LCM, and I know the Speaker. I can speak very clearly. The Speaker has indeed frustrations over this LCM process and how it's been delivered to this Assembly. Thank you, Minister.
The reasons why this particular LCM was in the format that it was in the course of the debate.
Thank you, Minister. Okay, John, ready to go? Okay. The next item of business is the final stage of the Budget Number 2 bill. I call the Minister of Finance to move the final stage. Minister.
Moved.
Excellent. Final stage of the Budget Number 2 bill has been moved. The Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit on this debate. I call the Minister of Finance to open the debate. Minister.
Today's final stage concludes this part of the legislative process of the Budget Number 2 bill. This bill provides the legislative authority for the expenditure of the Department and other bodies as set out in the main estimates, which were laid in the Assembly on the 21st of May 2025. These main estimates are in turn based on the departmental spending plans set out in the Executive Budget 25-26, agreed by the Assembly on the 19th of May 2025. This bill provides the legislative authority for this expenditure. My department is continuing to engage with all departments to ensure that the Executive has an up-to-date picture of the pressures they face and how the resources which are available are being used. As the year progresses, the Executive will make further decisions in the allocation of resources, and I will bring these back to the Assembly through the spring supplementary estimates and a subsequent budget bill at the end of the financial year. I wish to express my gratitude once again to the Finance Committee for giving agreement to accelerated passage. I also want to thank all the departmental committees and indeed all members for the scrutiny they have been able to bring to this process. To conclude, this is the final stage of the legislative process for this bill. I now look forward to hearing any final thoughts from members on this important piece of legislation. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. I call Matthew O'Toole, Chair of the Finance Committee and Leader of the Opposition. Matthew.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. I'm going to speak very briefly in both of my capacities. People will be relieved to hear. First of all, in relation to the Finance Committee and its scrutiny, the Finance Minister has, in fairness to him, sat through lots of scrutiny of this budget bill and is probably exhausted hearing all of our voices, including my own, but obviously that's the purpose of this bit of legislation. We will be doing it at some point again in the not too distant future. And obviously we're hopefully going to have a June monitoring round also very soon if the Minister is able to give us an update. I'm not sure if we got one earlier on today, and questions on the statement would be helpful to get an update on when he thinks we'll get June monitoring round. As I said, the Minister is probably fairly exhausted now. We're also mindful of the comprehensive spending review, which we heard about earlier on, and we will be debating in detail in the Finance Committee on Wednesday. So we reach the final stage of this budget bill with a greater understanding of the direction of travel budget-wise for not just this financial year but for the following financial years. a greater degree of understanding than we had when we had the debate at second stage. The committee granted accelerated passage for this bill, as it has done for its predecessors in this mandate, in part because we have developed a good relationship as a committee with the Minister's officials. There is, I think, a growing awareness and understanding of the budget process in speeches. I think that's really important, and I do say that in a kind of non-political sense. The budget process is one that involves both political scrutiny, an overarching sense of priorities, and I obviously do that in my capacity in opposition, but also detailed scrutiny of the budget process, and the committee has been doing lots of that. It's also worth reflecting on the fact that following the CSR announcement, we know that the Executive will be able to bring forward a multi-annual budget in the autumn, and obviously we will be encouraging them to do so. This will make the budget process more transparent and, in theory, make scrutiny easier. As has been well rehearsed, multi-annual budgets will provide greater security greater predictability and greater ability for executive ministers to be strategic in their budgeting. In short, budgets should be better spent and better planned going forward. With regard to the budget at hand, the CSR announcement has provided further funding, and the committee commends the Minister and his officials for the work that has been done by his department on the fiscal framework. And we will obviously continue to scrutinise that work and encourage the Minister and his department to bring the information before us sooner rather than later. Officials will be in front of the committee this week, and members will be able to question them more fully on how the fiscal framework is progressing and how Professor Jerry Holtham's work fits into that. That concludes my remarks as Chair of the Finance Committee. I'll say just a brief few words in my opposition role, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, because this is the legal authorisation of the spending rather than the strategic statement of budget priorities, i.e. the budget statement itself. The opposition will not be dividing on the budget bill this evening, but I will take this opportunity again to restate the fundamental flaws in the Executive's approach to budget making. Number one, we have seen a budget in terms of the 25-26 budget that is already failing. It's already failing because it barely allocated anywhere near enough to deal with the specific priorities promised in the programme for government, and even in those areas where it did provide specific targets or something approaching a specific target, most notably around social housing starts, it has already failed miserably, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. The programme for government promised just under 6,000 social homes. The Communities Minister got his budget allocated by the 25-26 budget document that the Finance Minister provided, legislated for in the budget bill we're about to pass. The Communities Minister walked in here and told us about his failure to allocate, what he would see as a inability to allocate money to build more than 1,000 social homes in this financial year. 1,000 social. Mr. Kingston is shaking his head, but if he wants to, I'll probably give way if he wants to correct me.
Tomorrow's debate, and we look forward to having the debate then.
This is about the budget, and the Communities Minister was talking about his budget, so I'm afraid it is all about what's in the budget bill, because we are authorising the spending in this bill that will not be sufficient to deliver the social homes that the Communities Minister, the Finance Minister and all the other executive ministers promised. So I'm afraid it is entirely linked to today's budget bill. Way short of being anywhere near to the kind of run rate that you need to get close to 6,000 social homes, already failing on its promises and failing to deliver on Northern Ireland water investment. A below inflation rise for NI Water at a time when Lough Neagh is an open-air sewer, at a time when, as I said, we're failing to deliver enough social homes, at a time when our wastewater is preventing economic development across the north. And the Minister, in his budget document, is content to simply wave it through. That, among many other reasons, are why the opposition cannot and will not support the 25-26 budget, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. But as has been said, we will have the opportunity to debate more of these subjects in our opposition day tomorrow, so I won't detain the House any further. We do not support the 25-26 budget, but we won't be pushing this evening's budget bill, which is an authorisation of spending, to a division. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew, just for clearing that up. Okay, could I ask Colm Kildare to speak, please? Thank you.
I
will make the speech in Irish.
The
committee supports the final stage of the Budget Bill number 2. Having scrutinised the Department for Community spending plans through this budgetary cycle, our committee's attention remains fixed on the challenges of delivering for our most vulnerable citizens against the financial reality that this bill represents. We would like to ensure that the department fulfills its obligations across its wide range, including sports, heritage and the arts. Although the bill authorises substantial funding, the committee is focused on the real-world implications of the overall settlement. A budget with a substantial non-ring-fenced resource shortfall. The committee was advised by officials that inevitably places intense pressure on vital frontline services, whether in houses, homelessness or in invaluable community sectors. One of our primary strategic concerns remains the systematic reliance on in-year funding to meet the inescapable pressures and stated departmental priorities. We have been advised by officials that areas such as social housing and employment support programmes will depend on future monitoring funding rounds to address such funding gaps. This approach, particularly in the context of a single-year budgeting, and hinders strategic planning and creates uncertainty for service providers and for the public alike. There is a clear strategic challenge facing all departments. Although the executive have an agenda for transformation and reform, this agenda is and remains very difficult to deliver when departmental budgets are almost entirely consumed by meeting existing statutory and contractual commitments. That is a fundamental issue that the committee will continue to examine. Ultimately, the passage of this bill is a procedural necessity. However, the conversations about creating truly sustainable public services must continue. Following the British government's comprehensive spending review last week, which included some welcome news, the executive must continue to press the case for a genuine multi-year needs-based funding model for the North. That is the only sustainable path away from managing annual financial pressures and towards strategic investment in the well-being of our people. I know that the Finance Minister shares that analysis and that he is committed to pursuing this vital goal. After the passage of this bill today, the committee's focus will turn to the crucial work of screening the implementation of the budget throughout the financial year, and we will continue to hold the department to account in the most effective use of the funds authorised by this legislation. Thank you.
Forsyth.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. And we have discussed this Budget Number 2 bill at length as it has progressed via accelerated passage, and the DUP will be supporting it today. The 25-26 financial year started on the 1st of April, and we are now 3 months in operating under a vote on account. So it is necessary that we bring this legislation forward to ensure our public services have the authority to continue to run. We know this is a budget which faces immense pressure at a time when many public services are under incredible strain, with all ministers bidding well in excess of what they were awarded. It has never been as critical that every department demonstrates value for money and how they spend their allocations. We need to see demonstrable improvements in financial management and processes in 25-26. We need to see improvements across public procurement, in contract management, the management of multi-million-pound capital projects. It's unacceptable to see this ongoing reported waste of public sector money and no signs of improvements. Where there's overspend of £100 million on one hospital, that means that £100 million less is available to spend on another hospital, whilst we look at other serious health needs in things like Daisy Hill Hospital or the long overdue mother and baby unit for Northern Ireland. This is unacceptable. We've seen some improvements in the financial position through the comprehensive spending review announcements last week, but it is imperative that we proceed with caution and financial prudence. Through the Finance Committee, I know that the officials within the Department of Finance are highly capable and hold a pivotal role in monthly reporting on each department's forecast versus outturn, requiring explanations for significant or unexpected movements. Their role will continue to be critical throughout 25-26 as we move forward, targeting a balanced budget. The DUP has been committed to fighting for a long-term fair funding package for Northern Ireland, and we continue to do so. We look forward to hearing the outcome of the Holton review as it progresses. We must be prudent in our financial management, whilst at the same time be ambitious with our plans for public sector transformation. Under the now agreed programme for government, with significant commitments made, the move forward with the potential for multi-year budgets is securing huge potential for strategic planning. We are in a position to work together to deliver for people and really make Northern Ireland work. The DUP is supporting the Budget Number 2 bill today.
Our next speaker will be the Minister of Finance, John O'Dowd, to conclude on the final stage. Minister.
And I want to thank all members who have expressed their views in the debate today, and all those who have contributed to earlier debates on the bill and the associated supply resolution 2 weeks ago. I also want to put on record my thanks to my department officials as well, who have put considerable work into this piece of legislation while dealing with negotiations in relation to the CSR as well. It's been quite an intense period of time for them, and I want to put on record my thanks to them. The debate was short, some may say thankfully, but we have debated this piece of legislation on the budget quite extensively, and quite rightly so. It deserves the attention it has been given, and while at times debates can be frustrating for either side, it is always useful to hear the views of members in relation to legislation. And I previously said it's useful for me as Minister to sit and listen to the varying issues, challenges and opportunities that are within the different departments for which the budget finances moving forward. So it has been useful in that context, so I am glad to bring it to this stage. Just in relation to Mr O'Toole's comments on June monitoring, I would hope to have a statement before the Assembly before recess in relation to June monitoring. And as I said earlier in my debates, multi-year budgeting has commenced. I'm tempted not to get into the debate with him, because sometimes our verbal joists are enjoyable, other times they're not. So we'll call a temporary ceasefire for this afternoon or for this evening in terms of going back and forth. My views are well on the record, as are yours. Mr Gildery, in terms of chair of the committee, quite rightly, and this is an important emphasis for all committees, it's the role of the committee in scrutinising the role of their minister and the spend of their department. That's crucial to ensuring that the executive and assembly run an effective, efficient public services. And Ms Forsyth referred to this. It's important that in these constrained times that we have effective, efficient use of the limited resources we have. And the best place to do that, from my experience as an MLA in this place, is in the committee. So I commend the committees on the work they're doing in that field, and I commend
the final stage of the budget bill to the Assembly. Thank you.
Thank you. So before I put the question, I would advise members that because this is a budget bill, the motion requires cross-committee support. So the question is that budget number 2 bill do now pass. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, any noes? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. I'm satisfied that cross-committee support has been demonstrated. The bill is passed. Item 7 on the order paper is the adjournment. The question is that the Assembly do now adjourn. The Assembly is adjourned.
Assembly Chamber.